Welcome to the 2025 World Series Poker main event. It is time for Day 1C as we are getting ready for some exciting action, common action from the greatest poker tournaments of the year. And there's a look at the man who usually sits next to me, Mr. Donnie Peters, in action today in the main event, trying to make a run again in the world's greatest poker tournament, representing the USA here on this wonderful 4th of July. And we'll see many bald eagles and stars and stripes all across the many rooms in which play is happening tonight. My name is Ravi Raghavan. We got Mincy in the booth with me as David Tuckman is doing the commentary on PokerGO.com. So choose whatever vibe you are into. We will have some fun here on the YouTube feed. Will Jaffe and Natalie Bodie joining as well. Jaffe alongside Tuckman. Natalie Bodie will be joining us from time to time as well for some updates from the floor. So we'll dive right into the action here as none other than Viktor Blom, who goes by Isildur 1, is joining us on the main feature table. So many years ago, this man was an enigma, and time again proves that he's still one of the most talented poker players in the world. Blom taking center stage today here on day 1 of the main event. And Lewis Spencer, 20th in the main event back in 2021, is looking for another deep run here. He is going up against Blom in the early goings here on day 1C. And the good news is we have 2 feature tables. We'll cover the horseshoe table as well in just a bit. We'll dive into the action right now here on the main feature. Welcome everyone to the chat as well. Thank you for being with us today.
I get an ice cream, tea, and then I'll take a water too.
Can I get 2 Fijis?
What's your shop? What do you do for
My shop?
Yes.
Poker play. Oh.
College or university?
If you wish, I put my Perfect.
When you talk. Apologies there for the audio issues here to start. We'll work on getting those fixed. For now, however, please bear with us here on the YouTube feed. Please know that we're also live on PokerGO.com. Tuckman, Jaffe on the call there as we immediately have some big cards here involved. Silverberg making a 1K, Bunch makes the call, and Hudson 3-betting with pocket jacks here in the early going.
So this is going to be an interesting hand here because Bunch under-repped his hand just calling with ace-queen, and this is a very small 3-bet by Hudson, only 1,600 more. So you got to think nobody's going to be going anywhere. The question is there a 4-bet here, which I would kind of doubt, not really in the main. Silverberg looks like a Mark Zuckerberg clone a little bit over here. I don't know if you're seeing that. Wow, 4-bet here by Silverberg, taking the lead with king-queen.
Excuse me, young lady.
Wow, taking it down.
And the jacks just hit the muck instantly.
And like instantly. Wow. Third best hand, taking that pot down, shows the power of aggression in the World Series main event.
Not as deep as you would have liked?
Yeah. No, it's been good overall. How about you? Anything good?
Yeah, I got like 40th in the mystery bounty, which I hit some good bounties, so it kind of free-rolled my summer. I don't play a ton of 10K.
Very interesting mix in the 4th of July field. You get like
biggest
Americans, but then a lot of Euros play because they don't really care that it's the 4th of July. So I always think this is an interesting starting day with that dynamic.
Oh, here you go.
Raise.
Raise 1,000.
This
We got
one.
Ravi Raghavan is at this table.
Yeah, okay.
Love Ravi.
Yeah, it is.
Old school Chicago, online grinder, one of the happiest people in poker. Never seen him not smile.
Very understated as always. This guy sort of flies under the radar despite all of his accomplishments. I'm going to guarantee you that most people that are at the table here probably don't even know how good this guy really is.
Ravi's been top online guy for a lot of years. See him kind of grinding the Chicago stuff still.
We got Jack to full.
Can't can't imagine Ravi likes this flop very much. Jack 10-4 is going to connect with a lot of hands. Coney taking the lead here with the draw. 2 overs and open-ended.
Oh, sorry. I thought
Whistledore's going to be a
use it
stubborn
after.
guy, though, I would think. Could take more than one bet to get him off middle pair. See if Coney takes the free card here, or he's going to keep the lead. Keep the lead. Fires 5.5K. Good bet. Gets Whistledore off middle pair. Way to follow through there on the turn. A lot of people are kind of taking the free card in the World Series main event, so got to give them credit for keeping the lead.
All right, and here's our first pivot over to our horseshoe table, which will be in play for the duration of today. And one of the best in the game, Michael Addamo. Many might say, where has Mr. Addamo been? Why hasn't he been in some of these stateside high rollers? Well, here he is playing on day 1 of the main event. Couldn't think of a worse opponent to find at your table. But here he is, just below starting stack. Let's see if Addamo can make some magic happen. I wonder if he's going to be up for some aggression as he flops top pair with ace-king. And Schild with ducks flopping a set, so Addamo could immediately be in a whole bunch of trouble.
Yeah, this is an extremely tough flop for ace-king, and he has the ace of spades as well.
Wow, and the spade comes in, giving Addamo a way to escape here. All of a sudden, those percentages changing to 20%.
Check.
Wow, he checks the set.
Actually back on Addamo, who obviously must still be loving his hand right now. Schild not really giving an indication that he has a set here. Main event, of course, all about stack protection. Trying to navigate through this absolute minefield over the course of the next 2 weeks. Addamo will be weighing his options. Extracting value on 2 streets will be very difficult, so we're going to take a river card here, hopefully turn a river of flush, but instead the board pairs 10s, and now Schild with a full house is surely going to go for value here.
Yeah, and this is a spot where if he goes big, it's going to be hard for Addamo not to pay off. And that running 10s seem like safe cards. He has the ace of spades as well. See how big he goes.
Now,
And
if
it's
you're Addamo
11,000.
here and he comes at 11,000, how do we interpret this? You know, the check on the turn and now leading river.
I mean, I guess it makes sense. He knows he has the ace of spades, so he knows the guy doesn't have spades, he thinks. I don't see how he doesn't pay this off, but Addamo's also one of the best players in the world, and he's capable of some crazy folds, but this one's going to be tough, the running 10s.
So Addamo under pressure here in the early goings. 11K, a quarter of his stack to make the call here, asking himself, what is Schild betting here in this manner? But there he is. He's going to make the call, and he's going to see the bad news. Addamo losing a large chunk of his chips down to roughly half the starting stack. Doesn't look too happy with this one. And Schild, meanwhile, up to 119K. So Addamo down quite a bit. Perhaps it's going to open him up for some more creative play, or perhaps he'll be even more patient here, as I see Kelly in the chat giving a $5 donation. Says, shout out to Mincy. We love you, we miss you. There we go. Already some love for Mincy. By the way, Barstool Mincy in the booth with me here tonight. We got Joey Ingram joining us later as well.
Oh, awesome.
We're just turning this thing into a party on YouTube. We got, of course, Tuckman and Jaffe on the main broadcast on PokerGO.com. We're going to let loose here a little bit on YouTube as we look at the bio sheet presented by Play PokerGO. 4-time bracelet winner Michael Addamo, #1 on Australia's all-time money list with $24.4 million. I've been in this game for so long that Joe Hashem used to be on top of that list. Now, Mr. Addamo on top by quite the margin. Once again, shout out to those watching right now. Smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel. We're going to be here all night. So if you have any plans tomorrow, you might as well cancel them. This will go until roughly 1:30 in the morning. depending on how the breaks go. We are not going on any breaks tonight, by the way. We are going to skip all the breaks. We're going to flash right through those. So it's time to perhaps order in some food, get yourself a cold beverage, and enjoy the show. Day 1C of the main event on the 4th of July should be a good time for all of us. I'm mostly concerned, however, with how Donnie Peters is doing, who will be back in the booth tomorrow for Day 1D. But hopefully he gets to bag up some chips here on 1C.
Raise 1100. Call.
Patel makes it 1.1K.
Raise 6,500 plays.
Earbuds gotta come out. They're not electronic.
Weaver with a 3-bet.
They're just like what do you call them? Like ones to block the
Pretty big
noise.
3-bet here, going to 6.5K.
Earplugs, yeah.
But
They're not for sound. No. We'll use them for like festivals.
Definitely work.
to block the noise.
One of the things, Mincy, that always sort of
Depends no matter what.
interests me the most on day one of the main event is how some people are looking to win the tournament on day one, while some people are just waiting for aces, and there seems to be nothing in between.
no, it is interesting. And I'll say, watching through the years, how much it's evolved on day one. Because 15 years ago, we didn't have the big blind ante. So you start at 25.50. I remember the World Series Main 2011, 25.50, 30,000 chips. This thing starts at 1-200 with a 200 big blind ante with 60K.
Right.
This ain't the old days. The first level matters, and people. There's so much shame in the poker world if you bust day day one of the World Series Main. I didn't get to dinner last year, and it was one of the worst things I've ever gone through. But I mean, you're actually seeing, a third of the field busting on day one now, and it's just a different world now. People are playing pots early, and a lot of people, strategy-wise, like you mentioned, there's a lot of aggressive players that know people are playing tight, so they're going hard the first day.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how people take different approaches. Michael the Grinder Mizrachi bagged up 300,000 chips yesterday after day one. He's just one of those guys who only has one gear, and for him it works. He's comfortable in those situations time and time again. Same can be said for Nicholas Rigby, who had a big run in the final level of play last night. So we'll see those guys back on day two with large stacks, and I'm curious to see if Blom, after a little bit of a down start, we also with 60K, is going to have a good day here. And he bets 4,600 here with Queen Jack. And
Good discipline fold here by Ravi.
Yeah, Ravi lets it go. Pocket sevens into the muck.
Wasn't really any draws out on that flop, so I mean, made him bet the turn, but
More entries.
There's a
than
look at the
yesterday.
bio sheet of Viktor Blom from Gothenburg, Sweden, online poker legend, third on Sweden's all-time money list.
Sports.
I was there for the big reveal when everybody was still speculating on who is this guy, who is Isildur. I was in the Bahamas way back when. I want to say maybe 2010, 2012, somewhere in that range, where all of a sudden there was the big reveal. Blom at the time, I want to say, wasn't even 21 yet, very shy, introverted, just focused on the poker. And now, for more than a decade later, seems to be very comfortable in the live realm, has made multiple final tables this summer, plays all the games, plays them well, and I would love to see him with a big stack in the main.
yeah, he's so dangerous because he's got every gear and, has absolutely no fear whatsoever. And dangerous players in poker, when you playing people that aren't scared to lose, they can take you a long way.
I have to ask you, Mintz, with all the main event experience that you have, you told me it's your 10th year playing the main this year. Are you scared to bust the main?
Probably.
I don't want to bust before dinner break on day one ever again. I could dang sure tell you that because that was some shameful stuff. But no, people are saying I did really well in 2011 and 2018, so maybe it's an every 7-year thing. That's what people are saying, But no, I'm excited to play. I mean, it's there's just no tournament in the world like the World Series Main. The only real comparison I have for it in sports is the U.S. Open in golf, because it's a war of attrition. You know, and you see that in golf too. It's the one tournament where they just put you to the test, and the 2-hour levels in the main. I mean, you get spots that you don't even know exist.
Right. By the way, Ivarsson flopping a straight flush 6 high. It's not going to be easy to get a full double up here, but let's just call it out as we see it. A straight flush on the flop. I don't think I've ever seen that in all my years of doing commentary. This is pretty insane.
Flopped straight. And Ravi's in a tough spot here, because if a hard hits the river here, I mean, Ravi kind of dodged one here, because if a dry hard hit the river here, I mean, what he was going to be.
Ravi left with just a pair of 6s with the ace kicker. This might still cost him a few more chips as we see him reaching.
Shows you how much I follow it.
That's just 700, a little block bet here. Well, the raise from Ivarsson is obviously coming. 4,700 in the middle.
Let's see how big he goes here. Like you said, Ravi with a good blocker.
Oh.
Looks like 5,800 perhaps. So that's more like a pot size raise. 5,700.
Easy by fold.
He's showing it.
The ace of hearts too. Figured.
Wow. Wow.
Straight flush tables.
Too.
I feel like anything quads are better, you have to show.
Especially in the main event. You're playing the World Series Main, you flop a straight flush. You got to show your family and friends. Tell the world.
All right, here we are. GTO Wizard, beat the best, crush the rest. This is your way to become a better poker player. Go to gtowizard.com/PokerGo to get started for free and save 10% on your first purchase. No limits, no excuses. That is gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Crush your competition right now. Get in the mix and start working on your game.
Raise.
Raise 1,000.
Blom right back to it. Makes it 1,000 with King Jack.
It's a pretty fun feature table. We got some. I like the Slaughter, Blom, and Ravi.
Yeah, Lewis Spencer, no stranger
Yeah,
to deep
20
runs.
Yeah, it's good. This is a good feature table. There.
Yeah, that was the worst run out for the ace of hearts. Pair the board and worst.
Coney, the only person with over 100K right now at this table. And this is right
I didn't
before playing the final level before dinner break here. Oh, good to see her in the field. All time. One of the best to ever do it. No doubt. It's good to see her playing too, because I know she's busy. She has a law career, I believe, too. And you know, good to see someone this talented kind of showing up for the main event, staying a little bit in the poker world. It's great. You know, she's an all-time legend in the game. Good to see her playing.
So Selbst back in the main, still one of the top players, even if she, like I said, keeps her strategies not up to all the latest. Still looking at Selbst here, who is in the tank. Selbst, Mincy, I believe, with a glass of wine here already.
I guess poker's a little more recreational for her these days. So she's drinking wine at the table. Looks like she's still winning pot. Oh no, she lost the pot.
Vanessa Selbst, the ultimate competitor. Even if she's been away from the game for a long time, as you can see by the look on her face, even losing a single pot is something that she'll be you know, I wouldn't say upset, but at least discontent
Well, this is
with.
the final
A
table.
quick shout out here to Sam Weiss joining the Players Club on YouTube. I just want to emphasize here that we have multiple tiers of YouTube memberships. We have the Rail, we have the Players Club, and we have the High Rollers. If you become a High Roller member, you get to watch all of our main event coverage all the way until a winner is crowned. We have a bunch of free hours of the main event, especially the first couple of days, and then the thick of it, as I like to say, is going to be, of course, exclusively on PokerGo, but also for all of our high rollers on YouTube. So if you become a high roller member on YouTube, you'll get a shout out in the chat, and we'll make sure that you get to watch all the action. And you also get the new episodes of High Stakes Poker and No Gamble, No Future. So that is something to look forward to. What I look forward to also is a club on the turn here, as Shield and Patel are both on club draws. Sant'Angelo with Ace-Jack gets out of the way. This could get very interesting.
Yes, it could. And Patel actually raised this flop with the smaller flush draw.
5 of spades on the turn. Shield with just a pair of 5s well out in front, but aggression could still be decisive here. Patel with Queen 4.
It's going to be hard to, I mean, the ace-5 of clubs is definitely seeing the river here. Whoa, small. Did I just see 5? 5.5K, okay. I say, I didn't think you bet 5.
There's not even 50 chips in play. 25 chips aren't even in play.
Call.
100 chips at the smallest, the black chips. Shield, by the way, makes the call, obviously, pair and flush draw. But now, the big question, this 4 of diamonds completing the board, is Patel going to fire a third time? And then things will get really interesting for Shield.
Yeah, if he pulls the trigger here, he's probably not getting called. Took the lead on the flop, raised the flop, bet the turn. I mean, he knows he ain't winning this pot by checking. So we're about to see a bet. I'm just curious how big he goes. There's 38K in the middle. He going to go like 20K here? Is he going to...
Bet 11,000.
So he's going small here. He bets 11K into 38K, trying to look like a value bet. But, man, this is so small. You're almost asking your opponent to call because you're giving him almost 4-to-1 odds.
But it's also funny because he check raise flop, bet turn, bet river. So, you know, showing all the possible strength that he can show.
Mm-hmm. Wow, it works.
Wow, well done by Patel.
Very well done.
Little does Patel know that this was sort of the only pathway for him to win this hand, because if a club comes off, he might go broke.
We're seeing so far. I mean, we've only seen a few hands, but just taking the lead. We're seeing a lot of people taking down pots with the worst hands here just by getting the lead.
Yeah, Hitesh Patel, who goes by the moniker Tesh, 9 cash at the World Series of Poker, so no stranger to some runs here as we go back to our main feature table. Ravi Raghavan and Lee head-to-head here. Kings on King 7-10 Queen versus Ace 4 nut flush versus a set. Absolute puke scenario here on day 1 of the main event. Ravi, of course, having to fade a board pair, but he's going to charge a significant amount here on the turn, I'm sure.
See how big he goes. 25,800 in the pot. He's reaching for chips. Let's see what is it, 14K?
Robbie with 52,000 behind, bets 16,000. And of course, Lee, he's got top set. He's not going anywhere.
No, and this bet size, so Robbie's setting up a river shove here. He's bet 16K, is 36.5 behind. So I think that may be part of the thought of the sizing. There's no way he can fold for 16. Looks like we're gonna. He's debating the raising, but I think ultimately we're going to see just a call here from Lee.
Yeah, Lee, of course, even though the straight and flush potential on board looks scary, knows that he's got some clean outs here.
It's part of what we were talking about. World Series main, you see people be awful careful in spots like this, way more than any other tournament.
Lee definitely taking his time here. The chat is already commenting on the fact that this is a terrible cooler. The question just is, how much is Lee going to lose? course, absolutely zero reason to check raise here. You're only going to get action from stronger holdings. And you're going to be beat some of the time on this type of board for sure.
Yeah, and as you said, I mean, Ace Jack and Jack 9 are straights here too. I mean, obviously we know Ravi has the nut flush, but there are other hands. As strong as top set is, it's very vulnerable on this board.
Is Lee really thinking of folding here? Like, he just seems like he doesn't want to make up his mind. And, you know, for those at home watching, no time clock in the main event. Players have as long as they want until someone calls the clock. So we will get into situations where people take their sweet time, and in most cases, very understandable. This is, after all, the main event.
And with the 2-hour levels, too.
GA's Lee from China, now residing in London.
All right, he finally makes the call.
All right, makes the call. And now, 57K in the middle, and as you said, Ben, 36K left for Ravi. 6 of diamonds, a clean card on the river, setting up the shove here.
Can't see Ravi. Like you said, it's 57.8 in the middle, 36.5K, very clean-looking shove here. Right at slightly under about 65% of the pot, so it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Ravi with 4.4 million in career tournament earnings, 231 live results, winning a World Poker Tour back in 2012. This man has seen it all in the game of poker. Just going to verify here that we do indeed have those 2 hearts before sticking it in, which, from my perspective, is the move here. And then if you're Lee, you know, we're sort of like getting ahead of ourselves a little bit here. This has got to look incredibly strong.
I guess there's an option for Ravi to bet 16 or 20, but he's got a shove here.
There it is. All in announced. Action now back on Lee, who snap folds a set of kings. And
wow, great discipline.
Given the fact that this is the main event, it's sort of the only route there to let go on that type of board.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess we saw him think through the whole thought process on the turn. He took a long time on the turn, and I think he came to the ultimate realization, I'm going to call the turn, and if the board doesn't pair on the river, I'm out. It kind of seems like he made up his mind.
Oh, look at this. Wells all in with 10-9 of hearts for his tournament life versus Michael Addamo with a pair of queens. Addamo makes a set to add some insult to injury here. And all of a sudden, Michael Addamo, who had a rough start, gave a lot of chips to shield when he ran ace-king into a set of deuces after having flopped top pair, top kicker. Addamo now back up over the starting stack, and nobody at this table is going to be happy about that.
No, I was just thinking the same thing. You're dealing with one of the best players in the world. When they get chipped down at the main, you get a little hamstrung. You can't play as many hands when you get down to 20, 30K. And nobody's going to be happy about that.
Quick reminder for the people that are also wanting to play some poker while watching the stream. In 2 minutes, the free roll kicks off on playpokergo.com. So if you want to get in the mix on playpokergo.com, do it right now. In 2 minutes, our free roll kicks off. Just like last night, Donnie and I played all the free rolls. I went 0 for 6, 6 hours in a row, did not cash the free roll even once. If you just want to splash around with us, go to the tournament tab on playpokergo.com and enter the free roll just to have some fun with us. So once again, it is playpokergo.com. Every hour on the half hour, the free roll kicks off. So just want to let you guys know as we stay with our horseshoe table here.
I love the PokerGo content too. I'm a big fan. Been a long-time subscriber. I think y'all do an awesome job, and it's fun being around y'all for the main.
For those watching, Mincy is not getting paid, nor do I have a weapon to threaten him with. So this is coming from the heart.
Oh, look, I've been a fan of PokerGo for a long, long time, and I think they really took the void of giving great content to the people. And you wouldn't believe, I mean, I'm sure y'all know, y'all see the numbers, man. I know a lot of people watching these streams every night all over the country. Love it.
Four-way action here, going to the flop. 10s, 9s, 6s, and king 10. I can think of a flop here that would create some action, but instead we see...
That ain't it.
we see ace-jack.
Everybody wills.
Ace-jack 8.
Yeah, like you mentioned, we got a lot of really good hands here, but this flop, I mean, literally nobody's happy in a four-way pot with this flop.
As Sant'Angelo's hat says, no pain. Now I'm thinking of a river card that could turn this into a highlight hand as Shield picks up the royal flush draw.
It's still going to be very tough for him to semi-bluff here, though. I mean, you got 3 other hands out against you. All right, he's betting.
Bet 2,500 plays.
All right. This may get through. I mean, if you have 10s or 9s, you can't be happy here.
A couple quick tosses here over to Santangelo, who will probably reach the same conclusion. Cole in the chat, stoked about Barstool Mincy joining us. Yes, we got Mincy in the house. He's playing the main tomorrow. If you have any questions for him, myself, or other inquiries about the main event, please send them in, Ben, as we watch what will probably lead to a fold. Please let the people know who you are sweating really hard today.
Okay, well, we got a few people out there, but we have a funny Barstool story where an old intern of ours named Ethan Camps, who just plays poker for fun, he posted on Twitter, I've won 4 sit-and-goes in a row, talking about home game sit-and-goes in Connecticut. And Big Cat sees it and said, hey, we're sending you to the World Series, man. Never come to Vegas. You know, plays $5 home games in Connecticut.
Quick interruption here to let you know about the big game. The PokerStars Big Game is back. The second season of the award-winning show is available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel, with new episodes dropping every Saturday. High-stakes cash action filmed at the NABT Las Vegas back in 2024. Loose cannon Jordan Handrich is taken on Jennifer Tilly, Stan Grafton, Andre Akari, Griffin Benger, and soccer star Gerard Piqué. So go check it out on the PokerStars YouTube channel if you want some more high-stakes cash action. Back to you, Ben. 4 sit-and-goes in a row, and Big Cat saw it, and he was like, you're going to the main.
Yeah, you're going to the main event. And, you know, I asked Ethan, he's been out here. He won a satellite into another tournament, sat it into a 1,700 right when he got here in Brick. But I was like, so what are you doing in life right now? And he's like, yeah, I'm watching my uncle's dog.
Oh, wow.
So I guess he's just watching his uncle's dog for money. He was just playing sit-and-goes with his friends. Next thing you know, he's going to Vegas to play the World Series main.
That's absolutely incredible.
And he's doing all right. I think he, you know, I'm getting some slightly under starting stack, but not doing bad. It's first main event. I mean, I can't imagine the first time I played the main. I was so nervous I could barely even do anything.
This is my 16th year covering the WSOP. I've never played the main, so a little jealous, but obviously my role also fantastic. But it is once in a lifetime for most people to play in the main event. By the way, Kim Unger at the table, obviously slightly different spelling to one of the most famous last names in all of poker. Stu Unger has his banner up here in the room, but let's see if Kim perhaps has some tricks up her sleeve, making it 1,100 with jacks. And Patel, you know, he had the queen 4 suited, now he's got the queen 3 suited. He just wants to get in there.
I like it, though. I feel like it's always good to have a wild card at the table. And I've seen better flops for 2 jacks than this one.
Yeah, we got king, queen 4. Weaver flopping a queen, so does Patel. But look at this. Rep of the USA with the soccer jersey.
1,600.
Unger is just going to be like, I am the pre-flop raiser. I am the most likely to have a king. Let me just try and take this down.
It'll be interesting to see what happens here. Patel's got no kicker, but does have a backdoor flush draw. Patel seems, what we're seeing so far, doesn't seem like someone who's here to fold. So, going to be a little stubborn. Weaver gets out of the way with the best hand. Another common theme here. Oh, wow.
Queen.
Case queen.
The
case queen. This is going to be a tough spot for Unger to continue. You get called on the king, queen 4. You think they have a king or a queen. It's going to be awful hard to get either one of those off. You got 2 jacks, so jack 10's not very likely. I think we may be seeing a check fold here.
2,400.
And Patel betting 2,400. Unger will have to give Patel credit for a combo that likely is better than hers.
Patel went small here, betting a third of the pot, trying to keep her in. I mean, obviously, we see the cards and see he's doing that because he has trips. Not a believer.
Doesn't want to let go of the vulnerable pocket jacks here. Makes the call for 2,400. We're going to see a river card here. It's the 6 of clubs. Unger, of course, hoping to get the showdown. Patel hoping to get some more value.
Curious to see the sizing here. Patel went small in the turn, betting a third of the pot. Got called, so probably thinks there's a reasonable shot she's got a king here, you would think. So maybe you go a little bigger.
Patel hiding behind that hat, got the leather jacket on. He's giving me like classic 90s Vegas grinder vibes.
About 6,500.
65, so he goes a little over half the pot. I mean, it's always easy in hindsight when you're not in the hand, but the fact that she has jacks means he probably doesn't have jack 10 here. You're blocking one of his only bluffing hands, so.
Tesh here has been playing poker since 2000. A big cricket, soccer, and golf fan, married with 2 children. Family man, looking to make his mark on the main event. He's never cashed a main. Unger with jacks, very sticky so far.
She's doing the old routine where she's trying to invent hands he can have that you can beat. Good fold. Good discipline fold.
Good discipline there from Unger, saving herself some chips as Patel up to 108,000 is looking pretty good here in the early goings as we are in the 3rd level of play on day 1C of the main event. 4 starting flights, the final one tomorrow on July 5th before we roll into day 2 coverage.
Do we have a Donnie update so far on chips?
Donnie has been texting me updates. Nothing too exciting so far as we look at Stu Unger. No relation, even a slight little different spelling, but it does sound very similar. Winner of the main event in 80, 81, and 97. By the way, if you are interested in Stu Unger, I did a very interesting video podcast with his daughter Stephanie Unger a couple of years ago. So if you search for Stephanie Unger on YouTube, you will find it's called Run It Back with Remco. Me and her rewatched the 97 main event that her dad won, and she told lots of stories about her dad as well. So if you want to learn more about Stu Unger, I would highly recommend you go and check that out.
I can't wait to check that out because Stu Unger's story is one of the all-timers.
I'll send you the link right now.
Yeah, coming back, the kid, the gin games, growing up against the mob. I mean, just wild stories. One of the best poker players. Learned how to play aggressive poker 20 to 30 years ahead of everybody else. Pioneer.
Call. Heads up.
Adamo starting to opening 6-4 off here. Now that he's got some chips. Looks like he's going to fire a little harder.
Addamo trying to put those newly won chips to work right away, going up against Worthman. Tom Worthman, $780K in career earnings. A WSOP bracelet win from 2005, $1,500 pot limit hold'em. Those are the days back in 05.
They don't even play pot limit hold'em anymore, do they?
No, they've banished that. Rightly so.
Yeah, I agree. I used to play that. It was rough. See, Addamo did not bet this flop. Let's see, he goes check turn. Is he going to take the lead here? Because if he checks back the flop, then he bets the turn. He's kind of repping like a queen. You know, you're kind of saying, "Oh, I check back middle pair." Now you bet.
1,300.
This ain't the best spot with third pair because when you're playing one of the best players in the world, you're thinking I'm probably having to call 13 and there's more coming on the river. But he does make the call.
Worthman's second ever cash in a live tournament was that 05 bracelet win in which he beat Lane Flack heads up for the title. So pretty historic little nugget there about Tom Worthman, who now is going up against one of the top players of this generation, Michael Addamo. Worthman with the best of it here. I wonder if Addamo is just going to keep applying pressure or whether he thinks better of it.
I'm also fascinated by if he does fire with 5,200 in the middle. Is this a spot you see a little bit bigger bet? You know, what's the sizing here if you're bluffing? Especially, it's really fun when you see some of the top players in the world with that stuff because a lot of them like to bet big when they have it or they don't. It's It's kind of a nightmare to play against, if you want the honest truth.
People just tuning in, this is day 1C of the main event. My name is Remco Rinkema. Ben Mincy from Barstool joining me in the booth. We got Joe Ingram joining us later tonight. Ben is playing the main event tomorrow.
Looking forward to catching up with old Joey Ingram tonight, too. I've always been a fan of his content. He's great for poker. The investigative journalism always plays.
And look at this. As you predicted, we're sizing up a little bit. It looked like 8,000 here, perhaps.
He went huge. Yeah, that's he goes that's what's fascinating here. 7.5K into 5,200. Just goes 1.5x pot. Like, put yourself in Worthman's shoes right now. You don't know what the heck is going on. You're like, why is this guy checks back flop, goes small turn, and then just 1.5x's the river? I mean, that's tough. It's tough because it's like you think you might be bluffing, but it's just you're getting no odds to call whatsoever when they go this big. If he finds a call here, I'm gonna put some respect on Mr. Worthman's name because I know I feel like I would be losing this pot off this bet.
Ben, would you say that perhaps some of the more old school players react differently to overbets because they might not think through whatever GTO compilation some of these guys are putting together, and whether or not sometimes it is better to keep it simple depending on the opponent you're facing?
I think that's very, very true. And a lot of these top players have figured out when you bomb it big, you're just getting way, way more folds. I mean, I know that's a common sense thing. Yep, there he goes.
Not worth the risk. Addamo fires big, takes it down, and I'm honestly curious if Addamo, as he accumulates, is just going to keep ramping up the aggression because people just don't want to risk that many chips.
No, they don't. And like I said, I mean, props to him. Nobody's wanting to call a 1.5x pot bet on the river with third pair in the main, and he knows that. And it's probably why he's one of the best players in the world.
Michael Addamo on our horseshoe table. We're featuring 2 tables right now in the main event. And every level, we are switching tables to give you guys an insight into what's happening on day 1C. Once again, reminder here, beat the best and crush the rest. Tap into GTO Wizard, the most advanced poker solver out there, and the best way to learn and practice GTO. Head on over to gtowizard.com/PokerGo and get started for free. Also, save 10% on your first purchase. No limits, no excuses. That is gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Crush your competition right now. Many players upping their game, especially here, or especially to get ready for the main event. Quick shout to the people in the chat asking who else is playing today, who might we see later on. Well, I'll give you a few names here from some bracelet winners in the field. We got Freddie Deep in the house. We have Erick Lindgren, Romaine Lewis, David Pham.
Love David the Dragon Pham. Talk about an old school one right there.
Philip Sternheimer is in the mix. Our very own Tristan Wade. Shout out to Chad Holloway in the mix as well.
Awesome.
Making a run. Jack Sinclair, former main event finalist. Big Hooney is in the mix. We'll get an update from Natalie Bodie in just a minute. Larry Wright, Jake Cody, Jao Samao. I can keep going. There's so many. Julian Martini. Robert Varconi.
Okay.
2002 main event champ.
The man who made Queen 10 famous.
Exactly. Dutch Boyd is in the house. Max Pescatori. And, of course, as we saw earlier, Vanessa Selbst also in the mix. Can I request a sort of like a 3x starting stack for Selbst and then put her on the feature?
Putting it out into the universe, I would absolutely love to see that. It's interesting. I played the July 4th 2 years ago, and it's an interesting dynamic because the main's always starting around the 4th. But there's so many levels to like what day is the best day to play. It's a huge debate. And if you play the first 3 days, you get the day off after day 2, which is a huge thing because after that, this main, I mean, it's every day. It's a war of attrition. But I found the only 2 times I did really well in the main, I played the last day. So it's always 5,000-6,000 though that last day. Last day's a zoo. But that's kind of what I'm looking.
Oh wow, Iverson, a non-believer with the 10 deuce.
Wow.
Thinking he can sniff a bluff out. And look at this, Lee with a massive pickup after losing a chunk to Ravi not too long ago, having to fold his set of kings. And now Lee up to 70,000. Iverson, who flopped the straight flush earlier, down to 45,000 after that one. And we're going to head on over and check in on Natalie Bodie, who found Big Hooney. Hooney, the 4th of July party.
Alongside Chris Unikin, no 4th of July party this year. The people want to know why.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, man. I don't know. Hadn't had the best series. I was going to have it, spending a lot of time on it. Had a friend doing a lot of stuff with it. A couple of things were falling through. Deadlines weren't getting meet, and I was just like, you know what, we're going to have to axe it this year. So I've had to answer to about 500 people today alone already, like, why am I here and not having the party and stuff. So definitely I know people were disappointed. I'm disappointed too, but maybe we'll bring it back. But for this year, no party.
Okay, there's the answer. You got it. But deciding to spend 4th of July here, what makes this event so special and sets it apart?
Well, honestly, I wouldn't have necessarily played the main today, but I was day 2 of that 800 with like a couple hundred people left. And right when I busted, I was already here. I was like, you know what, let's just play the main. It's early. So, but yeah, this tournament is like the best tournament in the world, right? So, I mean, there's no other tournament like it. So,
we appreciate your time. I'll send you back table. Thank you, Chris.
Natalie Bodie out in the field. Mincy, I do think that it's going to be easier for us to get the top talent to speak during the main when we switch Jeff Platt out for Natalie Bodie.
Natalie Bodie does a dang good job, too. I got to work with her in 2023. She's very confident. She knows her poker. She's, you know, you get a good energy from her. She's a good person, so I'm glad to see her out here doing well.
Shout out Natalie. Shout out Big Hooney. No 4th of July party, but perhaps he can make his own party happen in the main. One of those players who's got an infinite edge on a field like this. If you give that man some chips, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. The chat, by the way, Mincy, is saying, who the heck is Mincy? And I know that the Barstool crowd is tuning in, and they know, of course, what you're all about. But why are you here is the question.
Well, I am here. Well, first of all, I love the relationship I have with PokerGo. I worked out here. I did the summer in 2023. With y'all, and I'm good friends with Brent Hakes and Jeff Platt. And, I would never say no to getting to come on here and talk about the World Series main. I'm out here playing it. This is my 10th main event. I've been out here about a week, played Cash the Mini Main, played a few others, and, you know, I guess that's honestly, thank you to Dave Portnoy. He gives us the 4th of July week off every year. What a great American.
And you forget to mention that, of course, you have a long history in the game of poker. You were one of the OG grinders coming up during the Moneymaker boom. You've had your results before stepping aside from poker, getting more into perhaps the sports side of things. You got picked up by Portnoy to cover the South. You are from Mississippi. Give the people some context as to what your day-to-day looks like outside of poker.
Well, I do appreciate you bringing up my poker past because I was a pro from 2006 to 14, and I got 75th in this thing in 2011. Feels like a lifetime ago when I was a 28-year-old young lad making day 6, running 5-bet bluffs on Patrick Antonius. But so I still get to play on the side. I got into sports media, actually, after I went back and finished college at Ole Miss, and I worked up from Louisiana Sports Radio to Barstool Sports somehow because I got really lucky, but I think I made the most of the opportunity. But it's so much fun because I still get to play poker, and I still got a lot of friends in the poker world. Get to do the World Series every year, and you know, I live in Chicago. I work in the Barstool office in Chicago. We got circuit events in Chicago. We got other events in the area, so I still get to play a little bit and, you know, act like I still think I'm pretty good. Honestly, I don't think I'm elite, but I still can get here and compete with these guys.
All right, so there you have it. It's fun to have Mincy in the booth with me, and as I always say, passion to me is the most important thing when it comes to how you spread the word about poker. Mincy near the top of my list as far as passion for the game. So happy to have you in the booth. Let's see if we can catch some more fireworks here on these feature tables. It is still day 1, but we saw fireworks yesterday. We will see more fireworks today. And Blom, not involved in this one, but I'm going to guarantee you he's going to play some big ones later on as we see Lee again.
Oh, it's going to fold. Lee seems like he's playing pretty well. We saw him fold that set of kings like it was nothing on the river. Got a really good value bet in with ace-10 on the 10-high board. Got snapped by 10 deuce, and now we see him picking up another pot.
For those who want to listen to David Tuckman, he's in the booth on PokerGo.com alongside Will Jaffe as we look at G.I.'s Lee bio sheet. Graduated from the University College London. Enjoys playing basketball. Just shy of $500K in earnings. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this guy knows what he's doing.
I would guess so. It feels like just the way he's carrying himself at the table, he's thinking through Everything 470K, certainly not nothing. And he's obviously been a world traveler, studying in London, being from China. Let's see. Silverberg performance. Love seeing Ravi getting some shine here at the feature table. Well deserved.
Yeah, Ravi, of course, you know, not the main attraction, of course. We're here because Blom's at the table, but it's good to have additional big names, established names at the table to also create some action. The main event can be a long grind, and we're happy to have him on the table here as well. Once again, shout out to the people in the chat. Make sure to like this video. Let's get this thing up to 1,000 likes here. We got a long way to go, playing until a little after 1 in the morning, Las Vegas time. We're going to be here the entire time, no breaks. We're just going to have some fun with this.
Ooh, we got a big flop here from Mr. Spencer, flopping middle set. This is a heads-up pot, though, so is he going to be able to extract some chips out of Iverson's ace-10? It's probably Iverson's. It feels like Iverson's a little trigger-happy. We saw the snap call that 10-deuce as well. He better think through this. He just check-called ace-10 high.
Well, at least the turn gives him perceived help. But
perceived is the right word.
Yes.
He's drawing deader than fried chicken.
Spencer making a full house. He's going to go for 2 streets of value here. He has to, right?
Yeah, well, the thing is, Iverson, if you're going to check call the ace-10 with nothing, you're going to probably call on the note.
Oh, wow. So a bit of a loose, strange call on the flop. Then on the turn, you can actually maybe defend making the call, but instead he quickly folds.
Who knows? Because you would have thought if you're calling the ace-10 on the flop, you turning the nut flush draw would be probably almost the best thing that could happen. But
back to Michael Addamo with ducks, and you know, exemplary of his confidence and perhaps his skill, he's messing around with deuces here.
And we saw him in there. We saw the big bluff at the 6-4 off. Got through the last hand we saw him play. What a just calm the demeanor he has at the table. I mean, does this guy move? Look at that, just chin and head. Just there's nothing to pick up.
So let me tell you a funny story. A good friend of mine from the Netherlands is in town and plays a lot of padel, which is basically like the more grown-up and serious version of pickleball with glass sides. Padel, very famous, or very popular, I should say, especially, I want to say, in Europe. Pickleball, bigger here in the U.S., but that's besides the point. One of the players he plays with on a regular basis is Michael Addamo. When you see Michael Addamo at the poker table, you would never assume him running around being very athletic, but it just goes to show that you bring a different persona to the poker table.
Yeah, he seems like a stone-cold killer at the poker table. That's the vibe I'm getting. Let's see.
It's always nice to do well in the early going, so that, you know.
It's going to be interesting. So he checks the King 3-6 King. I mean, all you got's a bluff catcher here, but people do tend to love bluffing the King high boards. Let's see if he's able to call one here. As you know, he's going to give it up.
Saeed Haho from Rabat, Morocco, now residing in Casablanca, has a degree in mathematics and finance, so this man, no slouch. He's got it all figured out probably. He's been playing poker since 2010.
He is short in chips now with 13.2K, so that was a big pot. That was a very important pot for him.
Important pot for him indeed, as we give you a little bit of overview of the room here at the Horseshoe. Quick reminder here that you can win your way into the PokerGO studio. True Classic and PokerGO are giving 15 players a shot at a 5K package to compete in a signature end-of-year event. Head to trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo or scan the QR code on your screen to enter. That is trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo. Tell your story and take your shot, and we might see you in Vegas in December if you win that 5K package. It's free to enter, so
yeah,
why not?
Classic's a great product. They're very well-fitting shirts. They, I'm not the thinnest guy, and they slim me down a little bit. They look good.
You know what, Mincy? I used to be a lot bigger than I am, but when I was very big, the biggest mistake I made, and I weighed 285 at one point, was that I was still wearing too baggy shirts, and that made me look even bigger. You gotta buy the right size.
You do.
True Classic tees, by the way. Phenomenal fit. I agree with you on that one.
It really is.
Blom here, 3-betting. 2,600 with ace-jack suited. Action back
your
on
first time playing
Spencer,
the main, or
who made a 1K. Out of position versus Blom. Queen Jack off, probably not a comfortable situation to play.
Yeah, that it's only 1,600 more, but I like what you just said. Because, yeah, it's only 1,600 more, but you're out of position with Queen Jack off, guessing against one of the best players in the world. And that's, you know, when you talk about the World Series main, a lot of situations come up. That's not a profitable one. So I like just, if there's ever a tournament where you can kind of find another day and there's always going to be another hand, it's this one with the 2 hour level. So I like that fold.
And to your point, as we look at the tournament format presented to you by Splash Sports, 120-minute levels. Your home game, as you're watching this, will not last as long as this event. We're playing 5 levels per day. This is 8 full days of play to reach the final table. On day 8, there will be 9 players remaining who will then play out the final table over the course of 2 full days. So stamina, both mentally and physically, very much required to make a run in this event, to give yourself a shot.
There was a lot of talk, you know, in the Hellmuth thing this year where he was complaining about the 2 hour levels and that he wasn't going to play. And then who actually thought Phil Hellmuth wasn't going to play the World Series main event? I mean, let's all be very, very honest. You think that man would never miss this. But, I mean, it's tough. The 2 hour thing is no joke. I mean, like, you look at championship level poker events, you see 60-minute levels, maybe 90. I mean, that's like at final tables. There's no other 2 hour level tournament. It doesn't exist. And so that's why I compare, like I said, the U.S. Open and golf's my comparison. All right, we got an action flop here. We got Ravi flopping 3 10s. He's got a set. And then both other guys hit the flop. Silverberg flops open-ended with Queen Jack, and then Bunch. I mean, you would think Ace-Queen, not the worst hand on the Ace-9-10. So we should see some fireworks here.
Yeah, this is a very interesting spot here, especially how much it depends on who takes the betting lead and what approach the next player takes, because Bunch could very well call here with Ace-Queen, and then Ravi could be the one to apply pressure, but sometimes the order in which things happen dictate the outcome, and Silverberg with the bet, Bunch with the call. Now, Ravi with a set on this board texture, probably likely to raise here. This is not the type of spot where you want to slow play versus 2 opponents.
No, you wouldn't think so. But then you also, with the main event being as weird as it is, you could kind of go PLO theory and just peel one and look for a safe 3 and then shock them on the turn. Yeah, but you got to think, you would think he's raising here, and he is. I mean, you got to set on an extremely vulnerable board, and then, I mean, 9-10 of diamonds being out there, you know somebody's drawing here.
So Silverberg with the quick toss, action back on Bunch.
He went bigger here, too. Went 5,500 more. Yeah, if you're a Bunch here, this is – it's interesting because you might talk yourself into him doing it with the draw because there's so many draws out here. I mean, you got any diamond draw, Queen Jack, and then you got Ace-Queen. You don't have any diamonds, so you got to think maybe he's thinking that Ravi could be drawing here.
And look at this. Bunch also lets it go. Very disciplined fold here as Ravi picks it up with a set of 10s.
Good fold there, though, by Bunch, because that's one of those spots where you call the 5,500 more, but you got no idea where you are. And you're looking at facing 2 more streets of bets just guessing, and that's –
2300.
Break that for me. Thank you.
Donnie Peters, oh, and seated next to Melanie Weisner, the host of the PokerGO podcast. Oh man, it's so good to see him out in the field. Donnie peacefully grinding, as they say. I heard, Ben, that he folded kings pre-flop. Turned out that his opponent had aces, so Donnie is a lock to make at least the money.
That's incredible, though. He folded kings pre-flop correctly in the World Series main. That's
when you know the guy's locked in. And the chat goes wild. Donnie Peters with some fans, of course. You got to check out the PokerGO podcast, released daily on both our YouTube channel, your podcast feed, and also on PokerGO.com. There we go. Love to see all the love for Donnie in the chat. Christy, Armix, Indiana. A lot of our regulars in the chat, by the way. Don't forget to hit the like button. Let's get us up to 1,000 likes here on the feed. Vinci and myself will be here all night. We got joining us later. And I must say, that USA jacket he was wearing, like A+.
I agree. Retro. You know, you kind of get that old school feel with it. And I would love to see like a best of U.S. costumes today. We're seeing a lot of patriotism out here in the World Series main field.
All right, back to the main feature. Blom with Jacks versus Spencer. Despite the presence of the overcard, Blom well out in front here with the Jacks.
It's a tough turn card here for Spencer. We didn't see the action on the flop, but I'm going to go out on a limb and guess it went check, and it was Blom in. And then he's betting the 10 turn, and Spencer catching just enough to call with the king 10. Let's see what happens on the river. Oh, that's a terrible card for Spencer. Blom's going to get paid off here, I think. Board pair and queen. Really changes nothing. Blom going to be being the good player that he is, knows the value bet here.
So yeah, Blom now contemplating going for value with Jacks.
Is that a 5K in there?
He's overbetting.
He's overbetting. This is tough. This is a good overbet here. That's 8.6K into 6,600. So he goes like about almost 1.3x pot here. And we were talking about this earlier with Addamo, who did it with 6 high, and Blom's doing it with a strong 2 pair here. And this is why these are some of the best players in the world. Because if I was up against this, I wouldn't know.
Oh, look at this, and he gets called as well. This is when you know your opponent. Blom reading the room correctly, getting value off Jacks on this type of board texture. Well done by Isildur, who's making the day pretty tough here for Spencer, who's down to 36K.
Yeah, and I know we were talking about the overbetting because this is a fascinating topic. Your common person there, when they're 6,600 in the middle, is going for 3,800 or 4K. And you're happy to get paid on that, but Isildur's playing a different game. Dude just got 5K more off that river bet of value than the common person's going to get.
Once again, welcome to the show. Appreciate you all for hanging out. I wonder if any of you people in the chat is still in the free roll. I'm still in, but it's mostly because I keep forgetting that it's my turn. And
I'm sure everybody hates you at the table.
I'm
right
sitting
now.
out half the time.
They're hating you at the table.
The beauty of the Play PokerGO software is the fact you only have 5 seconds to act on every decision.
Okay.
So let's get this thing moving.
Yeah, I like that. Nobody likes sitting around playing internet poker.
Imagine if there was a live event with a 5-second clock.
Oh man, I love that. I would love that. But I'm one of the people that acts pretty quick.
Might be hard to enforce for the dealer to like reset the iPad every 5 seconds.
That would be tough.
Or what about this? Poker with a chess clock. You have your own time. So you have like an hour to decide, for the entire event.
Okay, but then so you use 10 or 20 minutes if you have a tough decision, but then you gotta I could get behind that.
And then once you're out of time, you're on a 5-second clock every single decision.
So Zacconi opening the 9-8 of spades. He's got over 100K. Him and Ravi, 2 big stacks at this table. Iverson, pretty obvious defend here with King Queen of Diamonds at the big blind.
We got 10, 6, 5 rainbow on board here.
I mean, you got to think Zacconi's going to continue. Flops a gut shot, backdoor spade draw. I mean, you got to think he's going to see bet here. And it'll be interesting to see if that's going to be the end of the pot because Iverson did not hit anything here.
Well, we've seen Iverson getting sticky with less.
Yeah, I like the fold here, though. He's out of position. You know, the floating's better when you're one in position and making him get to do stuff on the turn. Gets out of there.
I'll say this, I'm not disappointed at the level of action at this table. Everyone's playing fast. We've seen quite a few big pots already. Everybody seems comfortable here.
Yeah, and then we got some interesting dynamics. Victor Blom, you know, was down to 40K. He's back to almost starting stack with 56,300. 2 stacks with over 100K in Zacconi and Ravi. I think we got a nice looking table. You mentioned Spencer get top 20 in the World Series main in 2021. I know he's not doing as well, 36,400, but I mean, this is pretty tough. Lee's looked like a good player so far from what we've seen out of him. He's got 74K. This does not look like the softest World Series main table I've ever seen.
All right.
We'll put it that way.
Ben in the chat says, currently second in the free roll. Let's go, Ben. I quadrupled up. No big deal.
We got Victor Blom opening the 7-6 of diamonds here.
Silverberg letting go of the ace-9.
Can't fault that ace-9 fold, though. That hand doesn't play very well off the flop. I mean, I know it's a big card with a decent kicker, but Bunch calling with ace-10. Ravi folds king deuce of spades.
John Bunch, 77 live cashes, $750,000 in total earnings. Wearing the Alan Kessler shirt. This guy just going for the memes and the trolls.
We got the big hat, too. All right, we got a decently interesting flop here. Blom opening the 7-6 suited, does have middle pair. So he's going to keep the lead here. Just if nobody has an ace, he's winning this pot. But we know Bunch does have an ace. He's got a pretty solid kicker with it, ace-10. Would think he's probably just going to call this bet because you raise here, you're never getting called anything worse. So call, keep Blom's perceived bluffing range in here. We're going to see a turn card. And Bunch also has a 10 of clubs, so he's got a blocker here. Flush draw.
I wonder how often players think themselves into a corner when faced with a player such as Victor Blom. I wonder how much Blom benefits from his image. Of course, an important factor in that is also him being aware of his image going the other way, where people want to call him down light, where perhaps he has to adjust his bluffs. But in this case, of course, this hand, plays out in a way where Bunch simply too strong. That's the river, and Blom, of course, has basically already surrendered after getting called on the flop.
Yeah, Blom, no thought there with middle pair at all. Just was testing the waters on the ace-high flop and saw some resistance, and that was it. Oh, interesting turn. We got a hand here with the Addamo and Shield again. Both of them have top pair.
Old foes here. Shield flopping a set versus Addamo earlier on, in case you missed that. Now here, Shield with King Jack, Addamo with King 8, again on the losing side of things.
Small bet here, 2,500 to 5,900 by Shield. As usual, you're gonna just pick up absolutely nothing on Addamo. I mean, I'm admiring this man's table demeanor. The man's neck doesn't move, his face doesn't move. I mean, I guess he blinks his eyes a little.
The one thing that sort of makes me uncomfortable is the hands under the table. It makes it almost seem like he's a mannequin who just got pressed up against the table.
You're right.
It's like the Justin Bonomo posture,
And he's sitting up tall too. All right, looks like he's gonna. Oh, we're seeing a raise here.
Wow.
Wow.
Raise.
And this is why it gets real fun, because your common man like myself is thinking, I have top pair and a decent kicker. That's a hand I'm calling with.
Right.
But he's going ahead and saying.
Now, let's pretend for a second that we are smart enough to analyze this. The way Addamo is raising it on the turn, what are we getting value from here that is going to continue that we can still extract more value from on the river? Because that, to me, is where this gets a little funky, because obviously raising king 8 there is pretty thin if you're looking to extract value.
I mean, all I can think of is he thinks he's got a draw and he wants him to pay for it. Because
Right.
that is a draw-heavy board on the king 10-5, 2 hearts. Total brick river here. I would think Adamo's going to check this back for showdown. But you know what? What do I know?
Christoph Schild, by the way, his opponent from Geneva, Switzerland, a degree in computer science from the Swiss Institute of Technology. So we got some serious graduates here at the table. Schild has never cashed in a World Series Poker event. He's here with 3 of his friends on a trip from Switzerland, 2 of which are also playing in the main.
I'm fascinated here. Okay, he's checking back because he has showdown value with the king. And when he raised the turn, he thinks that Shield could have called with a draw, and then being in position, you go check river, and you can show down the king 8 and beat draws. Ultimately, Shield had top pair with the better kicker. And probably a good check on the river by Addamo there, because that 5 river, I mean, that was a brick board pair and river, so if he'd have bet, he was going to get called. So I guess maybe he was just trying to take the lead on the turn to check back. I don't know. It's interesting. I guess to check back the river.
Once again, welcome to the show, everyone who's tuned in from all over the world. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know how your day has been. Let us know if you've been having some success at the poker tables yourself. And while you're at it, please make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We have a separate commentary on PokerGo today for those who want to listen to David Tuckman, Will Jaffe. They are doing the commentary there. We'll be joined later on by Joey Ingram. We're keeping it light-hearted and loose here on the YouTube chat. We'll play some free rolls while we chat, and we'll keep you updated on everything that's happening in the main. And for those people wondering, why these 2 tables, we have to change the tables every level because, of course, it is a disadvantage for these players to play under the cameras and the bright lights. So we've decided to kick things off with 2 online legends, Michael Addamo and Viktor Blom, and then we'll see who we'll get after the break, but we will have a nice little rotation going on. You'll see multiple different tables.
I agree that you said that. I've played at some of these featured tables, and I do.
Excuse me. Before you get into this, you cannot say that without saying who you were seated next to.
I was seated next to Phil Ivey on day 1 of the World Series main in 2023, and it was actually one of the most fun experiences. He was on my left, and he was wondering because there were cameras around me, and he's like, who the heck is this guy? And I was like, yeah, I work for Barstool Sports. He said, what's Barstool? And I was like, well, pizza reviews.
Right.
Dave Portnoy. Right. And he's pizza reviews. Just had no idea what Barstool was. But Ivy was he was a good dude. We actually chit-chatted a little bit. I mean, he usually stays to himself, but he was friendly at the table, had a good time. He got me in a pot, but you know what? I'm not the first or the last that are going to say that. So there ain't no shame in losing to Phil Ivey.
Phil Ivey, of course, made the final table of the 100K PLO just yesterday. We'll see him in the main. I'm assuming tomorrow. Of course, the option is there as well to max late reg and join with 60 bigs on day 2. So we'll have to wait and see what the numbers will look like for the main event, as many players nowadays will fly in and just buy in at the very last moment on day 2 to basically make their tournament as short as possible.
No, it's a real thing. It is a real thing.
Close my eyes and see an apple.
All right, we got a hand going on here where Blom has a pretty large hand here. Ace queen. Okay, looks like he took it down on the turn.
Like
but
when I
trip
close my
aces,
eyes, I can imagine
top
an apple.
kicker.
I can think about what it looks like. I can maybe kind of think of the shape. It's not like a picture pops out in my head.
Was it? I'm just curious. I think I know this already. Addamo, was that Andy McLeod on?
No. That is James Ops.
Okay, James Ops. I got confused because he was also Australian, and that dude's a monster.
We got Natalie Ramos, formerly Hoff, out in the field here battling. And it looks as though she's going to drag a pot here. Natalie, a mainstay on the international poker circuit for many, many years. Used to work alongside her in poker media.
Okay.
About 10 years ago. Very strong poker family, married to Felipe Ramos. I'm sure their dinner table conversations are a little bit different than mine. My wife does not know how to play poker.
That is always a fascinating. The poker relationships are fascinating to me, though, because I wonder how often the strategy talk comes up. You know, like what spots in life are you just like, hey, you know, you're talking about folding ace queen when you're.
Well, maybe I should get my wife to sign up for playpokergo.com so she can get started with some free roll action. It is the place where the action never stops. You can win your share of 1 million gold coins every single hour on the half hour. So sign up right now to playpokergo.com and get in the mix. Play the free rolls once an hour. Just, you know, some casual poker every now and then. It's good. I find myself sitting in the waiting room at the dentist, firing up some games every now and then. It's a
hey,
fun.
so at least you get your teeth checked, man. Staying on top of it.
Hey, twice a year, dentist. Everyone, please get those teeth checked. It's very expensive to fix stuff once it goes bad. Weaver and Santangelo. Excuse me, Santangelo with 10-3 off. He's not going to get involved here. Weaver raising it up with ace-queen to 1,000.
We've seen Patel play some hands. Now we see the 9-5 of spades calling out the small blind. I mean, you got to love it. You got to love it. You get all kinds of styles in the World Series main.
Yeah, Patel definitely one of the looser players in this event.
Weaver flops top pair, top kicker, but we got 3 hearts out here.
That's 14.
So he goes 1,400 into 3,400. And small, you would think he'd bet a little bigger to try to protect his hand here against 2 people, but we're kind of in this new world of poker now where everybody just goes small on the flop, no matter what's out there. It's kind of, it's the way you see the evolution of poker through the years. And one of the biggest ones you see now, small continuation bets.
4th heart here on board. Shield making a flush.
Top 2 pair for Weaver, but it's kind of a bluff catcher now on a 4 flush board. He's going to go check, check. He's trying to get the showdown here. What's interesting about this hand now, does Shield, we see the 9 of hearts is good, but there's 2 hearts to beat him. King and 10 of hearts. Do you bet it here? And he is. I respect this. Going 2K into 6,200, so he's going thin for value, betting a third of the pot. And this is a really good bet because Weaver now, I mean, you're getting, almost 4 to 1 on your money. You got top 2 pair. You feel like he could be bluffing.
So Weaver with some deliberation.
And this is part of that mix where we talk about the small versus big bet on the river here. We've seen 1.5 pot bets by these pros. We see a third of the pot bet here for value. Good disciplined fold here by Weaver. Because only a third of the pot there, you're kind of like, will this dude just be messing around with something here? And that's a good fold. That really is a good fold because that's an easy spot to say, heck with it. Here's 2K. Show it to me. And he didn't do that.
I'm glad I got to start some dental chat. Everybody, please get your teeth checked. Mincy, also a question for you in the chat that I saw coming in earlier. When you were learning how to talk when you were 5 years old, was the voice already as raspy, or did it come in at a later point?
It's been pretty raspy the whole way.
Oh, I love it.
But I will say,
the smoking made it worse.
Yeah, but I wasn't too bad a smoker. I mean, it probably wasn't good. But I was never like an everyday smoker. I mean, I guess I did a little, but.
I didn't even know you smoked. I was just kidding.
Yeah. No, I'm not. But I don't know. Just thick Southern draw. The North Louisiana draw.
I love it. But
at least people, it's distinct. If nothing else, they know. They always know it's me.
I'm sure you sound like every local radio station out in Mississippi.
Well, what's actually funny is my voice sounds a lot like Patrick Mahomes, the Chiefs quarterback.
We've already seen it about a half dozen times in the
people
chat.
always say Kermit the Frog and Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
2 comparisons. Some people think I sound like Coach O, the old LSU coach, too. He's got a little more South Louisiana than his, though.
So is there a big difference between the Louisiana and the Mississippi draw?
Yeah, well, the South Louisiana is a different world. It's all the Cajuns. I mean, I always say, like, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and Lafayette are like their own little – I don't know that they're part of the United States. You got the just real thick Cajun.
Oh, you know what that reminds me of? That TV show True Blood.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They were out in Bon Tom.
Yep, that's those crazy South Louisianans. Telling you, they're a different breed. We got a pretty good bit of them out here playing the World Series, though. We got a good Louisiana poker contingent. I feel like the South always gets no respect in the poker world, but there's a lot of Southern riders that battle out here.
Of course, I believe the South home to one of the most epic trophies in all of poker. The Alligator Trophy, I want to say that's down in New Orleans.
Yes, and they're bringing it. Shout out to the World Series of Poker. The circuit is coming back to NOLA.
Oh,
first time since COVID.
Oh, wow.
It's been like 18 or 19, but they ran Caesars. Credit to them. They put a lot of money into that Harrah's NOLA.
Right.
Put a lot of money into that Superdome down there, and yeah, they're bringing the circuit back. So I'm excited for that. It's Labor Day weekend. We got Hudson open with the ace-jack clubs here for 1K. Hudson we hadn't seen too much out of him getting out of line this table so far. He's going to pick up the blinds here. His bunch lets go with 6 deuce off. Playing just, I guess we're still kind of toward the ends here of level 3 of the World Series, right?
Yeah, we got 3 levels of action, 6 hours of play for you here tonight as we look once again at GTO Wizard, the #1 way for you to improve at PokerGo. Go to gtowizard.com/PokerGo to start out for free and save 10% on your first purchase. Beat the best and crush the rest. Go to gtowizard.com/PokerGo and get involved right now.
We got Spencer raising to 1K with the Jack-10 of spades, and Lee, ace-queen off, just calling with the ace of spades. And you kind of see a lot of this in the World Series main, like ace-queen early. You see less 3-betting and more calling pre-flop. Maybe with the tournament just so deep stacked, and you don't want to get in spots where you get 4-bet and you have ace-queen off. And Silverberg,
2,800.
Oh wow! Look what we got here. We got a little button, little squeeze here with the 8 high, the 8-7 of clubs with Silverberg taking the lead.
He's a huge poker fan.
Like this play, people aren't going to be able to put him on it. He went a little small here. He only went 1,800 more. I think probably he's going to get called here in most spots, to be honest. I mean, it's only 1,800 more. Spencer only has 34,000 chips, though. That's a little bit of a consideration. But 1,800 more, multi-way pot, Jack-10 of spades. Can't blame him for making the call. And Lee just mucks the ace-queen off here. And while that might look tight, I don't hate it. We're seeing these hands. We got Jack-10 and 8-7. Wow. Lee mucked ace-queen and just would have flopped top 2 here on that 3-bet. So we got kind of interesting dynamics in this pot. The action went Spencer open 1K. Lee called ace-queen, and Silverberg went 2,800 with 8-7 of clubs.
That's the true spirit of the main event, where you're trying to make some magic happen with the 8-7 suited, and look at this. Silverberg takes it down.
I mean, yeah, he got Lee folded ace-queen off pre-flop. I wonder what he probably wasn't most thrilled when he saw the ace-queen 10 flop. But props to Silverberg, taking the lead in position on the button.
All right, alongside a poker legend, Wendini Olis, the first woman to cash the main event in 1986. How have you seen this thing evolve since then?
It's a very different game today, and a much tougher game for anyone who doesn't really study. The pro is a pro, and you have to really respect that. But I still enjoy the game, and I still remember a bit, and I'm going to keep going. I'm holding my own at the moment. And if I can do that all the way to the final table, wouldn't that be great?
It would indeed. You come and you play this. I know you said you don't live here in Vegas. So what is it about the main event that you most look forward to when you make this trip?
I like to meet old friends. I like to see all of the people I know who work the tournament, who've really grown and created an extraordinary event that's now a national treasure, an international treasure.
Very well said. Going to send you back. Thanks so much for the time.
Wendine Eolis from Murray Hill Station, New York. Legendary name in the world of poker, cashing the main event back in 1986, finishing in 25th place, the year that Barry Johnston won this tournament. Back then, 36 places paid, 1.4 million prize pool, 141 total runners in the event. We have to
shout out to her. That looking good. That was 39 years ago. She's looking good.
Absolutely
looking good, and I think that's awesome. You get so many just great stories from the main event, all walks of life.
Absolutely, and she also she cashed the main event as well again in 1993. So she has 2 main event cashes under her belt. One of the OGs of the game, respectfully too. I mean, that's something that we need as a game to also recognize those that came before us.
Totally agree, and love the history of the World Series. Man, she's not kidding though. It's crazy. I mean, we're talking about a 10,000 person field here, and we've seen them before. I think we're going to see another one here.
Imagine if time travel was a thing, and you could put Michael Addamo and Viktor Blom in the 1986 main event. Just imagine the clash of styles and how different the game was back then.
Stu Unger was the only one at that point that was playing.
Yeah,
playing that wild style.
Yeah, he had already downloaded GTO Wizard back in the 80s.
Let's see Blom get away with another bluff here, because I mean he's bluffing with the best hands. Hudson's got 7 high, but we saw another. Blom went 7,600 on the river there into 8.8K, so we saw yet another bigger river bet here, and he thought he was bluffing. Little does he know that ace high was way good, but that was certainly not a bet for value there with ace high on that river.
Once again, if you're watching us on YouTube, please smash that like button. I want to say we hit 5,000 likes on last night's stream. Let's bring this thing up and get us up to over 1,000. The engagement helps us spread the good word on these streams. And while you're at it, you might as well subscribe to our YouTube channel as we look at the chip denominations brought to you by True Classic. The hundreds are still in play, but it's all about those neon greens, the 25Ks. Let's try and collect as many of those while you're at it. Like I mentioned yesterday, Michael Mizrachi, the grinder, backing up the biggest stack. 300,000 is what he takes to day 2.
300K is, I mean, 5 starting stacks the World Series main is, I mean, that's an effort on day 1 when the blinds end at 3,600. Silverberg's playing a lot of hands. Like I said, I mean, he does look so much like Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, he really does, but playing poker very well. We've seen him win multiple pots, taking the lead without anything. And we see another kind of light open here. Oh, Iverson with aces. The flat out the big. No 3-bet here. He just flats the ace. Oh boy.
Oh wow, we got ace king 4, all diamond. Silverberg pairing his ace.
Case ace flopping. Wow.
Both players potentially not too happy with the sight of the monotone flop.
I was gonna say, Silverberg, is he checking back, or is he's gonna go ahead and bet his hand? Very curious to see. So how does Iverson play this? Because we all see the 3 diamonds out there. Just calls the top set. Turns a queen. Not. Iverson's checking again with top sets. I would be surprised. Silverberg's probably going to slow down here. I mean, you got top pair, you got no kicker. Oh no, he's going same bet.
That's interesting. Don't see that all too often.
And just a call here by Iverson, and he checks dark with top set.
And the deuce comes in on the river, and Silverberg.
You got a showdown hand here. You got to be like diamonds miss. Yeah. He's going to be shocked when he sees top set here. He's going to be like, what happened? He look at the smirk on his face. It's like, how could you see that coming? Dude just flattened the big blind and check called 2 streets. But Iverson gets the money.
Yeah, he's already had a straight flush. Top set of aces. Very much in flux as far as his stack goes. Sitting on about 50,000 right now.
Maybe, not probably.
All right, quick reminder here that the big game on tour is back and available for you to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel with new episodes dropping every Saturday. It's high-stakes cash action filmed at NABT Las Vegas in 2024 with loose cannon Jordan Handrich taking on Jennifer Tilly, Sam Grafton, Andre Akari, Griffin Benger, and soccer star Gerard Piqué. Really, really great cash game action. Come and check that out.
Like I said, I know I'm pumping PokerGo's tires because I'm on a PokerGo stream, but man, just if you want to go down the poker rabbit hole, there's one place to go. That's PokerGo. You got it all: tournaments, cash games, a lot of interesting content out there. And it's obviously during the World Series main, this is the time to shine, but it's a year-round thing for PokerGo. There's good stuff all the time. Looks like Weaver winning a pot pre-flop with ace king against Worthman, who had ace jack.
That's not right. I need 17. Sorry. 300.
Got to be real careful with ace jack in the World Series main on day one. That's definitely it's a hand that it's going to be the second best one a lot.
You got to be careful on day 5 with ace jack also.
That's true. You do. Ace jack is always one, unless you're playing like 3 or 4, short-handed. That's one that's going to. It ends up the second best one. It's big spots a lot.
Welcome back.
All right, we're staying with our horseshoe table here. Addamo below starting stack has been tangling with half the table. Patel and Shield, the biggest winners here so far.
Every time we've watched Shield, he's been, he won the big pot with a set of 2s against Addamo's ace king, and then, he won the king jack pot against Addamo's king 8. We've seen him looking pretty good out there. To 400 level here before the big break. Everybody's sitting so deep. I mean, Spencer's got 33K and he's still got 83 big blinds at this point. I mean, even if you're short, you're not short.
Hello.
Boy. Oh, boy.
Kings for Blom. I just wanted to sort of get our minds right. Let's focus on what's to come here, because any sort of hand here is going to be in a lot of trouble, especially with Blom's aggressive style. He's not going to get credit for a hand like Kings all too often.
Doesn't look like he's going to get any action here.
Damn. I got so hyped up seeing those.
I know. You know what? I bet he was pretty hyped up too. But ultimately.
So the clock does tick a lot faster up here, in my opinion.
I feel like it's the opposite.
Yeah, I think it's the opposite. When you're on that feature table, I think it's slower.
Well, the hands are slower, meaning the clock goes faster because you play fewer hands.
That's true. It's always. I see a lot of hoodies at this feature table, but a lot of times those lights a little hot.
The law of averages.
Temperature's a little hotter at those feature tables too.
Yeah, Negreanu was sipping on a glass of wine last night, complaining about how hot it was at the table, and then later he confessed to our very own Jeff Platt that maybe he should not have had the appetizer with bread, a full serving of pasta, and dessert, and a glass of wine. That will also put you to sleep.
That will, especially the 2 hour levels, man. We keep bringing it up, but it's a real bear. It's a real thing. Let's see if anybody catches anything. We got Spencer with ace-8 on the button here. Got to think that's going to be an open.
Race.
Yep, he opens 1K at 400. Lee's going to muck queen-8, and this was our look. Blom calling. We've seen as poker's evolved too. People ain't folding their big blinds often anymore because you're getting good prices.
Ace-4-5 here. Blom with the wheel draw. Spencer for the first time today, the upper hand versus the Swedish crusher. Spencer comes with 1100. Blom is not going to give up just yet. Of course, ranges can be a bit wider here. Spencer doesn't always have to have an ace here. With how deep these stacks are, Blom, of course, is going to be really comfortable given his cash game background.
Yeah, and Blom, by calling the flop, thinks it's going to go check here, and then he can just bet the river and represent the ace, and Spencer will fold unless he has it. So what?
3,600.
Okay, Spencer's going to go ahead and continue to bet and win. What I was hoping to see was Spencer check back and then Blom fire the river and Spencer call, but Spencer goes ahead and protects his hand. Can't blame him. Taking a pot from Viktor Blom.
What's the most intimidating player you've ever played against? And I know you sat next to Phil Ivey, but was that truly the one, or were there other spots where you were also perhaps a little off your game because of the presence of whichever
Argentina?
Okay, well the Ivy, look, Ivy's the best I've ever played against, but it was day one of the main, and you're just so deep that it's like they'd never get that uncomfortable just because that's how day one of the main is. Of the best, okay, I'll say this.
I've never been there.
I played a bunch with Patrick Antonius on day 3 in 2011. That's really something, playing against him. He's got a presence, and he definitely has one of them. But the two names I'm going to bring up that I've played against, that there's only two people I've ever played against that I think they know my cards when I play. Chance Cornuth.
Yep.
I always thought playing against him online, I mean, I felt like he knew every spot I was doing. And the other one I would mention is Tyler Smith from the South, a big-time cash game pro. He got second in the 50K PLO here a couple years ago. But those are the only two guys I've ever played against that I just don't think I have a chance in heck. I mean, those guys I felt like they always just knew exactly what I had. So those are the two I'm going to shout out. Chance, obviously, one of the best in the world. So I don't think there's any shame in that.
Well, Chance, of course, the best in the world at ChatGPT generating tweets and him scheduling those out. Chance, if you're watching.
That's true, too.
Those tweets, man, they make me cringe. I can't stand it. I can't do it anymore.
So, yeah, he's playing the marketing game.
Yeah. Oh, man. Lee, by the way, as we've seen over the course of this, I guess, first 90-minute block, very experienced, very well tuned in. I was able to fold his set of kings versus Ravi, who had the nut flush, and now looking to get some money in the pot here with ace-5 versus Zucconi.
Yeah, it looks like I think we got a blind versus blind battle here, too, which is why we're seeing the ace-5 and queen-3 go at it and take a turn card to let their hands develop. Action killer here, probably. With both of them, we got top pair against middle pair, and now we got a 4-card straight on the board. So I think we might be looking at a check-check situation.
Rare instance here in the YouTube chat. My wife is watching. Shout out, Jess. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for taking care of our little boy while I'm out here with Mincy in the WSOP main event streets. Can't believe that. I found a woman so perfect that both supports me and is able to take care of my little boy while I'm out here. My two big passions.
I love that.
Poker and my family. Round of applause for all the moms.
Yeah, absolutely. Saints. The amount of stuff can't imagine.
There's only a little bit of time left to pull off a sick bluff on camera.
I already did.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I mean,
which hand? Which
hand? Ravi saying he pulled off a sick bluff on camera. Maybe it was before we were on here. Maybe he's trying to act like that the nut flush river shove was a bluff, which we know it wasn't.
I feel like you cannot, like you should always say that you were bluffing.
Of
right?
course.
Right? You should always that should be your standard answer.
Yeah, I don't like ever. You got to keep them guessing, man. You know, you got to keep people guessing. You can't. It's like when you show them they made the right fold, that gives them confidence and positive reinforcement. You know, and so whatever you can do to keep their confidence down, you should probably do. Robbie got ace-jack here opening. See if he gets any action. Blom queen out of clubs here, but he's in the small blind, so he's not going to play. Oh, he did. No, he folded. And Zucconi folds 5, ace-7 for Silverberg. Probably going to peel here for 5. Yep. He's going to defend his big blind. No surprise there, though. People do defend wide. Probably not the best flop here for the ace-7. Robbie's got him tropped in here pretty good.
$800.
Ravi with the better ace. He's going to just be confident here in this spot. The big blind defend is not often going to show up with a better ace.
No, he went small. Call. So Ravi just 800 and 2,600, third of the pot bet, a little under a third of the pot bet, which is what you see a lot. Goes call. Turn brings 3 clubs. Soderberg does have the 7 of clubs here. Ravi does not have a club. So I'm curious to see, does Ravi go ahead and bet here the ace, or does he check back and control his pot? There's an argument to be made for both. Soderberg did just defend up the big blind, though, so probably a wider range of hands. Ravi's reaching for chips. He's going to fire.
28.
2,800 into 5,200, no, into 4,200. So about a 2/3 pot bet here. He's making him pay a price for drawing. A little bit interesting spot here for Soderberg. You got top pair, you got a bad flush draw. I mean, you get the 7 of clubs, you got a blocker, but you don't really know, is the top pair good? Is the 7 of clubs good? If you get there, you're kind of playing a little bit of a guessing game with his hand. Looks like he's going to continue to the river. Oh, we see him getting out the raisin chips. You gotta love it. World Series made. He's gonna pull.
72.
Oh man.
Silverberg applying the pressure.
It's a good bet. I mean, obviously we see what the hands are, but Ravi's in a tough spot here. You ain't got no club. He's got no club here, so he could be drawing dead. This is. He look. You can tell he doesn't like it.
Issue here being that what are we faced with on the river if we do decide to move forward here?
He's thinking, why didn't I check back that ace jack? Yep, great play here, Soderberg. We've seen it. This dude's firing away, man. What is this, about the 4th pot we've seen he's taken down with the worst hand now?
Well done by him, indeed. And Ravi surrendering a little one, but of course it's all about that risk-reward ratio. And are you able to progress yourself through this monster, this behemoth of a tournament? And one of the things that can help you with that is if you just get to studying, go to gtowizard.com/PokerGo to get started for free and save 10% off your first purchase. No limits, no excuses. That is gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Beat the best and crush the rest. That is the recipe for success as we go back on over to the Michael Addamo table. And Addamo again involved here, pairing his 6 on 8-6-3, king on the turn here versus Weaver. Addamo, as always, stoic, cool, calm, and collected.
There's a great observation about the hands. People always have hands on chips, shuffling them. That was an interesting observation, but it's so it goes check, turn here. Queen River.
Only 3,600 in the middle, so not that much to fight for. Addamo perhaps just trying to
get the showdown.
Yeah, get the showdown.
At 400.
Addamo with the small pickup there. They all count here in the main event. And I mean, I do have to ask you, I have to put you on the spot here. And I know we've gone through this song and dance year after year, you, of course, being part of Barstool. How do we once and for all get Dave Portnoy out here to support the greatest poker tournament in the world?
He keeps dancing around it, and he says he wants to play the main, but the problem, Dave enjoys the 4th of July. He enjoys it in Nantucket. He's the King's Island, as he always said. I've been trying to tell him, just come out and get in the day 2. Like we said, we got this option. We got a whole slew of people that just come out and buy in that last day 2. You could do the 4th of July. You could come play the day 2. So I'm trying to pitch him on that happy medium.
Would he last even an hour?
I feel like he'd either I mean, he could bust very, very quickly, but you could get hot. Dave, though, is for the many strengths he has in life, he is not a patient man. The 2-hour levels would be tough on him.
Right.
He loves horse racing. Man likes quick action. He's very impulsive. So the long grind to the main event would be. I feel like the day 2 would be the only real move for him because the day 1 would be tough on Dave.
Perhaps he's better off starting out with like the 10K Super Turbo to get his feet wet, but it'd be fun if he could give it a stab at some point, because he's been to Vegas so many times, you know, for a variety of sporting events, but also plenty of pizza reviews have already come in from Las Vegas, so maybe only a matter of time before he comes in here.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. But it would be a lot. It would be a lot of fun.
All right, we got some action here brewing. Back to our horseshoe table. 4 players down to 3 as Worthman gets out of the way.
Call 3 players.
Saeed Haho is going to call with ace deuce, and we got Santangelo and Patel also in the mix. How long would you generally say does it take for you to get a bit of a feel on the table? These players now have been playing for about 5 hours as we see a set of 4s and top pair, which could lead to some interesting developments.
I would feel like you have a good read 5 hours, yeah, because so many spots come up in the World Series main. I mean, 2-hour levels. I feel like at this point you have a pretty good read of what's going on. Yeah. Tough spot here for Haho. He's got to think this ace is good after it went checked around on the flop.
And now if you're Patel, I'm assuming that you're just thinking of raise size and perhaps sizing up a bit, or are we perhaps giving some respect to the draw nature of this board?
Well, interesting dynamic in this hand. Haho only has 11.8K behind after he bet 3.4K.
Right.
So.
Raise 85.
Wow, we have a.
Wow.
Things just went. Wow.
And look at the snap call here from Patel. Haho might be able to just get away from this right now here on the spot.
I didn't see that play coming from the nines from Santangelo.
Santangelo with 9s. Just getting aggressive a little bit randomly, perhaps. I mean, Haho is worried about things that aren't there. You know, there's no better ace out there. It's Santangelo on a bluff, and Patel making the call with a set of 4s. Very interesting river card to come here, because Santangelo might put Patel on a draw of some kind. We see the 6 of diamonds on the river, which could be a bit of an action killer for Patel. And Santangelo might be saved by this card.
If Santangelo bombs it, this could be interesting. Flush draw just got there, and a 4-card straight got there. If he bombs it, Patel's not gonna be happy.
I didn't even consider that. I guess I'm just too conservative.
Okay.
Wow, the snap bet, 15K on the river. Can't really pick up on what's being said, but Santangelo beats absolutely nothing here as Patel wins it without showdown.
Patel's got some chips down too.
Yeah, and given his loose play, he's going to put them to work immediately.
143,000 chips. Chip leader here at this table.
How many chips would you be happy with bagging up tomorrow? 65K?
51. Like I said, last year not making dinner on day 1, I put some scars on me.
Yeah, it is not easy to battle through this massive field, especially on day 1, but you can even register on day 2, which might be good for some players. Quick reminder here to sign up to play PokerGo.com. You can play free from anywhere in the world, available on web, iOS, and Android. So deal yourself in right now on playpokergo.com. We have a free roll every hour on the half hour. Make sure to get in there. Let us know how you're doing in the chat. It's just a fun bit of action on the side to come and enjoy some poker play here. Once again, if you're with us on YouTube, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. It's very much appreciated. My name is Rem Parinkama. We got Ben Mincy, Barstool Mincy, in the house with us, playing the main for the 10th year tomorrow. And
Join the nearest
we'll be
toilet.
joined later on by Joey Ingram as
nearest
well.
toilet.
If you want to listen to David Tuckman and Will Jaffe, they are on the commentary on PokerGo.com. Tomorrow, I'll be joined by Donnie Peters and Tristan Wade, both of which are playing the main event today. So we might have some war stories to share on tomorrow's YouTube broadcast. Worthman here in action, making it 3,500 with ace king from the small blind after Patel raised. No chance Patel was folding. I was just going to try to say it before he did.
You gotta go, I guess.
No. Patel did not come to the World Series main to fold.
Yeah, he has the mic. This could be awkward. This could be awkward.
Seeing ace 10, 4, 2 spades. Worthman looking very good here. Given Patel's loose play, would not be surprised if he just casually comes along here.
Very small c-bet here by Worthman, 1,200.
Quick call here. Spade comes off. I mean, having seen what we've seen from Patel, wouldn't be surprised if he tries to bluff here with the third spade coming out.
I would be surprised if he didn't, to be honest. Let's see if Worthman tries to bet to protect his hand or check to let an aggressive player kind of bluff. Looks like we're going to see a bet here.
Bet 4,000 plays.
Does decide to let it go. Worthman picks this one up as the 0-5 pot limit Hold'em a bracelet winner rakes one in. Just shy of the starting stack on 52K. Still hoping for some Donnie updates here later on. Still a long way to go on this main event grind as we swing back over to our main feature table. Viktor Blom, our headliner, Mr. Isildur. We also have World Poker Tour champ Ravi Raghavan and Lewis Spencer at the table.
We ain't much excited.
It's been a good table so far, some good action. We're swapping tables though on the dinner break.
Raise.
Raise. 16.
Iverson with ace-jack has had his share of fantastic cards, has not been able to capitalize on them. One small with aces, one small with a straight flush. Spencer now in the small blind.
Interesting spot here for Spencer. Do you 3-bet the ace 10 or do you just call on small blind?
Also, how do we sort of view the 4x button raise?
Raise.
Raise.
Oh, wow. Fighting back.
Apparently not very strongly, says Mr. Spencer.
Call.
Iverson,
One more 100.
quick to act, makes the call. If you're Spencer here, how do we sort of construct a range for Iverson?
Not a good flop for Spencer. It's always an interesting spot, too. When you re-raise out a small blind, I mean, you kind of have to continue after you put some of your little children in the pot already. It's hard to just check, give up. But Spencer does just that. And I think you got to give some credit to Spencer for this.
And look at Iverson showing. Oh, he's showing the jack. I thought he was showing the ace. It was pretty funny.
Credit to Spencer there, though. You know, it's he got put in a bad. You know, I understand why he 3-bet there pre-flop to 5,200, but he realized he didn't like the flop and he saved a bunch of chips just giving it up.
All right, quick update here on our PokerGo shop. Now through July 19 is your chance to save big on the best merch in the poker game. Use promo code WSOP25 at checkout for a deal on gear, apparel, and show merch only online at shop.pokergo.com. Don't wait. This sale ends soon.
You want something that's not busy and walking distance, you can go to Ellis Island, which most people wouldn't go to. What's that?
Small multi-way action here on 963.
They have a brewery.
Always fun to see who wins the pots when no one flops anything.
Right. Yeah, and that's where you know, in many ways, see which players are able to pick up on things like that, willing to risk small to win small, grow their stack. A player like Blom, of course, completely fits that mold to try and outdo his opponents, and in this case, we're just watching these guys check this down.
Check. King high. King high. You win. Maybe.
The 7's going to play here. It's very rare when you see the 7 kicker being good enough to take it down here.
This one goes to Zacconi. Once again, a reminder to please hit the like button on the feed today. We are live on both YouTube and PokerGo. The PokerGo feed does have David Tuckman and Will Jaffe, so you know, pick your poison, if you will. Mincy and I are holding down the fort on YouTube. We're happy to.
Gil from Sydney, Australia, flew a long way to be here. Is this a trip you take annually?
As much as I can. 2 days before I flew here, I was in hospital. So, yeah.
What was going on?
So I got an infection. I've got a long medical history. Had cancer, 17, relapse, graft-versus-host, so many other things. Still on a lot of medications. But, yeah, I mean, it's just taught me, though, you got to live as much as you can while you can. You don't know how many shots you got, so here I am.
Absolutely right, and we're glad that you're feeling better and you could make the trip. I also got to say your shirt is awesome.
I know.
You're on it. What's the story behind the shirt?
Well, I figured to get heads up, you need as many heads as you can, right? So increase my chances. But I saw this on Instagram, 25 bucks, got one for the whole family, saved on shipping. Everyone's happy.
I love it. I'm going to send you back because you're going to get dealt another hand. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Natalie, and sorry for stepping on that at the start of the interview. Checking in with Nikhil Attar, one of the many stories here in the main event. Happy to have Natalie on the floor. Jeff Platt also on different days. Nikhil, not his first rodeo, cashing the main event back in 2016. This man is living the life. You know, he says he's been through some stuff, and he's just making it count every single day. You gotta love that.
Absolutely, gotta love that. And you know, you could see the smile and the grateful attitude just in that interview. He just looked overjoyed to be here. Sounded good. He's obviously fought some stuff, and so it's just love that positive energy, especially when you go through adversity.
How many shirts do you own with your own face on it?
I have a couple. It's a weird move when you're wearing a shirt with your own face in it, and not to spoil it for tomorrow, but that could be coming.
Oh, I love it. I love it. We've seen some great apparel over the years. Tim Duckworth, of course, the head of custom shirts and apparel over here at PokerGo. Every single day this guy shows up and he's wearing something something obscure he found on eBay, like a 1992 WSOP jacket, or sometimes he'll print his own. A shirt full of heads of Alan Kessler, for example, which, by the way, we have at our feature table right now. GG Moneyman commenting on the quote-unquote, and it's his words, boring nature of these feature tables. You have to realize that this is a field of thousands, and these players, in many cases, taking their one shot at playing in a $10,000 poker tournament, faced with the pressures of the cameras, the lights, and the idea that everyone watching can see their cards. So obviously not the most comfortable setting for most. Not everyone as well versed in that type of scenario compared to someone like a Michael Addamo, who we have here on our secondary table. We are doing our best to rotate tables and get some people in there, but as you know, it takes time to find the characters, and then once those start appearing with some chips on day 2 and day 3, the action gets a little bit more loose, the people get a little bit more chatty, but right now you can still feel a little bit of that tension.
Yeah, well, it's just the dynamic of the World Series main on day 1. Everybody starts 300 big blinds, so you're not you don't see bust outs all the time. You're not seeing big all-ins every hand because people are just sitting so deep, and that's part of what makes the tournament unique. Grind of it. I think these have been pretty good tables, though.
Yeah, the action has actually been pretty good, especially given how deep these players still are and how much you're sort of supposed to be weighted towards being patient. As we see river action here between Haho and Patel. Oh, look at this. Patel just wants to see it with king high. And Haho gets some value there off his jack. Very surprising outcome there.
I am surprised too, but what we've seen out of Patel at this feature table, that ain't the guy you want to bluff.
No, that's very true. That is very true indeed. Bunch, by the way, wearing the Alan Kessler shirt, as I mentioned. Makes it 1,000 with ace-10. Silverberg in the big blind with Jack 9. Does he know it's on him? Oh, perhaps he was contemplating.
You wanted to pull off
what's
the
for dinner.
Leave your mic on. I mean, if you're more comfortable taking it off, fine. But
Can you just turn it off?
we can take it the battery. Yeah. You want
Queen
just
3 deuce
back.
on the flop. Bunch the initial razor. It's going to just continue. And this is just how a lot of these hands will develop, especially in the early stages. Hoping to take it down with a C-bet. And in this case, Zacconi getting sticky with 4s. Eight of clubs on the turn. Now question whether Bunch wants to keep firing. And this is exactly what Zacconi is hoping for. Trying to get a cheap showdown with a pair, hoping that Bunch is sitting there with a bunch of high cards. Does go check, and Zacconi's plan works out to a T. Gets to showdown on his 4s and win this hand here.
Zacconi stacking some chips, over 120,000.
Back over to our horseshoe table, and these players are bagging up as we are going to swap this table out. By the way, for those wondering, no, we do not go on break, so you see the players leaving, no break here. We are just going to skip through this break, through some internet magic, as we started recording a fair bit earlier, giving us some more room to cut through, and action will resume as normal. So a little bit of time travel here on the YouTube feed. Thank you, by the way, all so much for watching. Please don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe to the channel, as we'll go to a quick commercial, and then we will be back after that for the next level of play, and we'll have a new horseshoe table. See you back in about 30 seconds.
PT is back this November, my babies.
This is going to be such an amazing event back in fabulous Las Vegas. I had such an amazing time at the NAPT last year. It was one of my favorite events.
Stay up to date through the PokerStars channels.
Come play with us this November.
I'll see you in Las Vegas.
Be there.
As promised, we are back. No breaks here on day 1C of the World Series Poker main event. Night has fallen in Las Vegas, but the action is still very hot and heavy inside the horseshoe. Here's a look at the main room, full of poker tables, full of people with a dream of winning that first prize, which will most likely be well north of $10 million. My name is Remco Rinkema. We got Mincy alongside me in the booth. We got Joey Ingram joining us later tonight for the night shift. David Tuckman and Will Jaffe on the call on PokerGo.com as we keep the Viktor Blom table over on the main feature table. But I am told that we are getting a new table on our horseshoe table out there in the field as well. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Let us know how your day has been.
Fast?
Very much appreciate you
Could
all
have thought
for
on the river for a little
tuning in.
bit.
Donnie Peters, by the way, still in the mix.
It's a bad call on the
I've been told hovering around the starting
can't
stack.
be a bad call on the turn. You can fill up.
Yeah, but it's not. We're not deep enough to like, you know.
He got his chips back the next hand.
Blom, our headliner here on the feature table, sitting right around the starting stack. He's had a few swings here the prior 2 hours of play, but honestly, it's been pretty smooth sailing. The name of the game is survival, and Blom here with Queen Jack of Hearts is going to try to pick up some chips. Charlie in the chat is asking, are we getting Nick and Ali on the call at some point? Well, obviously, contingent upon Nick Schulman busting from the main. But yes, Nick and Ali will be doing the night shift exclusively on PokerGO.com later on during the main event. You can head on over to PokerGO.com/schedule to see who is doing the commentary. Donnie and I are doing some YouTube-specific streams over the course of the next couple of days. We also have some Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks action still to come. Joe Stapleton and Maria Ho are joining us in the booth. And then later on, as we get deeper and deeper into the main event, we'll also have the night shift with Nick and Ali. Of course, one of the marquee moments of the summer. Me, myself, also a big fan of that commentary. Natalie Ramos taking center stage on our horseshoe table. Mom, poker player, and educational theorist. Natalie, been around the game of poker for quite a long time. Her husband, Felipe Ramos, of course, one of the top players from Brazil. But Natalie has built quite a resume of her own as well, with cashes all over the world.
Raise 11.
About 24 WSOP caches for her. Still looking for her first main event cash, though. So a whole new group here on our horseshoe table. We'll try to familiarize ourselves with these players.
Raise 31.
Apostle makes it 1100. Phillips comes over the top for 3100.
Thank you.
And look at this. West finds ace king. Are we going to see our first cold 4-bet? West on the button. Prime position to
We raise 76.
build a pot, and he makes it 7,600. That should take care of most of these players.
He's right. Thank you.
And 4-bet ends it right here on the spot. West probably not too unhappy, just taking this down and not having to battle multiple streets with ace-king, ultimately. As I always like to say, still a drawing hand. Mincy is getting drinks for us, for those asking in the chat. Obviously, we have to keep ourselves well hydrated, which we learned from Mr. Helmuth, that it's important to drink water. So we're just going to make sure that we do. How's everyone's 4th of July been? Anyone else eat about 70 hot dogs, or is that just that one dude on TV? Action folding here to
Raise
Ramos. They've got one child, Luna, 5 years old.
Call.
And here the button raised to 1100, and Smith is going to make the call for the big blind. John Smith, living in Las Vegas.
Checks.
Retired, playing poker since 2005. He's got one cash at the World Series of Poker in the Million Maker back in 2014.
Bet 11. Call.
998, and Ramos continues for 1100. Schmidt is going to make the call. Good spot here for Ramos, as the 6 on the turn gives Schmidt some showdown value.
Checks.
See if he wants to continue looking up Ramos, and she decides to check back.
Check.
I got a 6.
Action gets checked on the river as well, and Ramos gets to table the 8 and is slowly creeping up to 100,000. Blue Indian asking in the chat, do you think someone will ever win the main event 2 years in a row again? I mean, that's absolutely never happening again. We saw Mark Newhouse, of course, finishing 9th in back-to-back years. Recently, Joe Cata made the final table of the main event again after winning it many years ago. But you know, runs like that are few and far between, and the amount of variance needed to even cash this tournament 2 years in a row is absolutely insane. Apostle back to raising, makes it 1100. Ioana Apostle from Timisoara, Romania. Playing poker since 2016, playing for a living.
Three players.
King 9-6.
Checks.
No set for Apostle. Schmidt with the best of it.
Bet 16.
I was doing you're at the 10 o'clock. Yeah, I was thinking of 10 years.
Button is right.
Just got our nice food delivery here in the booth. Trying to keep it healthy here. Working on some salmon for a change. That
So you had a really good hand, right?
Capriati sandwich last night put me to sleep, so trying to stay on the healthier side tonight. I'm going to go and assume that that's Schmidt's wife on the rail, watching along. Players coming back from dinner. As I mentioned, we skipped through the dinner break, but you can definitely notice that the players are still, I guess, trying to wake up a little bit again.
Call 11.
1100 from West. Gets a call from Ortiz in the small blind. Matt asking, no famous players playing tonight. Well, day 1D is always the most stacked day of all. We are rotating between tables, but one of the things that is probably a fun little bit of insight is that it is pretty hard to select streaming tables because we can only use tables that are situated here in the horseshoe room, because there's also people playing in pairs, because that's about a 10-minute walk, so we cannot have players miss out on that much playing time. And in addition to that, you could not be too close to being the next table to break, because if a table breaks while we're streaming, then we can't replace that table during play, because again, that would interrupt the players too much. So it's a bit of a tightrope dance for us sometimes, especially in the beginning stages of the tournament, to pick tables, to rotate tables, and to find tables that we can all enjoy. So we were able to stick with the Viktor Blom table for now, which is good news. Blom involved in a hand here. He's got the king high flush draw and paired to 7. And look at this. Clubs come home for Blom versus Zacconi, who's got ace-9. 10K in the middle. Blom goes 8,500 on the river here. Zacconi facing a board texture that doesn't really favor his holding, and looks as though these cards will likely end up in the muck. But as I mentioned earlier, you know, when you're facing a player like Blom, you just almost don't want to give credit. You want to believe that they're bluffing, and that can put you into some uncomfortable situations. Zacconi doesn't want to give up, and this is the Viktor Blom factor here. He just wants to believe. Just wants to believe that Blom is bluffing. Goes large, sizes up. Against any other player, I promise you, the ace-9 would have hit the muck quite a bit faster.
Take your time, man.
Zacconi with a very long tank, but ultimately does decide to let it go. I feel as though he just wanted to not believe Viktor Blom, who rakes it in, is now up to over the starting stack. People asking about the field size. Of course, registration is still open all throughout today, tomorrow, and into day 2. Good to know that tomorrow is 1D on Saturday. Then our first day 2 flight on Sunday, and then you can still register on Monday as well. Once again, look at the bio sheet of Viktor Blom, 3rd on Sweden's all-time money list. This man needs no introduction. Isildur 1. Lewis Spencer has a previous deep run in the main event, raising it up with ace-deuce. Final 3 tables back in 2021. That's when the money really matters. Silverberg with clubs as well is going to make the call from the big blinds.
Thank you.
10-7-7. Not favoring any player. Aggression from Spencer could shut this down right away.
$900.
Very small here from Spencer, comes with 900 into 3,400. Silverberg has shown a variety of bluffs already, or at least has been successful with some bluffs. Not looking to give up too quickly, and he's going to make the call here as well.
Hang on.
Queen of Hearts on the turn, and Silverberg all of a sudden takes control of this one. Would not be surprised if he wants to let Lewis continue to bet at it. WSOP tweeted earlier that they had 1,600 runners already on day 1C, and that tweet's from 3 hours ago, so it means that that number has gone up since. Day 1C used to be the final starting day. I remember back in 2009, Patrick Antonius got shut out of the main event because they literally had sold every seat. They were not able to get any more players in there. This is, of course, back during the Rio days when there were tables in the hallways, there were tables in the restaurants. There was just no more space, and I believe there was a good handful of players that were denied entry, and Day 1D has been added in recent years, and still players wait till the very last moment to sign up for this event.
The Day 2 thing you mentioned is really interesting because they actually used to, you could reg at the beginning of Day 2, but now you can reg through 2 levels Day 2. And what they always say in the poker world, if you got $10K to get out of your wallet, they're going to find a way to get you in this thing.
Absolutely.
All right, we're over our other table. Got a hand with Peterson and Apostle, and Peterson's got the nut flush draw here on a 7-7 ace 5. Apostle has absolutely nothing, but that is not stopping her firing out. She fires 2.3K into pot of 3,500 with Jack high. Peterson's staying around, but he's kind of drawing here, so there's a good chance Apostle could win this pot if the river bricks, but the river does not brick. Nut flush for Peterson. Board's paired. The question now is Apostle. I mean, you're really trying to incinerate some chips if you fire here because, I mean, he's calling you if he has an ace, and now the club's got there. There isn't much, but you got to admire the heart. Reaches for 6,500, bombs it. Peterson only has 14,300 left. And the debate here is not whether he's going to fold. It's just, does he call or does he go all in for 14.3K? I think he's debating that exact thing in his head. The board is paired, so the flush is not, there are full house possibilities out there, but he's shoving. He's saying, you beat my nut flush, you can beat me. And a snap fold from Apostle. And a very key pot for Peterson. It was real short, but now, you know, able to get back to 29,000, which, thing with this World Series main, I mean, that seems short, but the blinds are 3,500. Dude's got almost, Mr. Peterson's got almost 60 big blinds, so big pot there for him. Wow, what a biograph for Iona Apostle. World traveler, dog mom. Sounds like a jack of all trades. We've got to respect it. Oh, there's a picture of a Dalmatian. It's like one of the 101 Dalmatian dogs. Good looking dog.
Raise 11. I'm sorry.
Yeah, wow, fun dynamic for Apostle, who just got caught, was bluffing with Jack high and picks up the king and the king next hand. When people might not be believing her. Ramos picks up ace-jack off, going to call out the small blind, so she opts not to 3-bet here, which looks like a good decision when you can see the cards like we can. There to go the flop.
Heads up.
Two strong women players. No improvement for Ramos' ace-jack on the queen 4 deuce flop.
1,600.
And Apostle's going to take the pot down with the $1,600 continuation bet. I got to say, I love seeing, I feel like more the women in poker continuing to grow. And I think it's a really, really fun thing over the years. The women, we've seen the ladies tournaments get huge turnouts. And it's really strong players as well, but I feel like we're seeing more and more women in the main event every year too. And I think it's part of what makes poker great for everyone. And you never really want to underestimate a smart woman. Ortiz with king queen, gonna make a kind of a tighter fold here, but he was in early position. Folds the king queen offsuit. Ortiz only has 14,900 though, so he's trying to protect his stack.
Raise 11. Call.
So far, we got a open from the cutoff for 1,100 from West. I believe it's Fagone just calls the small blind with ace queen off. You got a king 8-6 flop.
Check. Check.
Schmidt's out the big blind, able to flop the best hand with the king.
That's 12. Call. 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 Thank you.
We have all three players going to the turn on the king 6-8 flop. 4 does not prove anybody. Well, I guess West picks up a gut shot here.
Check. Check.
And Schmitz is going to win the pot with a king with a bad kicker. Everybody gets checked through the turn and the river.
He's right.
And he's right at starting stack, 59,900 chips, 3,500 level. GTO Wizard.
Yeah, quick reminder here, beat the best and crush the rest. Save 10% over at gtowizard.com/PokerGo. It is your one-stop shop to practice your game, become a better player. Apologies there, I was in the middle of a bite of dinner. Mincy, thanks for holding the fort down.
Yeah, shout out GTO Wizard, great product, making the poker world a lot smarter.
And yeah, making the games tougher too.
No, it definitely does. It definitely does.
Raise to 2,500.
Action definitely a little bit slower here the last couple of hands that we've seen, and as poker is sometimes, it's a waiting game, a game of patience.
But I will say, though, the PokerGo coverage, I love that you get to see the whole everything.
Right.
Because a lot of the shows back in the day, you know, they'd be clipped up just for the all-ins, and like, yeah, maybe it's higher, like more exciting, like a shorter product, but you want to learn the game, you're getting to see it all here with PokerGo.
You want to start a new trend?
The new trend's 2,500 now. You're
Well,
saying 1,100 was Blom.
I was trying, but you guys don't need to start doing that yet.
Yeah, but you're showing us the way.
Alongside Mike Baldwin here on the floor, who won his seat through the PokerGo sweepstakes. Where were you when you found out you won a main event seat?
Well, I just got home from work and got an email from Donnie Peters and was surprised.
Were you in disbelief at all?
Oh yeah, my wife and I were watching the main last year. My subscription cut out in the middle of the week, so I just bought one and I bought the yearly because of the giveaway, and then honestly forgot about it until I got the email in January or February.
Absolutely incredible. For so many people, this is a dream come true. Was it the same for you, and when did you initially get into poker?
Yeah, I usually come out and play some smaller events and stuff, but obviously the main is the main, and so yeah, winning a seat was awesome.
When did you originally start loving the game? What was the birth of that?
I don't know, I guess probably like everybody else my age, moneymaker area.
Very cool, and now you have a seat in the main event. Congratulations and best of luck the rest of the way.
Is he not here? Yeah, thank you. Raise 11.
Nice one here for Ramos. Makes it 1,100. Fijoni makes the call with King Queen, and we're going to see heads up action here.
Three players.
Nine, 4, 5, and we're not heads up because Peterson also got in the mix, and he's got the 9-6, actually flopping the best hand here. Ramos does have backdoor spades going for her, and we're going to see her take a stab.
21. Call. Call.
Checks.
Queen comes up on the turn. Absolutely wonderful timing here for Ramos. Not only does she make top pair, top kicker, also she's going to find a customer in Fijoni who's going to think the same. He's going to think this has my name written all over it. But the second barrel here is going to look very strong. Ramos betting flop and then turn. But of course for Fijoni, improving in this fashion is going to make him stick around, as Peterson is going to double check that 9-6, and that's going to end up in the muck. So Fijoni now in dire need of some help as the 10 of diamonds completes the board. Ramos probably wondering, what am I up against here? Can I go for value on the river? Marco Fijoni from San Francisco, California. Married, 2 kids, Amy and Mark. Shout out 82. To them. Been playing poker since '03, as many of us have. But now faced with a bet of 8,200, and he's gonna come with a quick call here. Great value for Ramos. Sizable pot heading her way.
Yep, some odds.
Yep.
Ramos, meanwhile, up to 116K. Getting herself set up for a deep run. That is a great stack here,
so cool.
with 4 hours roughly of play left on day 1C of the main event.
Yeah.
Going to check back in with Natalie Bodie, who's going to talk to Heather Alcorn, second in the ladies event this year and former dealer of the year. Let's see what she has to say about the main event.
Alongside Heather Alcorn, who just had an incredible run in the ladies event, finished runner-up. Has it set in yet?
It has, yes. Thank goodness, because I had a couple days to take off and get some rest.
And we discussed you were 2019 Dealer of the Year. You've been a dealer at the main event, now a player in the main event. What sets this one apart in terms of experience?
Maybe just going into it with having just coming off a rush. I'm hoping. We'll see.
All right, well, good luck. Hope you got some momentum to carry you through. Thanks so much, Heather.
Thank you.
Raise to 11. Hold. Hold.
Back to the action here. Phillips and Ramos. Phillips flopping top pair with the king kicker. Quick check, check. Ace on the turn. Ramos picks up a Broadway draw. $1,100 here from Ramos as Phillips is playing his 10 very conservatively. Just comes along and makes the call. Queen on the river, and that's gin for Ramos, making Broadway. Phillips playing it cool.
Ramos kind of on one at this table right now.
Yeah, she definitely is.
Ramos going with the we've been talking a lot about the overbet thing. She just fired 8K into 5,200. Ultimately didn't get called because Phillips had third pair, but we're seeing some overbet strategy being employed here in the main event. It's an interesting thing.
Yeah, Ramos now up to 118,000, almost double the starting stack. By the way, Mincy back in the hunt. Got that steak down, got some protein going. It's funny, you know, when we don't get any breaks, we just got to scarf it down real quick and keep you guys entertained. Hope everyone is enjoying the coverage here. It's a little bit different than what you might get elsewhere, but we're happy to call the action for you. And while you're at it, while you're watching, don't forget to sign up to playpokergo.com. Play free, play from anywhere in the world, and come play with me because I'm playing the free roll every single hour. And so far, 0 for again, just like last night.
Can't win if you're not in there, though.
That's true. Mincy, throughout the year, how much of a chance do you get to play poker, or is it more so, you know, a few select occasions?
So where we're at with it right now is football season is just really, really tough for Barstool. We have our, we do a lot of the football gambling content, so the weekends during fall are no-go. But I play the World Series. Luckily, Chicago, we got World Series. The World Series circuit goes through Hammond, Indiana, and it goes through Elgin, Illinois, and Grand Victoria. There's 2 stops each, and then I played like a Mid-States Poker Tour event in East Chicago, so I'm kind of firing the regional mains, and then I get to play this week. But I've cashed about 50% of my tourneys so far this year. I'm still feeling, I feel like the old dog still has got a couple tricks in the bag.
Yeah, and of course the main event every year, a massive draw. Can't miss out on that one.
No, I'm lucky. It's, everybody talks about it all the time, but the World Series main event, man, it's got that same brand that you see in the Super Bowl in football and the Masters in golf. The World Series main event the brand is just, everybody knows about the main event in all corners of the world, and that's why we're seeing over 10,000 people get in it, I would think, once again this year.
Yeah, I think that 10,000 is sort of the new floor for the main event. I think that the interest in poker, especially in the live realm, has gotten to a point where that's very sustainable. I know that you and I both come from the days where the rooms were flooded with online qualifiers. That's no longer the case, but we are seeing an influx of new players year after year, along with people from the Moneymaker boom that are very established. As we see,
the Barstool hoodie at the table here.
I was going to say, you must have this guy's phone number.
Yeah, let's see. May have a new rooting interest here.
We got a Paddock here in the 3-seat.
All right, rocking the hot, great hoodie selection for the 4th of July because the hot dog eating contest. That's that's the premise of it.
Yeah, it's a Brandon Paddock, goes by the name of Mad Dog. Cashed the main event back in 2022. He's got 10 cashes at the World Series of Poker, including one final table in a 1K PLO back in 2014. So the Mad Dog.
The Mad Dog wearing the hot dog hoodie.
He's going to get the stoolies behind him if he's going to make a run. I'm sure of that. I saw a comment in the chat from Melissa Thompson. Says, haven't heard Remco for a while. Thought PokerGo gave him the boot. No, actually, on the contrary. They were gracious enough to give me some time to get settled in with my firstborn. My son Teddy was born on May 31st.
Oh, it's my birthday.
My wife and I...
Teddy and I share a birthday.
There we go.
We're 42 years apart.
My wife and I joke that of all the times throughout the year for our baby to be born, May 31st probably the toughest one, because right going into WSOP, which I've been fortunate enough to be a part of for the last 16 years, but obviously this also means that my wife didn't have to be pregnant during the hottest months of the year. So we'll take it. It's been phenomenal. I have no idea if I'm doing it all right, but he's eating, he's sleeping, he's throwing up all over me, and it's been a blast. My first son.
That's amazing. And also he's going to have Memorial Day, a lot of Memorial Day birthdays, because that's what mine's have been. But, hey, that's not a bad one.
Yeah, no, it's been phenomenal. My wife's been amazing, and I was able to stay home for the first month, and now we're in the main, trying to entertain the people at home. But no, they did not give me the boot. They actually gave me some time, which I greatly appreciate.
I mean, far be it from anyone to internet speculate on somebody's employment. I never could imagine going through something like that.
I mean, people must try to get you fired every single day.
Every day. Every day.
All right, here's a look at the big game on tour. If you love to watch poker action, you cannot miss out on this show. The second season of this award-winning show is now available on the PokerStars YouTube channel, with new episodes dropping every Saturday. It's high-stakes cash action filmed at the NAPT Las Vegas in 2024, featuring some big names, including Jennifer Tilly, Sam Grafton, Andre Akari, Griffin Benger, and soccer star Gerard Piqué. And by the way, the NAPT Las Vegas right around the corner, coming to Resorts World in November.
Okay.
So poker action never stops here in Las Vegas.
No. I know PokerStars has done a lot with that NAPT, I believe, or used to.
Absolutely. PokerStars is a big presence at this year's WSOP, making the people aware of their comeback to the U.S., if you will, with the NAPT, and of course also the availability of the big game on tour, phenomenal cash game show.
Looking at this table, we've talked about Ramos up to 117,000 now, second in chips to Apostle. 2 women kind of dominating this table.
Thomas asking, is Phil Ivey still in? Phil Ivey has not yet entered the tournament. We're expecting to see him on day 1D. We're going out into the field.
Erick Lindgren.
Erick Lindgren in the mix. Very much appreciate. John Riordan. John Riordan, by the way, who I do not recognize unless he's wearing a thick pink hoodie, which he is usually hiding behind. Lindgren, of course, the 08 Player of the Year. Riordan, a mainstay inside the PokerGo studio, plays all the high rollers. Lindgren probably drawing one of the worst seats in the house, having to be out of position versus Riordan for a couple of hours here.
World Series main, people always ask about it. Table draw, everything, man. I mean, you can end up at a table full of killers, and then a table full of amateur players is right around the corner, and there's no real rhyme or reason to it, but That really is ultimately a very big deciding factor on how things go. Interesting pot here developing between Bunch and Spencer at the featured table, where both have pretty big draws here. We got Bunch with the king out flush draw and a gut shot. Spencer has an open-ended, and now Bunch gets there on the river, gets there twice, basically, hit the flush and the straight. Spencer does hit a pair of jacks here, but can't imagine you feel too good about
27.
a pair of jacks on this board. Bunch with a value bet here, 2,700 into 6,300. So he only bets about 40% of the pot, which makes sense. He's trying to get paid off here. Curious to see. I mean, Spencer, you're going to have to invent some hands you can beat here, and ultimately makes a good decision throwing away the ace-jack on a very, very wet, coordinated board.
Shout out to Justin D joining us as part of the High Roller Club on YouTube. If you want to catch all of our exclusive content on YouTube instead of PokerGo, you can do so by subscribing to the High Roller Club, as we see America out in full force here on the rail. It is the 4th of July after all. Phenomenal stuff here. The choice of outfit.
Pretty uppity up course there.
What's your usual 4th of July go-to when you're not playing the main event?
Last year, I had a great one where I went to the Dead and Company at the Sphere in Vegas on the 4th, which was pretty patriotic. But usually, I don't know, I played the main 2 years ago. I'm usually kind of out here around the main. I know we talked about the big Hoonie party not happening, but I try not to, the main, I try not to party anywhere around the main, because if you're going to make a deep run, you're going to need every bit of mental, intellectual capability you got when you get to day 6 and day 7. So I kind of do the take it easy around Vegas usually.
Yeah, the last time I got really drunk during or on the 4th of July is many, many years ago. It just feels like when you're part of the poker world, the 4th of July is just about the main. Like, that's just really what's happening.
Exactly. I agree. And I do shout out to Vegas, though. You get some great firework displays on the strip. And I'll say today, before I came in here, I don't know, looks like I got a little sun. We had a real big time at the Marquee Outdoor Club at Cosmo. We had a cabana out there, and that thing was raging all afternoon.
Wow.
Big pool party. I just kind of chilled and enjoyed the scenery. There's some beautiful women running around the town of Las Vegas.
You don't want to cover Alan's
tell you
face,
that.
do you?
I'm texting with Donnie Peters on the side asking, are there any good tables out there around you? Do you see any superstars? Donnie's saying it is dead out there. So maybe the best value would have been to play today. Not many superstars out in the field. We're expecting to see lots of those on day 1D.
You're making me want to go grab 10K and pop in for this last couple levels.
Yeah, why not?
No, I played the 4th 2 years ago, and I actually remember I decided last minute because I was walking around and I didn't recognize anybody. So maybe the 4th is like all the Americans are partying for the 4th that are good poker players. I don't know. But there is some merit to playing today. As I said, the first 3 day ones, day 2 is Sunday, and so you do get that all-important day off between day 2 and day 3, Tuesday. And, once you're in this main, you're in it. Once it gets to that day 2, day 3, it's every day. It's a war of attrition after. So, I don't know. Every year you see just people are always debating that what day to play. And, I've heard every theory in the world, but the only times I've done well, I played the last one. So, keep it simple. All right, we got Ravi Silderberg opening the 10-9 of clubs here. Ravi with ace-10, 3-betting.
Oh, wow.
Wow, and Hudson wakes up with jacks behind a raise and a 3-bet.
Now, Hudson has been very quiet and tight, and that might be a big factor here. And calling here is a very good choice. Because if he 4-bets, not only does he open himself up to trouble, he also signals, given his tight approach, that this is an absolute monster. Can't really win there.
Yeah, the only thing, though, I will say, there's a big merit debate on when people when there's a raise and a 3-bet and somebody just cold calls it, I mean, jacks and 10s and 9s are like what people are guessing you have a lot, specifically those 3 hands. And if you go ahead and 4-bet, maybe you can figure out a little more if you're up against a bigger pair. But still has the best hand here, though, on the King 9-4 flop. Ravi 3-bet the Ace-10 off out the small blind, but it's going to be very, very hard to continue into 2 people on a King 9-4 flop with absolutely nothing. So we see a check. How Hudson plays jacks. He checks. Middle pair here for Silderberg. Could take the lead, but also could be content to take another card here. He's got backdoor clubs. He's got middle pair. 3-way pot. 13,400 already in the middle. But hey, if we've seen anything about Silderberg, he takes the lead. He does it again here. He fires 6K into 13,400. And now Hudson's got a real tough decision here. And this is kind of what I talked about when he just called the 3-bet. With jacks, he's just guessing. And, you know, King 9-4 flop here. All right, he's going to call. He's going to look him up. We're going to see a turn card. Turns Queen of Diamonds, which is no help to either person, but Hudson might, that's another card he might not like. Hudson has 31,200 chips, and there's 25K in this pot. Goes check, check, turn. And river 6. So Hudson jacks are good here. He checks. Does Silderberg try to turn this 9 into a bluff, or is he check for showdown value? He's thinking about that as we speak. Backdoor diamonds also got there, even though neither player has it.
I have a 9.
9 no good here. Jacks shown by Hudson, who chips up to 45K. Given the treacherous nature of a pair of jacks, that is not a bad outcome.
No, he's got to be thrilled to take that pot. Gets him 30K up to 45K. Now he's back to 90 big blinds. You know, plenty of chips to work with. That was interesting. You know, Silderberg, I get he had one of those tough dilemmas where he thought he had enough to show down to not turn it into a bluff. Like if he'd actually had nothing, he would have bet and he might have won.
All right, beat the best and crush the rest. Check out gtowizard.com/PokerGo to save 10% on your first purchase and to start out for free as well. No excuses. This is the way to crush your competition right now. Check out gtowizard.com/PokerGo. By the way, shout out as well to our man in the YouTube chat, Justin D, for the $10 donation, saying happy 4th and main event, y'all. Also, congrats to you and your wife, Remco. Thank you so much, Justin. I very much appreciate it.
Yeah, Remco, got to be feeling good about life.
Oh, man.
You got your little boy now. You're looking, I mean, I know you lost the weight a long time ago, but
yeah,
extremely good shape. I'm trying to catch you.
Yeah, you were on a bit of a roll there a while back.
No, I'm still doing good.
Okay, good.
I was 258 January 2nd. And I'm right under 220 now.
Oh, good.
And I'm running the Chicago Full Marathon on October 12th.
Stop.
Full thing, baby.
What's the furthest you've run so far?
I've done 3 half marathons.
Like events?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never done a full.
Okay. Wow.
It's gonna be a battle.
How are the knees?
Knees are fine.
Oh,
you
good.
know, like my right sciatic nerve sometimes flares up if I run real far, but I just want to prove I can do it. 42 years old, you know, people, you know, you went through a similar journey. I remember 5 years ago, people said that dude's going to run a marathon.
Yeah.
You know.
What was your all-time high?
Oh, I was like 305, 310. Now I'm like 220.
That's amazing. Do you have a goal in mind, a number?
Yeah, I wanted the whole thing all year has been road to 200.
Yep.
But now I actually think it's going to be 185 or 190.
Let's go.
It's flying off me.
How tall are you?
Like 5'10", 5'10 and a half. I got a wide frame.
Yeah.
I got an O-lineman built.
But that's the thing, though, right? Us bigger guys always think we are sort of supposed to be bigger because we get comfortable being big.
That's true.
And then you get small and you realize, I'm actually not that big.
Yeah, no, that's why I think the 185, 190. Like I do the keto diet, a lot of protein.
Yep. I got up to 285, then made a wager with my boss at the time. I got down to 200 in 1 year.
Make it range
285 to 200. And then I hovered between probably 200 and 230 for a long time. Got back to down to my all-time low of 180 last year. Now we're back to 190, so we got to reel it back in. It's always a push and pull.
Yeah. Well, I feel like you've got the thing you've found what I want to have, and that's if you can get to 180, 190.
Yep.
you can say I'm not going over 200 again.
Exactly.
You know,
Your swings are.
You give yourself. You got to give yourself a little cushion.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you. And I gotta lock in again as soon as WSOP ends. But at least I'm swinging now in a more healthy sort of range. But I will say though, when you get down to 180, in your mind you're still 250. That is the most crazy thing when you've been big, is that your mind still thinks that you're bigger than you are.
I've noticed that even now when I'm like 220, I'm like I still think I'm
yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how that works. A little bit of psychology here on the stream.
There you go, but I think it's affecting my poker in a good way. I feel more confident, energetic. I definitely feel better on camera. And we got so we're back to our featured table here. Lee opening with 2 jacks and gets 2 callers, 9-7-5 flop. All 3 people kind of connect with this flop. Spencer's got top pair and a gutter, and Iverson has bottom pair and backdoor spades. Could have some fireworks here. Spencer only has 23K.
If you're Spencer here, pair and a straight draw, I was just going to say, do you want to start building the pot, or is that perhaps still a bit vulnerable?
He leads out 900. Let's see if Lee just calls the 2 jacks here. And Spencer is going to see a turn card with bottom pair and backdoor spades, see if he can get some help here. So all three to the turn, all 3 with a little piece here. Well, so Iverson does get help on the turn here. He turns the nut spade draw. And with the king coming here too, could slow down both Spencer and Lee as both their pairs.
Would have been fun for Iverson to lead this turn, given his equity as well as trying to represent that king. There's many ways for him to win at that point, but everybody decides to check. 10 on the river. Jacks are good here, and we might just see a round of checks again.
Iverson probably knows he's got a bet here to win, but man, it's hard to bet the 2 people. Look how coordinated this board is. King and a 10 coming out, so yeah, I think it's going to go check, check, check. Spencer's got enough here with top pair on the flop, even though it doesn't look as good now. He's got some showdown value. I don't know how you really could bet this as a bluff. Check, check. Does Lee go for value here? It would be incredibly thin. I'd love to see him do it, though. I think he's going to check, though.
Yeah, Lee with jacks.
Oh, he's going for value. Look, this is Sean Deeb saying that I love. If you're not, thin value separates the men from the boys on the river. And, sometimes you end up betting the second best hand, but I think there's a lot to be said for, figuring out spots like this where you have the best hand, even if it's easy to check back. And Lee takes it down.
He won't say, make it rain for me.
No.
Probably not.
Lee 78,300 chips. Like I said, this is a pretty impressive feature table, though. I think the level of play has been fairly strong. Most of them. We've seen Silderberg make some good aggressive plays. Viktor, Blom, and Ravi are obviously both elite guys. And now we're back to our secondary feature table where the women still running it. Ramos and Apostle, big stacks.
Your image now gone.
Yeah.
Knit.
Pot here between Phillips and Paddock.
I mean, it looks strong.
Now I know why they.
Not much to report here. Phillips betting out middle pair and taking it down flop. Anti-social dad's club shirt. Got to be a story behind that. I'm not really sure what it means, but.
You're gonna make the replay. They're gonna be talking about that for a while. They're gonna replay that hit the whole time. That's on YouTube.
I was terrified of her. I think she raised originally.
She folded aces.
I thought you have jokers, so I folded aces.
I am a joke.
Looks like a pretty fun table. Everybody's kind of, seeing a lot of smiles. People are conversing. I always love to see that. Poker's a social game at its heart.
Raise to 1100.
meet you guys as well.
No, it's good.
We got a little bit of a situation here. We got a raise and a call, and Phillips wakes up with 2 jacks on the button. Got to think we're going to be seeing some kind of a raise here. How big will it be? No, he just calls with jacks on the button. And not criticizing that at all. Just it's a little surprising, but it's the main event. People are always setting traps everywhere. It's part of it. That allows West to take up to peel A7 out the big blind. So we got four players going to the flop. Got a queen 5-3 flop. Nobody improves, so the jacks or Phillips are still good. Let's see, it gets checked to him, and he's going to bet here on the button. 1,600 bet. I think this is going to take this pot down. Yep. And Phillips just calling the jacks on the button, ends up winning the pot. He's got about 36,000 chips now.
I'm still laughing.
Do want to shout out Sean Deeb winning the 100K PLO high roller last night. A man, 7th World Series bracelet. And we've seen him win I believe he's won the 25K PLO twice, but 2.9 million. Real serious number. Beat Ike Caxton heads up. Star-studded final table. But congrats to Sean Deeb, and I believe he's in the lead for the player of the year. Him and Cabrillo are fighting pretty hard.
Benny Glauser also in the mix there for the main.
Doesn't he have 3 bracelets, Benny? 2?
3 this year.
Yeah, crazy.
That's the same level as Ted Forrest and Jeff Lissandro. 3 bracelets in 1 year. Benny Glauser should be a lock to win the POY, but both Martin Cabral and Sean Deeb also working on phenomenal summers, and Sean Deeb was quick to point out that he might skip the main to play more of the other remaining bracelet events to get more POY points.
Okay. Every year Deeb likes to crap on the main and say he's worried about everything else because he does the POY points.
You try 25 and then you go.
Come on, we're not fooled.
He was really dead serious about it.
He always does he takes the anti-main angle. So.
Scott Seaver skipped the main last year to play more side events, resulted in him winning POY, as we see 3 pocket pairs potentially heading to the flop.
4 players.
4 players, excuse me. Ace, Queen, Jack, no sets.
You're going to see some mortified hands on this flop. 3 overs for all 4 players.
By the way, shout out to Chase in the YouTube chat. He said his entire family is watching the feed on their 4th of July barbecue. Chase, hope you and the family are doing well. Thank you all so much for tuning in. That's what it's all about, being with family on the 4th of July.
Barbecue in the World Series main event. Sounds like a good 4th.
Oh,
Chasing the family.
Lovely. Yeah, it's kind of silly that you had a steak and I had a little salmon here today. We should have just ordered a dozen hot dogs.
Yeah, well. Steak was lovely, though. And Apostle probably shocked to be taking this pot with 9s with the 4 overcards out there, but somebody had to win it, and nobody else had anything. Apostle, 133,800 chips, leading this table. Ramos with 122K.
Yeah, the women are in control here at the table, and you love to see it. And talked about it with Jared Blesnick last night. We are all rooting for a woman to make the main event final table. It hasn't happened since Barbara Enright back in 1995.
Almost had one last year. So close.
Krista Fox came very close. We've had 2011 where we had 2 women very close. Technical feeling with the question asking us on YouTube. Are all days covered on YouTube? No. The final couple days are exclusively to PokerGO. Or if you are a high roller member here on YouTube, we know that some people enjoy the YouTube environment more. So we offer the YouTube membership in the high roller tier, where you can watch all full coverage of the main event.
Yeah, well, I'm out here shilling for PokerGo, but I mean, if you love poker, I mean, support them. It's I believe it's $14.99 a month.
It's $19.99 for the month, and treat it like a pay-per-view. You get what is it, like 120 hours of the main?
Oh, it's
when you watch a fight online, you get like what?
3 hours.
3 hours?
No, and look, the thing is, PokerGo, it's year-round. I mean, there's great content all year long. I pay my $19.99 a month proudly, and I will continue to do so as long as the product exists.
I can't say much on this because I'm not allowed to spoil, but I was present for the recent taping of a new season of High Stakes Poker, and it kind of sucks that I can't say anything, but it was out of control. That's going to be released in the fall as well, so look forward to a lot more exciting content.
All right, we got Peterson and Ramos heads up here. King Queen for Peterson and Jack 10 off for Ramos, who's in the small. Who's out of position? Oh wow, good flop for Ramos here though. 9-8-3 rainbow. Check. She turns top pair with an open and straight draw. Hand just keeps improving. She's reaching for chips and gonna bet.
1,500.
Peterson's got 2 overs and a gutter, so he's getting a little stubborn here. We're going to the river.
5 of clubs on the river. Ramos still best here. She's been on the right side of things today, and that's what it takes sometimes. Get those hands to hold up, fading the outs that your opponents often have. Well done by her. Now on 126,000, cruising along here on day 1B.
Her table, you can tell she's good and has a lot of experience just by the way. She looks very confident at the table.
All right, that tune means that I have to say something and pay attention to my sheet here. And this time it is about the Rags to Riches promo that we are doing in partnership with True Classic Tees. Go to trueclasstees.com/TCPokerGo or scan the QR code on your screen to enter. This is your way to potentially play in our PokerGo studio for our season, or excuse me, for our signature end-of-year event. We're giving away a 5K package, and we're giving 15 people a shot at that. So tell your story, take your shot. Free to enter. trueclasstees.com/TCPokerGo. While you're at it, while you're watching, you might as well put your name in the hat. And as you've seen earlier on the broadcast, people do indeed make it out here after winning some of our promotions. Earlier we saw Michael Baldwin. He won his seat through the annual subscriber raffle we did last year. Most of the big stars are playing tomorrow, for those who continue to wander.
Yeah, like I said, I keep watching these fields and hearing all this talk about it, and maybe playing the forced move. The last day is always, and it's, and I know the numbers have been good so far, but between the last day and the day 2 registrations, I mean, what do you expect, 5,000-6,000 tomorrow?
I mean, I find it so hard to predict those kind of things.
Alongside Bill Fagerbacke, who you just heard it, he's Patrick Star in SpongeBob, if you don't know. And if someone didn't believe you that you were Patrick Star, what would you say to them?
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
I'm freaking out. That's awesome. We're so glad you're here. I've got to ask you, Bill, how did you originally get into poker?
Oh, God, but when I started my career back in the 80s in New York, I had some good buddies, and we played nickel, dime, quarter, and then I found myself reading a book called The Biggest Game in Town, which was a very early book about the World Series, and it was by a man named A. Alvarez. And I thought, oh, there's this game called Texas Hold'em. We introduced it to the group, and so I guess that's where I started playing. And it's and then I first started playing tournaments when I saw them on ESPN, those really old broadcasts, even the ones where they didn't have the lipstick cameras, where they were outside of Binion's, and I was intrigued by tournaments, and I just fell in love with it. I find it very satisfying in a way that cash games aren't satisfying. Yeah.
Totally. World Series, biggest one of them all. And I got to ask you this just because I'm curious. When did you know SpongeBob was going to be a huge hit? You guys recorded that thing for so many episodes, so many years.
It was about season 2, and my daughters at the time were first and third grade. And when I started coming up to the, at the end of the day to pick them up, and there'd be a wave of 25 8-year-olds going, "Patrick!" I went, "Oh my, something's happening here." So, yeah, that was a good indication. And then just the joy we all experienced simply recording the cartoon.
Certainly added joy to my childhood. Thank you so much for taking the time. Have fun the rest of the way.
Natalie Bodie with Patrick Starr. Bill Fagerbakke, good to have him here playing in the main event.
Love the World Series main. Just never know.
Never know.
Athletes, actor, just anybody. Never know who's going to be in it. Looks like Apostle won another pot there with pocket tens. Continuing to stack chips almost to 137,000. Doing very well. Dynamics, they get some kind of shorter stacks this table. The two women are running it.
It's great. I absolutely love it.
I do too. Don't underestimate the women. The women in poker. There are a lot of good players, more and more every year.
I didn't see the change.
By the way, sitting next to Bill Fagerbakke, Erick Ethans, the founder of Suja Juice. Had a pleasure to play with him many years ago during Run It Up Reno. Shout out Jason Somerville.
Give you very good advice with the sweater.
Erick
It's really hot,
Ethans,
yeah.
big poker fan as well.
First it felt like
Every now and then,
wrong, but
running
I
into
think it
him.
was very good. No matter what. Yeah, it gets hot.
Raise 3,000. Want to play one more? Thanks.
West here comes with a 3-bet with Ace-King. You saw him pick up Ace-King before. That time he took it down with the cold 4-bet pre.
It'll be tough for Phillips to continue here with Ace-7 of clubs. He's doing it.
Call. 2 players.
Out of position. Weaker ace here.
Jack 10 deuce. 2 spades.
Okay.
Fine flop for West to take a stab on. Got backdoor spades. Broadway draw. By the way, West giving me shades of Jeremy Osmus as the 7 of diamonds on the turn pairs up Phillips.
Yeah, maybe they are planes, like, because probably it's 9.
Well, give him credit. If you're going to hit 3 out of it, you got to bet it. He's doing it. He's doing it.
I'm surprised he's betting here, to be honest.
I am too.
A side profile, Jeremy Osmus could.
Yeah.
No, I know.
He plays poker even 1/10
That's why I
as good as
say
Jeremy
I
Osmus.
that it's, I never saw it, but
I heard it was supposed to be 15 minutes long. It's 9:15.
Call. I saw it. It's like a big firework. And a lot of
So West calls, so we're going to the river here.
Nine of clubs on the river. Phillips gets
That
the
is
check
not
mark.
a good card for Phillips. I'm curious to see what happens here. If he checks, does West turn this ace-king into a bluff? 3-bet pre, can you know, an 8's a straight here. I don't know that you're going to be able to sell 2 8s. Well, nope, check, the ace-7, going to take it down.
sevens
West,
with an ace.
West kind of kicking himself maybe that he didn't bet the flop. Shows the ace king and throws it into the muck in disgust. Phillips back up to 41,900, so kind of back in the mix here. 84 big blinds. That just kind of said this during this broadcast, but that's when you're playing the main and you get down to 30K and you're like, oh, I started with 60, I got to chase it. You still got plenty.
Right.
You know, and you got to just tell yourself, like, you can't be in this, like, there's a mindset because you always want to replace the chips you've lost. It's like a human nature thing. Got to take it all in stride. Patience.
The one thing, too, is that you can get down to 10K in the main, double up to 20, and all of a sudden it feels like you have a massive stack.
That's true, too.
Shout out Natalie Bodie, by the way, hanging out with us in the chat. Natalie, you've been doing an amazing job with the interviews, and I'm very excited that you also spoke to our guy, Donnie Peters. I believe it's coming up in just a few minutes. Yeah, we need a Donnie update.
The fans are calling for the Donnie update. And Donnie, is he not – he's focused, so he's not tweeting out too much, I'm guessing?
He's laying low, focused on the task at hand.
No, you can't fault that. The phone is – it gets you. Gonna walk here, but not much to say on that hand. Possible not playing the 4-deuce off out of the small blind. They can't say that blame her.
5-5 on the big, sir. No, not you, him. Thank you.
Like it has
back over to our main feature, which has been very quiet. We've been away from this table for quite a while. Five-way action here on 886. Hudson flopping trips. Not much out there for the other players.
No.
We are going to get a bet at a Blom.
Even if you, even if you
fives.
don't need to use it for your work, I'd suggest just like trying it out for like even things you don't think of.
You gotta love Blom. I mean, fires into 4 people here with the underpairs. Not
pretty impressive. But like the default now is like always go there first.
Ravi peeling a gut shot here with 5-4 hearts too.
Go to an AI
just kind of
first,
maybe he was just trying to take his pot away from Blom in position, but now that Hudson's overcalled.
And then, you know,
actually Hudson with the raise with trips, and everybody just gets out of the way.
All right, it's time to check in with Donnie Peters.
Let's go.
Who is joined by Natalie Bodie. I really want to hear how his day has been. Natalie, what do you got for us?
We found Donnie Peters out on the floor. I love the outfit. We're going to get to that. But I heard you already avoided running kings into aces.
I did. My man over here in C2 had aces. I had kings. I decided, you know what, it's level 1 of the WSOP main event. I don't need to torch it like I did last year, so I folded the kings. Fortunately, I was right. You know, I think I would have had to live myself, but he did show, so it made me feel good.
Definitely showing a lot of discipline there early. The outfit also, I love it. The hat, the jacket. Do we have a story behind this one, Donnie?
No, just that I could only play on July 4th because of my work schedule. My wife is big on July 4th. It is her biggest holiday, her most favorite holiday. Shout out to my wife, Dana. So I had to come festive to celebrate from afar while she's, you know, working, watching the kids, all that good stuff.
10 out of 10, job well done. We'll send you back. Thank you for the time. Hopefully we can have another interview a few days down the road.
My man, Donnie Peters, this guy, hopefully he can make a run in the tournament, which would mean that I have to work some overtime, but who cares? We just want to see Donnie go deep in the main, maybe even see him on a feature table or two. And shout out to Dana, his amazing wife.
And shout out to Donnie for folding the 2 kings.
Yes.
Because that's always, you know, when you have like the hypothetical poker thing, you're always like, how do I get away from 2 kings pre-flop in the World Series main? Did it.
Right.
Level 1. I would not have showed him if I were the other guy with
No.
aces. Because you now, like, Donnie has confidence. And you just see, that's what I was talking about. Donnie's like, I have confidence because he showed the aces. Can't show him that. But great for Donnie. I mean, a lot lesser people are broke in level 1 in the World Series main.
Yeah, you're spot on. That is true. Would you have gone broke with kings there?
No. Absolutely not. Unless it was like some just wild European, and then maybe.
Is it better to bust the main on a massive bluff or running kings into aces?
I mean, I feel like kings into aces, you don't have to, you can say it's someone else's fault. When you run a bad bluff and you have to explain it to your backers, it's tough. You know, kings to aces, you're just like, oh, I couldn't help it, man. They got me.
All right, chat. Let me know. Would you rather bust the main on a massive bluff or running kings into aces? So either, would you rather it be in your control or out of your control?
You have a yellow in your 500.
It is always good to go down guns blazing, though, you know.
The Mad Dog, by the way, he's going to get involved here.
4 players.
Ace-9.
Make sure your red
Apostle is
chips are
involved.
on top or in
9-7.
front.
Peterson with
Be very
Ace-7.
proud.
Lots of board coverage possible here with a certain type of
Yeah,
flop.
no doubt. A lot of aces, 9s, 7s.
6, 7, 8 would be fun, but instead we get Ace, King, Jack.
But 2 people flop top pair here, but not the best board texture, so I'd expect some kind of conservative stuff. Wow, Paddock just shelled this thing. He pots it with Ace-9 on Ace, King, Jack, but you know what? He's actually right.
Wow.
And everybody's going to give it up, and Paddock takes down a pot. He bombed that bet.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
You got to cheer for Paddock, rocking the Barstool hot dog hoodie on the 4th of July.
Very fitting.
Drinks, anyone?
Joined today by Mincy, Ben Mintz, Barstool Sports, the man from down south.
Having a lot of fun with y'all here, and shout out to the chat. Appreciate y'all liking and subscribing to PokerGo as we get into the wee hours of the night. Still got about 2 hours, almost 3 hours left.
Yeah.
We're here. We're here doing the thing. Excited. You mentioned the Joey Ingram appearance coming.
Yes, Joey coming in around 11.
Okay.
Like 11 p.m. to Joey is like noon to me. You know, it's like he's a night owl.
Yeah, he was always an up all night kind of guy. Big PLO guy. Always enjoyed the Joey Ingram ruling on the controversy in the poker world.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's, like, I actually have always thought that we need like a Supreme Court in the poker world. Because there's so many cases. Like, I was joking, like, I could do like because my last name's Mintz, we could have like a judgments.
Oh, nice.
You know?
When are you launching the YouTube channel?
I don't know. I should. But no, Joey Ingram does a great job, though. Anytime he gets in it, man, he spends a lot of time. He gets into the thick of these controversies. And one thing about the poker world, there's always something.
There's 2 things that Joey loves to say. He's either investigating or he's in the lab. Those are the 2 main focuses. Let's see what his state of mind is when he joins us later tonight.
Call 3 players.
Yeah, we got a lot of shared queens here. 3-way flop. Ramos, Ace, Queen, Queen, Jack, and Queen 8 out.
10, 9, 8.
Ooh, Queen, Jack just flopped it. What a flop for Peterson. Sneaky check there by Peterson, and he just turns the diamond draw with the nuts straight. Just keeps getting better.
He's had him dead already, and now it's like extra dead.
Check.
Well, Peterson does have to do his own betting.
Bet 2,300.
Ness asking, later tonight, how long is this going to go for? I got to go to work. We'll be finishing up around 1:30 in the morning, give or take, depending on how long the breaks go. Sometimes they go over a little bit.
That's tough, having to work on Friday the 5th off the 4th. I got to respect the grind. That's a tough, you usually get that 4th on a weekend like this. You get the weekend,
My favorite are always the people, by the way, we see both Ramos and West making the call, so Peterson getting some real good value here. River bringing the 8 of hearts.
Oh, what
pair
a
on the
card
board.
for it now. West is stuck in here off that river.
West making trips.
I mean, yeah, and the flush draw missed too.
Oh, look at this. He's going to lead at it.
This is tough. But, I mean, you can't necessarily blame him,
Bet 2,800 plays.
28 into 11,000.
Kind of a blocker bet here with the trips.
This player is all in for 7.
Peterson shoves the 7.1K.
Excuse me?
And it gets paid off.
Quick call there for Peterson. Doesn't want to take any chances.
It's an all-in. You must show your hand, sir.
Wait.
Peterson shove with the queen jack.
Oh, excuse me. Didn't even realize that.
Big double up for Peterson there.
Massive double up for Peterson, indeed.
That's a real tough river card there for Wes, because I mean, flush draw missed, you had trips. I mean, you can't blame him for thinking that he had the best hand on that river.
He did it.
And Wes still with 92,900 chips. He ain't doing that bad.
Sir, can you put that bottle on the box in the back? Thank you so much.
Do you have any particular, like, I know you've been doing this so many years, but any particular favorite days you recall in the main event or big memories?
You know what? I always really love the day where we get down to the final 3 tables.
Okay.
Because to me, that's when the real contenders rise up. Obviously, we have the stories of the Rigbys and the Aaron Zangs who run up massive stacks and then still fall short of the top 100. But on that day, when we go from 60 players down to 27, that's when I feel as though you sort of get to a point where you know every single name in the field. You start to know the backstory of every single player. And you're starting to think, is this person going to do it? Is this person going to make the final table? You're going to see stacks big enough to be present at the final table. Is that person going to hold on to those chips? Are they going to spend it all? We've seen it time and time again. Anton Morgenstern, Daniel Strelitz, players who had a massive chip lead with 3 tables left, falling short of the final table. I love that moment where the dream is close to becoming reality. You're getting paid serious money. You're well into the 6 figures as far as the payout go. So I would say the day before we get to the final 3 tables, that's one of my favorite days.
That's day 6.
Day 6 or day 7, depending on the size of the field. And I think this year that'll be on day 7 as we play 8 full days to get down to the final 9. But we're far removed from that, and in between there's still time to study because GTO Wizard is your way to level up your game, beat the best, and crush the rest. Head on over to gtowizard.com/PokerGo to get started for free and save 10% on your first purchase. No limits, no excuses. Go to gtowizard.com/PokerGo right now.
What was that? I think it's the floor. It cracks. Oh. It's been doing it all day.
So let me know in the chat, what do you like the most? Perhaps the calm nature of the day 1 grind when the sort of the main event is back in your life, or perhaps the bubble day, also very exciting, can sometimes be very slow as well. There's a case to be made for all these days, but I love it when we get to sort of establish who will be among the final 9.
I'll tell you, playing it,
yeah.
I feel like there's always a vibe that the main's so long that day 1's like the opening thing. That day 2, you figure it out.
Yep.
You're like, that's the day you figure out if there's going to be some semblance of something.
Questions in the chat coming in about that all-in showdown we just had on the horseshoe table. Yes, when there is an all-in and a call, both players have to show their cards. That is a rule at the World Series of Poker. It's not a cash game where you can just muck.
Back to our feature table. Not a lot's changed. Spencer's kind of having a tough go of it today. Finished top 20 in the main event 2021. He's grinding 22,000 chips, which still
think they're going to move.
I mean, it seems bad, but he's got 45 big ones, so it's not the end of the world. But he's probably not having his favorite day at the table so far.
Nice bag.
Here's a look at the tournament format presented by Splash Sports. Those 120-minute levels will grind down just about anyone, and on day 3 we will combine the fields, and then we'll have a better sort of understanding of which big names and which former champs will have a chance to make a run. And the funny thing to me is that every single year, of course, you're dealing with the vast majority of quote-unquote unknowns, but there's always a handful of pros where it's their year to shine. They go on that epic run, and I always wonder, who is it going to be this year?
Well, the grinder certainly, after winning the 50K for the 4th time and bagging 300K, which is I mean, to bag 5 starting stacks on day 1 is...
Yeah, but also he could bust in the first level on day 2.
That is also true, too. But
last year, Jonathan Tamayo taking down the main. 10,112 players. $10 million. Up top, Nicholas Asted, Lena 900, finishing 3rd that year. Brian Kim, Joe Sirach, also at the final table. So many well-known grinders represented, with Kristen Foxon finishing in 13th place. As we go further down the list, Brian Rast in 24th.
Yeah.
Arthur Morris, who
just got 3rd in the PLO.
Yeah, 3rd in the PLO, got 34th last year. Brandon Cantu, 39th. So, you know, it sort of goes to show that many notables make runs in this tournament, and it is going to be fun to find out.
I feel like it's harder for the amateurs to do it now than it was 15 years ago. 'Cause, I mean, these it's just tough. You get down to the top 100 or 200 in the main, man. These people are. It ain't no joke. What a flop here for Hudson. Flopping the just stone cold nut straight with jack-8 of clubs and a flush draw. Iverson's stuck in here a little bit too, with top pair, top kicker. Man, this turn card could slow Iverson down. I think this might be the end of it. Hudson's gonna fire. It looks like, what is this? Yeah, he just fires and mounds.
Trust in my gut. Shouldn't even call it.
I flopped the nuts.
Did you not ace 10?
Jack of club, 8 of club.
At ace 10, ace of clubs, so I'm like, PLO.
Pretty good flop.
Yes, it was.
Maybe they're worth coming for us with the bag. Sir, can I get mint tea, peppermint tea with honey, please?
Round of drinks here for the players at the feature table. Back in the day, those drinks were often alcoholic beverages.
People still do that last beer level.
That's true. That's
the
true.
beer level, the last level of the night beer level thing.
You have 10 jack then?
Jack of club, 8 of club.
Jack 8.
Flop king, 10,
Okay.
9, 7 with 2
You give me
clubs.
next time then? Ice black coffee.
9 of club and a 7 of club.
Yep.
Few early eliminations here. Dutch Boyd no longer in the
You know
tournament.
what it is.
Tough feeling. The day 1 thing, man. I'll say this: if you bust that day 1 of the main, I mean, I know there's a lot of. It's different now. You got a lot of great post limbs in the main, but
yeah, I remember back in the day when I started, the main was the last tournament of the summer. So there came a point where
they started taking the tables.
They started taking the tables down, and it got colder in the room. There was like fewer bodies in there in the absolutely brutally cold Amazon room, and there was a sort of mystique to it where you would walk down the quiet long hallways. Shout out Matt Affleck, where the vibe in the building just changed, and there were fewer and fewer people still hanging around. Some fans, some friends, some family, but then all of a sudden it got really, really quiet. Nowadays, it just continues on like it's just another day at the office, and the horseshoe room especially continues to stay pretty loud with side event action and final tables even of tournaments that also have, mid 6-figure payouts.
yeah, I remember. Of course, I have to say glory days because it was one year they did good, but they were. When I got 75th in 2011, they were down to 9. There was 9 tables in the room. That started feeling like eerie.
It feels real.
Yeah, I was like, man, this is wild.
All right. Show me a complete air ball.
No.
Ravi, always smiling. I feel like I've never seen the man not smile. Just a happy personality. Don't know anybody that's ever called him an enemy in the poker world. There's a lot to be said for that. Because the people of the poker world, there's always something.
I just pretend royal flush.
I mean, poker is the type of game where you almost always lose, especially when you play tournaments. And then when you finally win, that's when it is time to celebrate. By the way, check out the second season of the PokerStars Big Game, available now on the PokerStars YouTube channel. New episodes dropping every Saturday. It's that high-stakes action filmed at NABT Las Vegas 2024. headlined by, of course, the Loose Cannon, along with Jennifer Tilly, Sam Graffin, Andre Akari, Griffin Benger, and soccer star Gerard Piqué. So check out the PokerStars YouTube channel for some big game action. Once again, if you're with us right now on YouTube, please make sure to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Very much appreciated. As we see Joey Ingram in the chat wondering what's up with that hat. Yeah, that's a great question. I'd love to know more about the big hat that Bunch is wearing.
We got a situation here with Spencer and Lee. Both have an ace-king. Lee has suited, but Spencer has 21,300 chips. And so he opens to 1,300. Lee 3-bets 4.4K. We might be seeing it all. Yep, there it goes. That's what I was thinking. He's... Yep, okay, we're going to be all in a call.
Spencer all in. Lee makes the call. We got suited versus offsuit. Slight favorite here for the suited variety, but this will more often than not end up in a draw. Oh, excuse me, in a chop.
Take it. Yeah, I think you would take it.
You want it.
Deal making allowed?
You talked about earlier about the painful ways to go from a poker tournament. The all-in with the same hand and flush thing.
Well,
oh, yeah. Well, at least we can run this one out very quickly.
2 happy winners.
Like, I actually wish if there was a way to, like, amend it in the poker world, if you both have ace-king off or you both have ace-king suited, just take the money back. No need to run it.
I thought you were going to say run as many cards until someone wins.
No, I think because it's the thing is I've been on both sides of it. I'm not sitting here complaining about my bad beats. I've won those. I've lost those. But when you win it, it's kind of cool, and when you lose it, it's the worst thing of all time.
Yes.
It's just it's so I kind of wish there was like a way to be like, all right, we got the same hand, next hand.
Shout out Kerry Katz, Connor Drynan, aces versus aces in the one drop. That's just like the most brutal way to die.
No?
Yeah. JJ Liu in the house.
All right.
Women in Poker Hall of Fame member. JJ Liu.
Nice hat.
The most colorful outfits in the history of the game. Always dressed for the occasion. Absolutely love to see this. JJ Liu has been around the game for many decades. Just shy of 4 million in career tournament earnings. Her first live tournament result dating back to 1996, when she made the final table of the 3K limit hold'em at the World Series of Poker.
29 years, still doing it. Got to respect that history. That's amazing.
JJ Liu finished 13th in the ladies event this year. Still making it happen.
Pot here between Peterson and West. Probably going to be the end of it here for Peterson with bottom pair. Incorrectly falls.
I must say it's been fairly quiet as far as table talk goes between these two tables. Yesterday with the helmet table, then a ground table. It's a fair bit more chatter. These players all...
What did you think of this year's Highway to Helm youth entrance?
Oh, it was horrible, dreadful, just dreadful. Oh, we're vibing out there. That is how you stay locked in. Oh wait, chat. Guess what music is he listening to? Give me some songs you might think that are playing right now.
That's some techno or house music if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, it's not jazz, I think.
No, it's some European.
Maybe some DJ Chesto.
Yeah, I feel like this dude's at that pool party I was at.
Oh, yeah.
In his mind right now.
I love this. I love a playlist with these kinds of songs.
I turn the late night post dinner. I slam the. You know, that's the slam the tunes and get the energy because people are wearing down. There's always an interesting dynamic of the World Series main, man. People are trying to get in that bag, you know. Like, people are, you want to tell your wives and your friends you made day 2. You know what I'm saying? So if there's that last level, sometimes there's some chips available.
Yep, absolutely.
Heads up.
Shout out to, now I got to find in the chat who said this. I'm gonna give credit here. Of course, asking for what song was playing there. Oh, here. Brains Frequency says Darude Sandstorm.
Ooh,
classic. Love that.
Interesting pop flop here developing because Paddock and I'm gonna let you say.
I want to go with Fajoni.
Fajoni, that's it. But look at this board. So we've got a real interesting board texture here.
Were you about to say Figon?
Yeah, I think I called him Fagone earlier. I don't know.
I mean, we're just making this up.
But this is interesting though. We got top pair and open straight draw and a flush draw for Joni. Paddock has middle pair and a gutter, facing a 5,500 chip bet here into a pot, basically a half pot bet. And these are the kind of the spots in the main where you find folds a little more often than normal tourneys. You did that second best hand in the main thing. You got to get away from.
Absolutely. Especially when you're not drawing to anything perfect.
Good fold.
Got to be patient here as Paddock gets out of the way. Joni picks one up and still sitting on a relatively short stack, but just humming along here.
Oh, here we go.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Aces for Viktor, Blom, and Ravi with Jack 10 finding himself making a straight, but we got 4 clubs on board, so whatever damage we might see is not going to be too painful, but instead of Ravi winning, it's Blom getting it done with a bet on the river.
Wow.
Wow. Wish we had seen that one from
I
the
know,
start.
there wasn't a lot of money in it. He only bet 4,500 into like 8 or 9K. I think it must have. I'm going to guess Blom raised pre and Ravi just called, and then the flop. It was king queen. The flop action got slowed down by like a king queen jack flop where people had
he
to.
seems to really.
But you got to give Blom credit. I mean, who else turns 2 aces into a bluff? I mean, you don't see that every day.
It's the worst thing ever in the summer.
What's that?
Said the heat here.
Robbie got bluffed by 2 aces. So that's a funny story.
That is funny.
It's a different kind of heat there. Yeah.
But Robbie's still sitting with 105,900, so he's not complaining. Iverson opens 2K, and Spencer was 7. So we got to cut off the button here. Spencer with 19,800, so this is. I don't know if this is quite a shove with 25 blinds in the main, but I'm curious to see how he's going to play these 7s here. This is interesting. So he makes a call. Oh, you just got to love.
Of course, you only come
Look at
out
that hand. So you just had a spot.
Feel what it's like
Blom
the other times
squeezes ace 3 off out the big blind.
Vegas
You
is
just
great
see
in the
ace queen and 7s just into the butt
And it gets cold in the winter.
in about 0.4 seconds.
It's like perfect temperature underneath. For me, anyway.
Yeah.
Hail King Leon in the chat says, who else stole their parents' credit card back in the day to deposit on Party Poker? I mean, I think many of us will have done something like that. I actually, personally, started out in the free roll streets.
Nice. I respect that. I used to play some free rolls.
And when I turned 18 and I had my own means, even though it was limited.
He said 12.
Started depositing a little bit.
Yeah,
I think that's too much.
I started out the free roll streets as well, but I had a specific moment. I'd never even made a final table of a tournament, and I won a $20 on Party Poker for 10K when I was 23.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I thought I was a millionaire. I called my mom the next day. She had a lot of concerns. She probably still does 20 years later.
She was right.
Yeah.
He's like 18,
But I just like
maybe?
22. You're a
Like
broke
he's
college
like
kid. $22 to
75.
10 grand, man.
That's so amazing.
Yeah, I think something like that. I guess.
I don't have my cell phone. I can't figure it out.
Yeah.
Two weak aces taking a flop here. Silverberg able to connect though with the 4. Zacconi, check, check.
People joking in the chat that I'm still in the free roll streets. That is correct. I'm on the Play PokerGo free roll streets just to have a bit of side action going while doing commentary. All in good fun. Go try it out. PlayPokerGo.com. We got the free rolls.
What a thin bet here by Silverberg. You got to love it. I mean, he bet 500 to 3,200 with third pair, knowing it was good. And I know that's a tiny bet, but I love a thin value bet on the river. You know, I feel like when you're finding that a lot of people don't do that. So I respect it.
All right, here we go. The new WSOP Plus app. If you don't have it already, you better get in there. Streamlined entry into events. Easy to find your table, get into your seat. Download it now through the App Store or get it on Google Play. Man, how times have changed. That app has really changed the game for the better.
I actually want to just compliment it because I've been coming here for a long time. And World Series of Poker without lines.
Next break, or we won't.
Didn't know that day would ever come.
I'm comfortable staying
And
here.
they're crushing it with that app. It's great.
Absolutely.
It's extremely user friendly.
Bunch here, still wearing that funky hat. I keep thinking that it's like a prop bet he lost or something, having to wear that thing.
And the chainsaw shirt.
The chainsaw shirt might be a style choice.
You are making a statement.
It's definitely. Yeah, I'm not sure what kind of statement, but yes, you definitely are.
Bring somebody over to that one, right?
That's a good question.
I didn't see that at first.
They might move us to put someone else here. That's what they might do.
Me in the hat.
Yep.
First time.
You had that pot where you 4-bet him, but I was in the middle, so.
You had a good hand. Check. Check. King high.
Ace high. Same hand.
Same hand. Remember.
You didn't have king.
Raise 17,000.
We're over to a hand here at the second feature table, and Apostle has made a straight on the river, and West has two pair, but is going to bet folded. So correct fold, and Apostle picks up another pot. She's won a lot of them. 145,400 chips for her, having a very impressive day one in the World Series main as the women continue to dominate the second feature table. We're about to get a third addition to our broadcast. Remco and I, the one and only Joey Ingram, will join us. Apostle, we may have the most interesting man or woman in the tournament here, showing her Dalmatian sprinting down a snowy mountain. She's got some interesting hobbies. She's doing well in the main. Name to watch here on day one.
Raise 11.
Back to action on the second feature table. Peterson opening 1100 with king jack off. Phillips going to make the call with the sevens on the button. Not sure what Paddock's thinking about with the 3-deuce offsuit here. I I think maybe, okay, he realizes it's his turn. I was thinking maybe he didn't know it was his turn.
Call. 3 players.
Ramos paying tribute to the late, great Doyle Brunson, peeling the 10-2 off out the big blind.
Checks. Check. Check.
Check around, flopping the ace high. No improvement on the 6 turn. 7 still good for Phillips here. All right, let's check the Phillips on the button. He's going to go ahead and bet the 7s here. And it is the best hand. And
Call.
Peterson peeling the king jack here.
Heads up.
Interesting move. Phillips still good with the 7s.
7.
Joe Ingram on his way. He's walking in, he said. So we'll have Joe Ingram joining us for the upcoming couple of hours.
I'm excited to hear that, like you said, he's a nighttime is the right time kind of guy. I feel like this is his time to shine, these late night hours. So I'm excited to see the energy he's going to bring to this broadcast.
Maybe we'll start an investigation during the show. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe we can start the first judgments.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be quite funny. All right, quick reminder here that if you want to beat the best and crush the rest, you better sign up to gtowizards.com/PokerGo to get started. Start it for free and save 10% on your first purchase. No limits, no excuses. Over at gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Crush your competition right now. No better time to start working on your game and get prepared for perhaps your first main event next year. Who knows? You never know when you might find yourself in Las Vegas.
Also, shout out to the Mega Satellite, the 1 p.m. The 1100 Mega every day at 1 p.m. One of the great. It gives like at least 80 seats at the main every day. People always ask you, what's the best way to get in the World Series main event? You qualify online. There's all kinds of stuff you can do. If you're in Vegas, fire the 1100 at 1 p.m. 1 out of 10 get in. It's like over 80 seats. The best one.
He said he doesn't want to talk to you.
Shout out.
But very, very quietly he said it.
Very quiet.
Ortiz opened an ace-queen off. Ortiz with only 11.5K, a little shorter. Is called by Peterson with the king 5 of diamonds.
3 players.
All right. We get the
Maybe last. Check.
Sorry?
King jack?
No. I had the jack.
All right, happy to welcome to the booth Joey Ingram in the mix.
Let's go. I've been in the chat, reading the chat, watching the game, thinking about that big hat and why these guys have those heater. What are those fans around the necks? I've had a lot of questions, so it's good to be here. Perfect time of night, 11 p.m. I'm just waking up normally at this time here in Vegas, so.
Yeah, I was joking. I said 11 p.m. for Joey is my noon. You know.
Yeah, I've been playing every night till 5 a.m. So this is like, this is so beautiful. The main event, day 1. How exciting is this? Good to see you back, Remco.
I'm so stoked to be able to do this. I said it yesterday as well on the show. It's such an honor to call the action on this event.
I'm here with Larry from San Antonio. You just told me you dedicated this tournament to someone. Who's that?
I dedicated it to one of my best friends who is in stage 4 cancer, and he loves poker, so I said, this one's on you, buddy. Richie Samarick from Austin, Texas.
We're thinking of Richie in his battle. Thank you for sharing that. You also told me that you first came out to the main event back in 1978. Is that right?
That is correct. I came out in 76, learned Raz, learned Ace to 5. No one knew how to play No Limit Hold'em. And my uncle, who owned the Stardust, said there's a little No Limit game going on at the downtown. And so I went with 43 other people and played in the 78 World Series of Poker.
How cool is that? Thank you so much for the time. We're going to send you back. We're thanking you and your friend during this tournament. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Larry Wright, poker legend. Good to have him in the mix. His uncle owned the Stardust, Joey. No problem.
His uncle owned the Stardust. What a legend. And he put his hat to his side like that? What's going on here?
I'm happy to hear.
Good to see you as well, Mincy, by the way. I haven't
Yeah.
seen you since last summer. I think I saw you at the steakhouse last year, so great to see you as well.
I always love the just, all the content, especially when you investigate
Japanese,
the poker world.
so to say.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Mincy was saying earlier we need some
playing
new
prepared very
Joey
simply.
investigative content.
We need a poker.
Trust me, you don't want to hear the investigations I'm working on. So maybe one day.
We need a poker Supreme Court.
A poker Supreme Court.
But I mean, how do you
Isn't
enforce?
that Jungle Man? I thought Jungle Man was.
But you
the
can't
Supreme Court.
enforce anything. That's the
Jungle
problem.
Man enforces it with his. What do you mean?
He puts people's phone numbers on Twitter.
Yeah,
you know,
post your conversation on Twitter. That's not
That's true.
enforcement to you.
Joey, playing all hours of the night, as you mentioned, you and I running into each other time and time again. How's the summer been for you overall?
It's been great. I mean, a lot of good things going on. Some things could be better, some things could be worse, but it's been a real great summer for me.
Can we expect to see you take a last-minute stab into the main event?
I was thinking about it. Yeah, I was thinking about going into day 2 or just buying in for the 60 BB. Still on the fence. I just been playing so much cash games, so to think about switching to tournament mode and then getting locked in, channeling Jesse Lonis, Sean Deeb, the GOAT, and Viktor Blom. It's good to see Viktor Blom, by the way. He looks healthy. I mean, this is what happens when you get a good backer, is that you end up looking good, feeling good, playing good. So he's got a new sponsorship, so it's good to see him out here.
He does look fit.
London?
Yeah, Viktor Blom doing it in all the games, making multiple final tables this summer.
What'd you study?
You know, way back when, before he was a known entity, could have never imagined him becoming a live grinder like this.
Yeah, I feel like the evolution of every online poker player is to become a live poker player at some point. So it's good to see Viktor out here, and it seems like he's taking his game pretty seriously. Looks like he got that backing by Phenom Poker, so that usually gives you backing once people are still believing in you and they want to support you and they want to put you in a position to succeed. So it's good to see him having such a huge summer.
Yeah, just to point out here, 4th in the 10K 08, 6th in the 50K no limit, 2nd in the 10K limit, and 5th in the 10K Big O, 10th in the 10K 7-card stud. So that's an insane list.
And he's not even the player of the year. I mean, that goes to
not
tell you.
close to those top 3.
Yeah. No. Some of these guys have just had an amazing summer. So how's this table? Fill me in, guys. Who's the players to watch here?
This is a pretty fun table. The secondary table's a little slower. This feature table's good though. With Blom, Ravi Raghavan. I love Ravi. I always get his name wrong. He's really good though. Chicago pro, live and online. He's doing well. The Spencer got 20th in the World Series main a few years ago, but he's kind of struck. He's not having a good day. The Silderberg's been going hard. He's bluffed a bunch of pots. So it's been pretty good.
I'd say this table is well above the average level of a main event day 1 table. Lee in the 1 seed has been playing above the rim. Ravi, of course, Bunch has been playing well, although a bit conservative. But Viktor Blom, I'd say, still the star of the show, involved in a plethora of hands.
They make you pay.
And we still have no explanation for that hat.
No, we still don't.
Two Fat Matt in the chat said
But
it's
that's
been
only
going
'cause
on for
America
hours.
makes
So
Chinese people pay $100.
should that
for
be
a
allowed to
come
be
here.
wear a hat that big? I mean,
So, like,
is
they
this
don't
really?
make anybody else
I mean, he's not covering his face.
Yeah,
it's
true.
Because of reciprocity.
It's like in a shade, though. I mean, it's kind of strange. I would not want to be playing at a table with a guy wearing a hat like that.
I wonder if he has like some kind of mini fan underneath. Keep him cool.
Oh, yeah.
It says 100 plus WSOP cashes on the in
But I think my
all
10-year-old
in honor
visa
of
was
Alan
like
Kessler.
Yeah,
got
chainsaw
300.
shirt and
And I
that
can
cap,
go
that hat.
anytime.
Wild fashion statement on the 4th of July.
Ravi Raghavan, World Poker Tour champ, making it 1,200. Iverson has been the wild card at this table. Flopped a straight flush earlier, flopped a set of aces, but hasn't gotten paid off on his big hands.
Oh, his shirt has Alan Kessler on it. Wow, that's
yeah,
that is
that's why, like I said, man, the man's making a statement.
What are we doing? Yeah, okay, I like that. Alan Kessler really has fans out there.
Well, he's also on the hat.
No, I didn't really wear that.
He's on the hat?
They
Yeah,
did
the
think
guy.
I was weird
It's
'cause
Alan Kessler holding a chainsaw.
Oh, that's Alan Kessler on the hat? I didn't think so. I thought that was like a 1970-year-old 70s actress or something like that on the hat. I
Look
couldn't
at the
even tell.
chainsaw. You can
Look
see
at
the
the
chain-
hair, though. I mean, that just looks like they're in like an old family sitcom.
The Kessler, the Kessler with the shades, just man.
Icon. I do love Alan Kessler, so.
I do too. I've done it forever. Chainsaw.
But yeah, the table talk has been fairly limited. I feel like players have been
that will be
pretty focused.
debuted on day 2 of the main. So
We're bouncing back and forth between tables as we look at Philip Sternheimer here on one of the outer tables. Sternheimer winning his first bracelet earlier this year. Very emotional after winning his bracelet, giving much love to the USA, the country that took in his grandparents, I believe, during World War II. Sternheimer, now a longtime resident of the UK, but also an American citizen. And look at this, gets the drag a pot.
Phenomenal jacket. Love that jacket.
Yes.
Two
Great
colors.
Great jacket game, indeed. You've been known to rock the jackets.
I got a lot of jackets, yeah. I love wearing a nice jacket. Play poker. I feel like you need a nice jacket when you play poker.
800.
Honestly, most poker rooms are so cold that you have to bring a jacket.
Either a nice hoodie or a nice jacket. Sometimes a blazer.
This is our horseshoe table. We got Natalie Ramos and Iona Apostle, the two women.
The two women have been running this table.
Yes, they have been.
25. 25.
2,500.
Ortiz getting raised here by ace-10. It's got backdoor flush and wheel outs, but
He's only got 10,000 chips right now, too.
Yeah.
I just can't see how he can continue.
It's kind of painful to fold with the double backdoor straight, backdoor flush. Just have overcard. Very painful, but doesn't really have enough chips behind to justify the call.
would you rather just not bet at all in Ortiz's shoes, given how short he is?
Yeah, it could be one of those spots either way. I mean, make a small bet. Very unlikely you're going to get check raised unless it's by a pretty strong 10 or some type of like gut shot straight draw. And even many of those hands might just call as well too, so might not be the worst idea. And Mike Dugan in the chat said, announcers commentating on the jacket, not realizing he's wearing a $200,000 watch. So yeah, we saw the watch looked good with the jacket, but
Well, you know why we didn't comment on it, because none of us are rich enough to own a watch like that, so it's hard for us to properly gauge its value. Mincy, what's the most expensive watch you have? Your watch is more expensive than my watch.
Sponsored by a watch company?
I got my watch.
Oh, here it goes.
Yeah, I thought you have a watch sponsorship, right?
I
Wasn't
got
this a big saga you went through? It was like
I
emotional.
sold like 200 of them.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I remember. That's why I know about the watch, because you were with the
I
watch.
got it I put it on.
I think you did.
Oh, he's got it with him.
I got my brick watch.
Oh, nice.
Love
Yeah,
that.
good watch.
Okay. You gonna wear that?
It ain't no 200. Oh, I'll wear it tomorrow. It ain't no 200K watch. It's a good watch though.
West here, by the way, finds pocket aces, makes it 1100. Apostle out of the way. Joey, what's the nicest watch you own?
I pretty much only have a watch I bought a long time ago when I first started playing poker and started running up my bankroll. So, and I keep that one forever.
It's kind of like Tristan Wade. You know, he bought a Breitling with some of his early poker winnings, and he's still repping that.
Boys,
I want to take the pack from you.
Okay.
I'll give it back to you after you come back.
Yeah, okay.
West, by the way, with aces now three-way on the flop. Seeing King, Jack, Deuce.
Okay, so you're the fun
He gets to take it down here.
Have a good break, guys.
Players going on break. We are not going on break. We're just going to show you a quick 20-second commercial, and then we'll fast forward through the break. And we'll have a new secondary feature table for you as Erick Lindgren and John Riordan will join us on that secondary feature table. We'll see you guys in just a few seconds.
not afraid to do what I have to do.
You know what my problem is? I just don't believe you.
Let's see what this footballer is made out of.
I'm an aggressive player.
Stop showing off, mate. Are you kidding me?
Anything can happen in a big game, I'm sure.
All right, we are back on the Las Vegas Strip. It is nighttime, but there's still plenty of poker to be played on day 1C of the 2025 World Series of Poker main event. My name is Remco Rinkema, joined for the last level of play by Joey Ingram and Mincy. Mincy was playing the main event tomorrow, his 10th time trying to make a run in the big one as we look at the horseshoe room. And you can see the tables emptying out. Some dreams are already getting crushed here as David Tuckman and Will Jaffe are still on the call on PokerGO.com. But we're keeping it dirty here in those YouTube streets. Please smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. Very much appreciate you all for hanging out with us as we get Erick Lindgren, the 2008 Player of the Year, on the feature table, as well as Mr. John Riordan, who goes by King Riordan, if you ask me. Always wearing the trademark hoodies. He is back in action. Let's see if we can get some fun hands and some fun table chatter here. Riordan, a 2-time WSOP bracelet winner, a mainstay in the high rollers inside of our PokerGO studio. Let's see if we can also do it against those with a dream in the main event. Cards in the air here for the final level of play. 2 more hours of poker left to be played.
Well, I like this choice for the feature table, though, getting
Man, these
Lindgren
cards
and
are
him.
super glossy. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, how do you choose the tables? You got all these people out there. It's got you walk through and you just pick one out, and I wonder how they choose.
It's funny too because I mentioned this earlier. It's really hard to pick a table because if the table is somewhere in the breaking order, we can't just put a table up there that's going to get broken. So sometimes it becomes a little bit more complex.
I feel like it's an art picking the feature table.
Yeah, especially on day 1, you're of course looking for the big names, but then once you get to day 2 and 3, you're going to find some characters, players with massive stacks who are talkative, making things happen. It's a constant search for something good to put on the stream.
Put that SpongeBob SwearPants Patrick, who Natalie did a great job interviewing him.
It'd be fun.
I feel like we got to see more of that guy. Nobody had more questions for him. I mean, I got a lot of questions for what his whole poker story was. It sounded pretty interesting.
He sounds like someone who would be on your podcast.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I haven't done many.
Can I have some purples, please?
We'll get acquainted here with the other players at the table.
Lindgren, 127,000. Good day, 700. Good day 1 for Erick so far.
Does anybody know how I'm following the poker, the 10K? There's one mixed game going on right now as well. Gordo is deep in that, so I got a 25K fantasy sweat in the ODB fantasy. I'll be top 30.
Really?
If Gordo takes that down, so I got a chance to win that.
That's
so first price 80K. You never know. Anything's possible.
By the way, I just wanted to verify this. So I've been sort of looking for the bio sheets, but it is indeed Joe Bartholdi in the 3 seat. World Poker Tour guy from back in the day, winning the championship back in 06 for $3.7 million. Bartholdi right here with the NAPT hat. One of the old school guys. Pretty cool to see him. I remember watching his final table, commentated on by the late Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Love those broadcasts, man. That was part of what got me into poker. Mike Sexton and Vince. Those were great.
You grew up watching those games, and that's what got you into the tournaments.
It was like when Moneymaker. I was playing frat house $5 games when Moneymaker won it. And like
you're an OG. I thought you were young. I thought you were a little bit younger.
I'm 42, baby.
42.
Yeah, I feel 35 though.
Yeah,
I'm aging well.
Let's go. You look good.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Still got the women crushing here on our outer table. Ramos and Apostle, the 2 biggest stacks at this table. I'm the youngest in the room. Kind of feels good.
I believe you're the only one with a
3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 37.
37.
So how's our chat doing tonight, guys? I see a lot of people out there. 11K people still watching the main event at 11 p.m. Pacific time.
Yeah,
so
it's late on that East Coast.
Did you ask them where they're watching from, Remco? I know.
We'll do it right now.
I know you love to ask that question.
I love that question also because we get so many people saying like, yeah, I'm in Australia. I've been watching all through the night, and now I'm back at my office. Or the guy from yesterday who was in South Africa. who had to go to work because he watched all through the night. Skipped out on some sleep. The main event, man, it brings the people out.
The main event, I mean, I used to love, like, growing up, and then you'd always see the players, like, once a year in the main event, and you get to learn kind of what they've been doing the past year, catch up with them. Like you said, Joe's there playing, and, I mean, old school guys just kind of come out. E-Dog's here.
Yep.
It's always good to see. We recently saw E-Dog on that big high-stakes game, too, so it's good to see him back in the mix.
I see him in he's kind of got North Carolina ties. When I go to Cherokee, I see him there sometimes.
I'm very biased to the old school players. Like, I love watching them. I love seeing what they're doing, seeing how their careers are developing. So it's pretty cool to see.
Well, we got the people chiming into the chat right now. You got the people going. We got them all over the world. That's for sure. Matthew asking, who's in the booth? Myself, Remco Rinkema, Joey Ingram, and Mincy. Giving you coverage here of the final level of the night as we look at Richards West's bio sheet. Specializes in cloud computing. This man is rich, I can tell.
I was going to say, that was my first thought. Okay, he's in the cloud computing world, then you're definitely in a spot to make a lot of money now with all these data centers. So shout out to Richard.
I mean, it's the world of AI.
True.
It's coming.
I feel as though soon enough we'll be commentating on a match between two AIs to see who's the better poker player.
Are we sure that that hybrid AIs aren't being tested in the main event field? Because I would think if you have a bot that you built, wouldn't you send it out here to see if it could take it down?
Who here has the most potential to be an AI bot? That's what I'm wondering.
This is a good question.
That Australian pro earlier we were talking about.
Oh, Michael Addamo.
Yeah, I mean, just his demeanor, I was like, man.
A sentient life form. Michael Addamo, plugged into the Matrix.
I mean, he was just sitting the way he sat there. I was like, man.
You were inspired, or what? Is that
he keeps his hands under the table.
It looks so intimidating.
So you're used to like people shuffling, and he doesn't move like. I mean, his eyes blink, but there's no other movement in his face.
Pan Gray in the chat says commentators will be replaced by AI for sure. That's for sure happening. We'll just like input all of Joey's podcasts he's ever done into AI, and then we just generate Joe Ingram commentary.
The commentator, perfect, yeah. It's actually might happen. Wow, that's a pretty interesting way to think about it. Well, they would have more access to data. Like, think if you're an AI commentator doing this table, you're going to have the bios of all these people inside of your head, so you'll be able to tell this guy's from Chicago, this guy's from Texas. You know what I mean?
You're already surrendering to the AI overlords.
I'm ready to I might be ready to retire, you know.
The problem with you is that there's so much content out there that you've done that they would actually be able to build a Joe Ingram AI bot.
I'll be doing commentary for the next 1,000 years. Investigation, you know, in 20
There'll still be Poker World scandals in 1,000 years. I mean, that's...
There's always some. I mean, you know, somebody might mark a card tonight. You never know. Let's keep our eyes open.
Somebody will hit and run their backers' money till the end of time.
I mean, who wants to pay the backer back, you know? They just take it.
Isn't it funny, Joey, all the years we've been in this industry, sometimes these sort of, I guess, controversies or whatever scandals, they just pop out of nothing. Like, right, there's like all of a sudden this big explosion.
Right.
Think of the Jack forehand. Out of nowhere, this takes the poker world by storm, and we can probably name plenty more examples where all of a sudden the entire poker world is sort of captured by this one big thing.
I mean, that's kind of what makes it great. People just pay attention to certain, I would call them controversies. Just certain events happen, or you have a guy like Martin who's figures out a catchphrase for the summer, and they go with it. 9 high like a boss brings back memories. I think Martin actually, real talented player, so he'll be around for a while. But
that's nice.
Everybody loves villain sometimes, though,
Yeah, you need some interesting guys.
Exactly.
It's always fun when on Twitter when they hate on him.
No, I didn't think it was.
Yeah, Natalie's married to Felipe Ramos from Brazil.
That's why I asked, because it looks nice. I was curious.
She's been playing well today, too. I mean, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, she's been playing a very long time. I think she's from Germany. Pretty sure she used to be in the content space, and then her and Felipe got together, and they started traveling the world, living a good life, got married, had a family, and now they seem like they're going pretty strong.
Raised to 12.
We were talking earlier, saying the dinner time conversation might be about a lot of poker strategy. I always wonder how that is for couples where both sides play poker. My wife does not know the rules of poker, so I never have to talk about poker when I'm home.
How's it work for you, Mincy, when you're talking poker? Because you feel you got a lot of passion for the game.
Yeah, no, I still keep up with. I probably have 5 or 10 friends. We text hands a decent bit. You know, I don't know. Until this last week, though, I only played like 5 or 6 tourneys this year, but we're still feel pretty good about it.
You just been working on your sports betting.
I've just been, we're just trying to stay gainfully employed, boys.
Yeah.
I mean, we've done a good job of it. We've had a good year this year. Things have calmed down.
Let's go.
Joey, a dating in poker, yes or no? Or is that asking for problems?
This isn't yeah.
I'm tying this into the Ramos love story.
Oh, I mean,
where they're making it happen. You know, there's plenty of examples where it does work out.
I wouldn't say plenty, but there are examples definitely.
Liv and Igor.
I feel like it's hard to make work.
Kristen and Alex.
I would say it's tough, but I also wonder, like, do you like wake up in the morning like arguing about 3-betting ace queen to start your day? You know, like I just imagine like that's just like I don't know. It would be funny.
That's what the Foxons discuss for breakfast.
They're running sims all night, and they're reading the printouts like you and I read the newspaper. Phillips, by the way, taking a stab here with ace-9. Might just get this through here. Yeah, Ortiz still very short on 5.5K. It's gonna let it go.
And with the levels so long in this, you're really never out of it. So just got to stay patient.
Yeah, what's happening? No one asked.
You excited for tomorrow, Mincy? You're gonna be playing?
Yeah, I'm debating when I'm hopping in it. I had a very rough couple first levels last year and didn't make dinner.
I feel like the thing about you is you're a deep stack menace. So don't you think you want to take advantage of? Obviously, you could mess it up and
no, I know.
Do some crazy with an 8-3 or something like that.
I feel like I've got like the online tourney background when it's like the 30 or 40 to 100 big blinds. I play pretty.
Right, so you rather just maybe start your event once you're already at that stack size.
Yeah, a little before. I don't know.
They don't bluff you.
But I mean, but you just think with the main event, man. You could get a killer table draw, or you could be at a table draw full of amateurs. And
true.
What was that like? Queen high.
I'm excited to play though.
I wish.
Every 7 years I make a main run. So
I love when you make a main run. It's pretty fun.
I did 11 and 18. This is 25. We're two.
Let's go. Are you selling action? Are you got any pieces left?
I don't. The one thing I'm blessed with are wealthy backers.
I might be broken in an hour.
I might need to
find out like what somebody had an hour before I got broke.
Good to see Bartholdi back. Like you said, won the WPT.
Yeah, the actual WPT championship,
Yeah.
the 25K buy-in.
Yeah, 19 years ago.
Yep.
No.
He still looks very young, so pretty impressive to play poker for 20 years and still. A lot of these guys actually still kind of look the same, and some of them wear the same outfits as well too. So it's a little bizarre. I've noticed this trend, especially in the poker room where I play at a lot. Everyone just wears the same outfit.
Don't know how much of a character
You know what's
you are.
depressing? The 25K he won back in 06, equivalent inflation-wise, that's 40K right now. Our money ain't worth nothing anymore.
I think that's a
Buy
compliment.
Bitcoin, people.
Yeah.
Get rid of your dollars.
The hell?
They're still keeping
this
the
financial
main.
advice, not financial advice. Is that wow?
They're keeping the main. The main's still, I guess the 10K is a cheaper buy-in than it used to be.
Oh, it's way. I think someone in the chat did the math the other day. The main back in the 70s was like 80,000 equivalent to what it is today.
It's pretty incredible. Yeah. Do you think they're ever going to raise the buy-in to 15K or 20K?
Oh, man.
Inflation, I guess.
I just 10. You can get so many people in now, though, and that's kind of.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of keeping it 10K.
I like the freeze out thing too.
Check.
God, that is really far away to see.
It is, right?
I feel like I need binoculars.
Yeah. It's crazy how big they made this table.
The reason the table is so big is so that we can get these nice camera angles. Doesn't look like everyone is sitting on each other's lap on some of the normal size tables.
So big anyway.
Probably looks epic more like epic on stream because they're just streaming like a poker. It's the setting for the poker scene. So probably the big Angular corner table looks better.
We have a sick view from here.
Bartholomew knows what's up.
I say he really gets it. Yeah, that was a good breakdown.
Bobby Baldwin sipping espresso.
Oh yeah, I noticed.
I have a question for you as a big PLO guy. Already, we see how big these PLO tourneys are getting.
Quick interruption here, Mincy, because we got to talk about the man who pays the bills for Joe Ingram as well. Beat the best and crush the rest. Head on over to gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Start out for free or save 10% on your first purchase. Get in the mix right now over on gtowizard.com. Joey, you're even wearing the hat. You're a company man.
Those guys got me so much better at 2-card PLO that I will owe them forever. So I'm very grateful. They've got me great coaches, and I've done 220K moves on the Wizard. So it's hard not to get better when you just do so many hands. But yeah, it's
you feel like you're under the gun.
So can't say enough good things about those people, how they treated me.
So for those who've never used the software, give a little insight into how you actually go about learning.
I mean, I usually just start, like, when I learn tournaments,
playing that this afternoon there was
I just start with the, there's a little course on there, like a fundamental thing that takes you through each stage of what a tournament would be. So I basically just did pre-flop every situation, so you could set it up for individual situations. You could customize it for individual hands. So if you got trouble, like in tournaments, short stacks, I always study 10 big blind shove ranges because that's a spot you find yourself in pretty often. So it's good for just customizing each spot that you're weak in. I just play through every spot, and if I don't understand it, then I'll hone down on that. So there's kind of like a lot of content you can watch with it while you're training as well too. So it just gives you immediate feedback, which is nice because it lets you know right away where your problems are. So look at E-Dog. Look at that 2008.
Erick Lindgren has been around the block. The 08.
Used to love watching him play. Love watching him on the high stakes shows.
Lindgren for a long time was considered the best player without a bracelet. He got that box checked off. Was also, not as visible in poker for quite some time. Had his ups and downs in life, and now back, cashed the 50K this year, cashed the 25K PLO this year. Clearly found a way to get back towards the top, which is commendable.
That's how we turn it up.
Life's all about adversity. It's how you bounce back, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
Tight folds. Oh, sorry.
In poker, you're really never out of it. Especially, you can always get a backer for some events, or you find the way to run your roll up.
You're always one tournament
That's what I mean, right?
You're always one tournament away, no matter how bad it is.
Exactly. There's always hope. Buy in once, win a 500 buy-ins. There's always a chance.
I'm just kidding. Fold.
Joey, let's say, just for hypothetical sake, you were broke. What's the smallest percentage you would play the main for if someone offered you a stake?
That's a sick question.
Because you don't want to be winning $10 million and then you got to hand off 9.5 million or whatever it is.
But the thing is, if
you would be handing off some W9 for
if you do that, then you basically get backed by anyone forever too. So there's a lot of future GTO that comes out of that, so that might be smart. But yeah, I don't know. I probably wouldn't be playing the main event.
I'd say
you would just pass on the opportunity.
Yeah,
I would say 20% of my
20.
If I was dead broke.
A better question is how many people playing the main event are playing for that type of percentage.
10% or less?
I bet a lot. I mean, I would rather put somebody else in than put myself in right now.
Really?
So, yeah, maybe that's not smart. But
you've been in the GTO Wizard lab. You're primed. You're ready.
Yeah.
When have you ever been more ready?
Never. Yeah,
there you go. Can't win if you don't play.
I got to ask about this Omaha thing real quick because I think the growing Omaha tournament thing. Look how big the 10K, 25K, 50K, 100K are. Could we ever have a 10K PLO Omaha World Series championship?
I mean, I've been trying to push that across for many years and make the more 10K PLO more of the main event of Potman Omaha, the great game. Treat the winner the same way you might treat a Hold'em winner, but maybe in the future, you never know. They're under new management now, or at least new ownership. So
you could do like a Omaha week where you just have all the big Omahas in a row, and everybody just comes in. I don't know.
I think that'd be great. I mean, I'm all for that. I'm all for hyping up PLO. I think PokerGo's done a great job with their tour. So
PLO tourney's grown ton.
Yeah.
You do it quickly.
First super high rollable PLO. Jared Blesnik versus Isaac Haxton heads up.
Folded well.
100K buy-in.
I know.
Pretty tight fold there from Kim, don't you think, Mitzi?
King 10 there?
Yeah, maybe Lindgren doesn't want to play a big pot against Lindgren. Even though in position, that's a pretty beautiful spot to potentially call a 3-bet.
I feel like you get to this like last level. We're toward that last level of the night thing now, and people are just people want to tell their wives and friends they made day 2. You know, I feel like you see a lot. You see a lot about you. There's a lot of pots for sale at the end of the night.
Yeah, so that could just be a function of he's trying to bag and he wants to put a photo in the group chat, in the Harvard group chat, and make it to day 2. I think that makes sense. Probably smart as well, right? I mean,
there's a lot of there's life equity in being alive in the main.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I still can't believe, Joey, you're not 100% set on playing the main. I'm sad.
I'm
saddened by this.
I'll play the the WPT main. I'll play that, but or most likely. But that's like the main I play each year. I like that main event personally. I try to play like one big main event a year and then play cash games the rest of the year.
Well, this is the biggest one, so.
Did you play any of the did you follow the PLO tourneys at all?
No, not really.
I mean, the games are great in summer.
I feel like it's easy to get addicted to tournaments during the summer, and then your life, you got to wake up at 11 a.m. So it just depends on what kind of life you want to have. Like, do you want to wake up at 11 a.m. or do you want to wake up at 4 p.m.? So you can't really do both. And a lot of the good cash games will go all night if you do like private games. So.
Well, we got King 4 deuce, 2
flop.
hearts. Lindgren flopping a flush draw, Riordan flopping top pair. Spencer with the aces.
Let's see if Lindgren plays this fast. Maybe tries to build a little bigger pot.
Spencer just went 4K to 5,400, kind of bigger bet. Lindgren calls.
Would not be surprised to see Riordan just toss this one here. But instead he's going to come along.
Especially with how deep they are right now. Kind of want to see a safe turn card for all these players.
Obviously, we don't have much as far as reads go. These guys have potentially been playing for about 6 hours with each other at the table. So quite a bit going on here. And Spencer's going to fire again with aces. 10,200 into 17,000.
What do you do if you're Lindgren? You do, let me see. If you got a flush draw, small blind. Got the big blind behind you.
I'm probably I just the fact that your pair is probably not live. I'm probably folding the hand there. Just because you don't have if you had an over, it'd feel differently.
So looks like Riordan is even thinking about folding.
Yep.
And again, this probably has to do with some reads that have built up. Spencer might have been on the tighter side. This might be the first time he's fired 2 barrels all day.
True. Yeah, I mean, you could kind of see Riordan when he reacted. He wasn't very comfortable. He's like, oh, I can't believe I'm folding this hand. You kind of see some body language from him there. So maybe you're right. They've been playing together for a while. We saw them out there on the table earlier. Yep. They kind of showed them. So they've been playing all day, and yeah, you develop certain reads on who's tight or who's loose. And
do they do the commentary live on this thing? Are they commentating now, or are they on delay
because
also?
they mess up so often. They go back and do it over.
So they're on delay also.
They are on delay.
Yeah.
They don't call it real time.
They don't see the video.
No, not same time that people watch at home.
Really?
Yeah. Really? Yeah, of course. Oh yeah. You got to do it.
It would make sense. Yeah. I mean, they should. There should be a delay, or else you.
Blesnik would be right way more if he was on a delay.
He's quite the superstar, Mr. Jared Blesnik, this summer, huh?
He's getting lots of praise.
Yeah.
Some people putting him in the same realm as Mr. Nick
Schulman. Uh-oh, yeah. I mean,
it is warm.
I do love Nick.
I feel like we always need some fresh blood, kind of giving different thoughts in commentary world, and especially at those higher stakes levels, and you need unique insight, and only a few people have that unique insight to those worlds, so they're going to be able to bring pretty fun opinions. So it's good to hear kind of what they think about sometimes as well, and that's what I like about WSOP is you get to bring all these people in here and get to hear from people and different opinions. And
I don't know.
Tuckman and
we need to get my kid in that room so we can hear what people have, what they're saying.
Yeah, but it's on a 1 hour delay, so it doesn't really help them all that much.
Used to be 30. Yeah, it's a 1 hour now, huh?
So, for full disclosure here, we started today on the broadcast with a 3-hour delay, and that allows us to cut out the entire dinner break, which is why Mincy and I were scarfing down some food while play was going on, because we didn't have any breaks. And the other breaks as well, we cut those out as well, and now we are down to about an hour delay. Also, for those wondering, we are commentating on the action as you see it, so we're seeing it for the first time the same way you are, which allows us to have these whole cards on screen, obviously.
Bartholdi was kind of saying the quiet part out loud with his idea to bug the live stream room. That was people usually talk about that off the stream. They don't say that on the stream.
Right, but the funny thing is that he's an hour ahead of us. So whatever we say now has no relevance to what is actually happening in real time.
We ruined his idea, yeah.
Input. You want to look like an idiot. Bet into ace or king.
Nice hand.
I wonder, Joey, from all your years, also playing on stream and talking to people who play on stream, how much of the play of players changes between playing on camera versus off camera, as far as maybe they don't want to be seen bluffing, or maybe they're scared to make a mistake.
Yeah, I know a lot of people worry about that. A lot of people that, especially if people don't really know how they play, then they don't want to go on stream and typically it's because they're a crazy player and they don't want to show people how much they're bluffing, or maybe they have a tight image, or people don't know that they're that crazy, and then sometimes you go on stream and you see a player play one session and you're like, okay, I'm never going to fold that person again in certain spots. And so I think it definitely affects people's play. And I think a lot of the loose players, they know how to play tight. Alan Keating, he knows how to be a tight player, and a lot of these people know how to manipulate their image on stream. So what about you, Mincy? Are you playing different when you're on stream, or are you just like...
I mean, I think it is a little different. I think it's a little harder to pull the trigger on big bluffs on stream, maybe. But then you want. But then there's always a temptation to do it because everybody sees it.
Well, that's what makes it so impressive with these high rollers, like that Peters bluff. I think it was Seth Davies bluff.
The Peters one, that ace of spade. When he naked ace that trips on the 250K bubble, that was pretty.
It's like these guys they're cold-blooded, and they're willing to pull the trigger in like the biggest pots, the biggest spots, the huge final tables. So it makes that really impressive.
He's had all the aces.
Nothing before stream matters, bro.
But yeah, remember, was it last year or the year before that guy tried to bluff Tom Dwan because he was going for a clip?
800.
So, I mean, it's kind of like, it kind of could cause some people, like you said, to maybe go the opposite way where they want to bluff more. Because
I've had to add like a whole 10 to 20% like bluffing range just because my bar's still
But it made things a little easier.
No, it's the 5 of diamonds.
So
like when I'm like breaking down hands, like, oh, there's no way he's bluffed. There's always a 10 or 20% shot that somebody just wants to throw it in my face.
Seriously?
So I've literally had to like, in hands, like when I'm reading the river, I'm like, oh crap, there's a 10% higher chance they're bluffing.
It's very mild.
Because of that. It's really a thing.
The Mincy solver logic. I like this. Okay. But you can tell who knows you though. So you see when people are recognizing you.
People want to though.
Yeah.
You have to establish first who at the table knows who you are.
Can I get a iced coffee? Can I get a bucket of ice?
Yeah, it'd be funny if they just didn't tell you they know you, and then they bluff you and show it in your face.
Get some waters.
I feel like every time I like don't play and then come out to the West Coast, I get shown a couple of bluffs just immediately because people are always firing out here versus the South. People are just bluffing so much more.
Wait, are you saying people in the South are more honest?
Order 2 iced coffees.
I feel like people in the South play hands face up.
Oh, okay,
more,
perfect.
Maybe is how I would put it.
I think a couple of waters.
Yeah, Mincy's looking ready to go right now. He's locked in.
I'm excited, man.
He's fired up. I'm feeling the fire.
Yeah, I just don't get to play.
Right,
it's like when you only play like 8 or 10 tourneys a year, you treasure it more.
I know. True. Let's go.
It's like a treat.
Excited.
Bartholdi and Lindgren probably know each other from way back in the day.
Let me know.
Yeah, I'm trying to be calm and accepting about it. And then when it happens, just genuinely be curious about the experience. I'm probably going to stand and cry out like a little, but
that's what we all do.
I probably won't be able to pull it off, but I'm going to try.
Actually got a live TV feed right there behind the check.
Oh, okay. He's blocking.
Yeah, Sua in this chat says, yes, Joey Ingram, yesterday we saw an example of when someone tried to bluff Rigby. Rigby would be the last guy I'd want to maybe bluff, but I'm sure people want to show him bluffs all the time.
People are probably trying to bluff that 3-2 off on him. You know, try to
Actually, that's probably a good thing. You probably want your opponent to be trying to bluff you with real bad hands sometimes. So it's like the Doyle Brunson 10 deuce effect.
The adjustment from a player like Riordan, who plays, you know, all our high rollers in the PokerGO studio, to playing this event has to be enormous. And at what point do you have to perhaps let go a little bit of the things that work well against top competition versus, you know, quote unquote, keeping it simple in this kind of field?
Yeah, I mean, I think the best players are very good at being opponent specific in terms of how they're going to think about the hand, meaning that if he's playing against a guy like Spencer who might be a little bit tighter, he gets check raised here. He's going to have a lot of experience in adjusting on the fly. Each hand is kind of an individual hand. So I think a lot of the best players are able to do that. But in the main event, you know, you're right. That's what Phil Hellmuth used to always talk about, was that he could do really well against amateurs because he could read them better versus professionals. Maybe he wasn't as good versus them. So, you know, we've heard that the opposite way as well, where people have a hard time adjusting too. So I guess that's, yeah. What about you, Mincy? Are you
I like playing fish, man. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, you know, I like playing the amateurs.
I like you're straightforward, buddy.
That is true.
Appreciate it. You're like, I'm not trying to be in the studio battling the people that are check raising me with the bottom pair and the backdoor flush draw. I just want.
I like when I feel like I'm the top 2 or 3 player at the table.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest.
You prepare all year round to play against the recreational players.
Yeah, I play the regional mains. You know, I play a lot of 1500s. You know, everything I play, I think I got an edge, and the main's my 110. Big one.
Yeah, like you said earlier, the table draw is so important.
Oh, it's everything.
I heard you talking about that. I'm like, yeah, it really, because you never know. If you end up at a spot with a bunch of wizards, then
you got to tie. If you I'll get at tables, and I'm pretty honest about it. Like, usually I'm in the top half of the table, but I've been at a couple main tables where I'm like, man, I'm like the 7th or 8th plus player at the table. Just knit it up, baby. There's another table coming, and then a lot of these guys, even if they're better, they're going to play aggro and still give you chips if you make hands.
John Riordan from Palm Beach, Florida, 2 bracelets, married with 2 children, $4.7 million in earnings. This man knows a thing or two about poker.
How's he been doing in the studio?
I feel like Riordan is a very consistent performer. Above all else, also plays a lot of the games. 2 final tables at our most recent PLO series. Multiple final tables during the U.S. Poker Open as well. Just consistent casher, raking in the results.
And he's a mixed game player as well?
I believe he plays all the games, but it's mostly probably no limit and PLO focused. The one thing I find interesting about Riordan is that he's got $4.7 million in career earnings. His largest score is still only $210K because he plays all those small fields. Does have a long list of final tables in those, mid-tier buy-in events. 10Ks, 25Ks.
Yeah, I want definitely.
Yeah, I'm scouting for next year's 25K fantasy team, so I'm looking for consistent cashers with high upside who can make deep runs and have a mixed game, in their arsenal. So
you're doing pretty good at it this year, huh? The 25K.
Oh yeah, I did a very deep investigation research into my team, and I feel like I picked a team that could win the 25K the ODB fantasy, which is like 800 teams. So now after Gordo is going to take this down, we're going to be top 30. So we got a real shot. You never know. One team.
How many teams did you say?
800 teams. Yeah. It's a pretty fun competition. It's fun because you get to go online every day and sweat your team and see if, Sean Deeb, he's like my heavy hitter, so that guy is the cashing machine, and he can always go deep and win any event. So it's a lot of fun to follow. Like Ben Lamb, I picked Ben Lamb this year is on a comeback year. He's been out of the game for a while, but now he's starting his new casino, so he's got to be out there promoting his company. Of course, the guy's going to be winning events. You know what I mean? So that's kind of the research process.
Ben Lamb's something, man.
He's a beast, dude.
Quick reminder here to check out the second season of the award-winning PokerStars Big Game, which is now available on the PokerStars YouTube channel with new episodes dropping every Friday. High-stakes cash action filmed at the NABT Las Vegas in 2024, highlighted, of course, by the Loose Cannon, who goes up against Jennifer Tilly, Sam Grafton, Andre Akari, Griffin Benger, and soccer star Gerard PK. Go check it out. Back to 25K Fantasy and ODB specifically. I'm not sure who's behind this team, but Team Sorry is currently in first, and his other Team Sorry is in second. So that'd be insane if the same person who put in multiple teams clearly is going to clean up like this.
Yeah, it might be Patrick Leonard, but whoever that is, I want to follow them around for the next year to learn what they learn, because that's a pretty impressive thing to do.
Well, they have Viktor Blom and Philip Sternheimer on their team, so
sorry.
There you go.
14.
Of course, that sweat is far from over. Not only the main event, but also plenty of post limbs still happening at the WSOP.
Yeah, the problem is there's really only like 1 or 2 mixed game events left, and the rest are a little smaller buy and hold'ems, and then a couple higher stakes hold'ems. So there's not many opportunities to really get those big scores for players who are in the actual competition.
Yeah. 80K up top in ODB Fantasy, which is pretty wild. Close to $500,000 in the prize pool. That thing has gotten out of control. I do think that the payouts should be far more top heavy. He's paying 87 places like it's a regular tournament, 10%. Should just pay 5%, in my opinion.
Such a gross way to lose.
Be a good queen of clubs. Just have to pay you 100 for a top.
Well, maybe I'll have a better opinion after I win it this year, and wish it was more top heavy. So
how close are you to the top?
After I got a sweat right now. Mike Gordinsky's three-handed in the mixed game event. So if he wins, it's 126 points. And
he was sticking it to those courier pigeons. You don't need any messengers.
Hit you with the carrier pigeon. Very nice.
It's like Kessler. Who's in the background there? Oh, just one person just watching.
Yeah, live poker, unless it's the final table, not the easiest watch sometimes. And West here, folding his jacks. Fijoni with kings, winning a far less than he was hoped for, I guess.
Well, it feels like we really haven't seen too many 3-bets and 4-bets, so people are going to be 4-betting you. And kind of play a little bit tighter, especially like you said, Mincy, during the end of the day, maybe people are even tightening up a bit more.
Yeah, I mean,
getting a little more.
I mean, I feel like you can, sometimes there's some pots for sale there at the end of the night.
Yeah. And he's got to say, I got you.
You can see the tables are loosening up a bit now. People are talking. They're showing some emotion.
Sorry, I got it.
They're having a little conversation.
I have it, yeah.
Thank you.
Only got, about an hour and a half left, I think it is.
Yeah, the final level of the night, I believe.
Yeah, people kind of get a little bit loose. Final level of the night. Have a drink.
Thank you.
Ortiz down to 3,600, just waiting for something, anything. A fun story I always remember, Martin Stashko, 2011, made the money with 1 big blind and then ran it up to finish second to P.S. Hines. Wow. So don't give up if you're in the main.
I try to tell myself that every time if I'm really short stack is that it doesn't matter if you get short stack in these tournaments because anything's possible. Just got to run well and pray to God. Yeah, Ramos kind of defending the big blind versus
3-bet in the
3-bet. Oh wow,
the 7 high.
She might be kind of going after Phillips here, thinking he might play a little bit tighter, like you said, into the night.
He's opening 10-5, so it's pretty good read.
Yeah, nice hand.
Yeah,
nice 3-bet. It's like the big blind strategies, these deeper stacks. You can do some mixing with a lot of hands, so you can 3-bet, you can call. But you very rarely are folding, especially when the ante is in there. So 4-7, maybe against a over-aggressive player. Nice to mix it in, especially if you got a little tighter image.
People probably don't 3-bet the big blind quite enough. looks pretty strong. You know, people are always 3-betting small blind, but I don't feel like you see it as much. I think.
Yeah, most people I think should just call a lot more often than 3-bet, whereas like a more wizardy strategy would be just 3-bet more often with some random hands, just because you have so much fold equity because the ranges are a lot tighter late position. So like you said, sometimes a guy might open with 10-5 and just an automatic fold. So
Joey, how has your 2-card game evolved in the last couple of years as you've been studying a lot more? What sort of things in your game changed the most?
Learn how to overbet for sure, because in Pot in Omaha you cannot overbet. So it took me a long time of betting over the pot to finally start to understand the spots where you should overbet, why you should overbet, how to think about overbetting. So I'd say that was like the biggest shock for me, and then learn how to do that. But yeah, and just in tournaments, just learning pre-flop, I think you start to realize how much suited hands matter a lot more, and just those little equities, how much they can make a difference. And ICM especially, ICM is like the most fascinating thing ever. So, so yeah, just say having an understanding of how to actually bet and play, and how to make your hands together.
Yeah, I know. You got to get healthy. That's a good one. You need somebody to call and win. That's what you need.
Exactly. That hasn't happened.
Taraji says, do you think that most tables play this tight, or is it just the main TV table? I mean, day one of the main event, late in the day, you're kind of looking to get in the bag. So I'm not surprised
I think most
to see.
tables are like this.
Yeah, I'm not that surprised to see a little bit tighter play myself. Oh my God!
Yeah,
wow, not like this.
Second time aces for Spencer in one orbit. Favali all in for 10,500, and he's about to find out some real bad news.
What a dream spot!
Right there.
You've seen Kim playing a bit tighter. He made a couple of folds earlier. I think this is a spot where
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
He might even fold a hand like ace-queen here.
Yeah, I think so.
I was reading.
I mean, he open shoved 10.5 at 600. So
yeah, and Spencer just cold calls pretty quickly without much thought. So I'm going to put him on a pretty strong hand.
All right, Favali hasn't shown his cards yet, but he's going to have to turn him face up.
He's got a suited connector here or something with a bit of equity against the aces.
Just 3 hearts. Don't give
You're
him
more of
4.
an American than Hulk Hogan.
Another suited.
All right. Hopefully there's only
Favali looking for hearts. Some kind of straight, perhaps. Spencer with the ace of hearts as well, and we see queen 4 deuce.
Okay, something.
Hardly any options though. They have to come runner.
Double backdoor. Maybe you can't be greedy in these spots.
Some kind of face card on the turn.
Yeah.
And that'll do it. 7 of spades on the turn. Favali eliminated Spencer with aces, taking it down. He now up to 68,900. And Erick Lindgren gracious.
Good luck, guys.
With the handshake. And friends for life. You play a whole day in the main, and you build relationships
100%.
with these people so quickly.
People always love telling stories like that when they played with this person in the main event. And
voted one of them.
Like you said, they stay in touch. They follow each other on social media.
Never know who you're going to meet at a poker table, man.
I mean,
Cash, I'm sure you see it, Cash.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day?
I've been doing these events at the Venetian and just meeting the most interesting people that are showing up and playing. They're from all sorts of walks of life. And
Vance, he's got fireworks going off in his head.
it's pretty fun, right?
Actually, just like him, dude.
It's like the best part of poker,
He's got the
live
twigs
poker.
and branches, just waiting for the sucker to fall in.
Laying a trap there, Vance.
That's fine. They're impersonating the Vince and Mike Sexton.
That is a very good impersonation.
I
only know because he used to beat me on the golf course for so much fun. Eric, I won't shoot 90 today. I will not shoot 90. Well, you shot 80, Mike. Good job.
Yeah, Mike Sexton has very legendary stories.
Walks are okay, bro.
In his book, he's done it on some shows as well, too. Used to be a big golfer, big gambler, big prop bettor. I think he was gambling anything, though. A lot of sports betting.
Yeah, one of my favorite memories when I still used to do my own podcast. I asked Mike if I could do a show with him, and it was my one-on-one interview show, the Remco Report, and Heads Up with Remco. And Mike said, "Yeah, of course, sure, you come to my house." And I spent a couple hours at Mike's house. He showed me around, showed me his trophies, showed me everything. And then to think that I believe only
Years?
4 or 5 years after
Nice,
that, he passed away. It's just
I'm dead last on our fantasy
so incredibly
team.
sad, but at
Yeah, on
least,
this.
you know, I got to, you know, do that interview with him where he shared a lot of old school stories, which is really cool. But yeah, there will never be anyone like Mike again in the future. Truly one-of-a-kind personality, and I believe you can still find that podcast out there somewhere. All right, here's our Rags to Riches promo in conjunction with True Classic Tees. We are trying to send someone to Las Vegas to play in our signature end-of-year event. 15 players will get a shot at a 5K package to compete in that event. Go to trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo or scan the QR code on your screen to enter. That is trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo. Tell your story and take a shot.
I feel like we should have done a Where's Waldo, like trying to spot people out in the crowd there.
Yeah, actually, that is a fun game.
I saw Calvin Anderson, so shout out to Calvin.
Yeah, Vanessa Selps out there today.
Vanessa Selps, the legend, love Vanessa Selps. Listen, I can't get me enough of Vanessa
33.
Selps. I love Vanessa Selps. I miss her.
Probably the highest percentage of 5 bets in level 1 of a poker tournament.
She got a classic. I wonder if she's still 5-betting. 5-betting.
Has to.
Has to be.
You
Hard habit to lose.
You don't unlearn that style.
Love Vanessa Selps.
Back in those days, I really think it was Vanessa Selps and Jason Mercer. Those were the two just crushing people. As we see Kim here getting active after a very prolonged quiet period.
Yeah, Spencer's been playing. We haven't really seen him get too out of line, so you might think he can take this pot away. Maybe Kim's playing a little bit face up and might be confident in his post-flop ability. I think a lot of people might fold ace-deuce here. Pretty interesting board for Spencer with the double back door. Some people might check raise here. Spencer 1-0 just folds.
Are you going to show us now?
Nice hand.
Huh? Not going to show us?
Don't show.
Why would
Don't
you
show.
not
Okay, show it. Show it.
Because if this, I already know what you have. This guy needs help. Don't give him the help.
Something tells me that Kim is associated with Harvard. What do you think, Remco?
I think he might be the AI that we talked about.
You think
He's
he's
hiding,
AI at
hiding
Harvard?
in many ways. It's a Harvard science project.
I do like. That's a cool jacket. And I like that jacket.
I find it intimidating to see someone at your table with a Harvard hat. You're like, oh man, this guy went to Harvard.
I would 3-bet him just a few times to kind of see where he's at with things.
Wouldn't it be way better for your sort of perceived skills to wear a hat that has your high school on it or something?
It's actually a really good question, right? I mean, is there some sort of metagame going on with the
dress up?
Yeah, with the dress up. I mean, you know, some people are definitely considering that. Mincy, are you wearing are you disguising when you're playing? You know,
I'm going. I was telling, they were joking. He goes, somebody was wearing a shirt with their face on it today, and I was like, that's coming tomorrow, boys.
Do you have multiple outfits for the future days of the main?
I mean, I've got a few, you know.
Because, you know, Marcel Lusk would bring one suit for each day of the main.
I'm not going that far, but I've got a few.
I could see you being the rich billionaire dressed up in like the tux, like the coming out with your hair like that. I could see you pulling that off.
Yeah, I like the looking sharp. You know, the looking sharp at the poker table is a move.
Yeah,
I like
agree.
It.
Yeah, good. It's good for charity events. Good for certain events. You don't want to be, dressing up in a fancy suit and tie for just any event. So
tell that to Tony Dunst. Who's
Tony Dunst? Yeah, I mean,
he stepped away from the suits at the poker table, I believe.
Yeah,
a little more comfortable these days.
Like, I'm really impressed by guys like Vogelsang who just have been wearing the same hoodie for 10 years. Like, it's just, I don't know how they do it, but I just feel like I'd get bored with the same, you know what I mean, the same combination outfit every day.
It's like a camera per person.
Eats, lives, sleeps, and breathes poker. Just ain't worried about going to the store, you know. I don't know.
Yeah, I got a real concern about wearing that same. I mean, it's the same hoodie too. I don't know. Is no one worried about him or something?
Bartholdi with ace-8 suited, as I mentioned earlier, winner of the World Poker Tour Championship back in '06, going way back. Bartholomew with pocket tens is just going to call on the button here. more often than not, we just want to go and call this in position versus an early position raise with pocket tens.
You can probably do some 3-betting, do some calling. Can't go wrong either way. Pretty deep stack. Maybe it's nice to just try to flop a set. Maybe try to see a safe flop. Not try to bloat the pot in position, especially against a good player or somebody that you might think is one of the better players in the table.
Ace Queen 4, 2 diamonds. Bartholdi is going to continue and just take it down right here on the spot.
Does he still play a lot?
Still the 600.
Bartholdi, I feel like I hadn't seen his name in a while. Is he still?
He's got some cashes here and there, but I don't think he's ever been a big volume guy, judging by his results as we pan back over to our horse.
Oh my God! Oh, look at that river! Wow!
Wow!
Not like this.
Phillips flopping a set of 5s. Peterson with trips on the turn.
What is? Oh my God! You can't. Oh,
come on!
He pays it off. Hard to fold a full house.
Wow! And Peterson chipping up some more.
He's talking to himself. He's not.
How could this be? How could I run this bad? How big of a pot would I have won if the river didn't pair the board and give the ace the boat?
Dramatic run out there. And Peterson, after that double up earlier with the straight versus trips, now closing back in on starting stack. It's a game of survival.
Yeah, a lot of people in the chat are asking about the new poker, the gambling, the tax change, but I'm pretty sure that they're introducing a new bill that'll get that change back.
Good. There was a big push. You know, I saw.
Yeah, I mean, they already put it out there. Actually, she already announced it today. She's going to do it on Monday. So I'm pretty sure when a story goes that viral and there really is no other argument on the side to keep it, then that will get changed pretty quickly. And it kind of like motivated all the gamblers and everyone. Even it kind of unites the gambling company and the player in a weird way, which is very rare in gambling to get anyone to agree on anything because all these people hate each other. So, I mean, maybe it ends up being a positive thing, and maybe there ends up being new sort of rules for how gambling's treated in general on a federal level. But it's another topic for another time. But I saw some people in the chat asking about that.
I rarely do it, but I sent a personal text to the State Senator from Mississippi. It's a family friend about it, giving him a heads up about it.
I mean, it's kind of like discouraging that it takes poker gambling taxes for us to become united, despite all the other stuff that's going on that should get some heartfelt consideration for us to also talk to our local representatives, and I'll leave it at that.
No, fair enough. But everybody, when you come for the wallets, it always gets people.
I mean, we've all seen that
that
bill that's being passed. That's also hurting the wallets in various.
A lot of people.
ways.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has their own self-interest in a lot of these things, so everyone's going to have their own opinion, and they got to find the right people to lobby or advocate on their behalf. So,
but yeah, that
should be interesting to follow.
I think it's a Nevada senator who's trying to pass this thing.
We'll see. I mean, obviously, it's a big deal for tournament players and a big deal for anybody that's gambling. So,
yeah, it's a big, like you said, it's a big deal for the operators and stuff too. Though.
Yeah,
not just the players.
So Phillips getting a little bit out of line here with Queen 6. Does have, I call it proximity blocker with the 6, but.
Proximity blocker, I love that. I've never heard that, but I absolutely love that.
You love my PLO terms I have.
Proximity blocker.
You gotta have.
It's in the ball game.
Exactly. You gotta have proximity blockers. So you're blocking the proximity. It's like a GoldenEye reference. I mean,
that's a great one. It's like it's in the vicinity of the board.
Because you block overbet. Look at this overbet from Phillips. Kind of polarized here. Now Natalie might actually think about calling here because she's got a pretty nice hand to call a polarized bet size with. He's basically representing a 5 or better here, at least trips. So hand like 5-6. She's kind of using that blocker with the 6 and
the proximity blocker. That's a good. What a term.
Yeah. Now 4-6 also gets there, so one more combo to worry about. But we have seen him kind of tilted a little bit after that hand. He's talking to himself, so Natalie might look through his soul and make the hero call. I don't want her looking at. That's scary.
I know.
really-
She's
yeah.
I feel like she's staring through me.
I
right
think she'd
now.
figure out if I was bluffing.
Wow, look at that. She's reaching. Be a really impressive call to make here with ace high.
Yeah, I think that bet size is.
It's the nuts or nothing.
Yeah, it might not. Might need to bet a little bigger here.
He did pot it though, pretty much.
Yeah.
I'd love to see her make this call. She's thinking she wants to do it. She's got chips.
I think
too.
she's calling. Yeah. I think she's gonna figure this out. She beats 8-9, 9-10, 6-8. He can play it in the big blind, so he's gonna have a little wider range. And he might bet smaller with a strong hand, trying to get called more often. Especially when her range looks so weak. It does look like ace high as she played check back flop, call turn.
No, she
Nice
got
call.
it.
Well
What
done.
a call.
Calls with ace king. Natalie Ramos
Nice call.
putting on
What a
quite
play.
the show here on day one of the main event. She's been in control at this table ever since arriving here. Very nice call. Call of the day.
Phillips is not. He's not happy.
Down to 19K.
Just that five's full, and then that. It's a tough scene. Sounds like you might have some complaints with the Antisocial Dads Club. He's wearing that shirt. It's pretty funny.
If you're enjoying the coverage on YouTube, please don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. I'm joined by Joe Ingram and Mincy in the booth. Some proximity poker talents.
Proximity, yeah. It's just in PLO, I created this whole other language to identify hands, and blockers are such an important thing. Everyone's got their own opinion in Hold'em about that term, but problem with the proximity is sometimes you end up doing what Phillips did, where you end up talking to yourself and questioning if you made the right play or not.
Well, I think a lot of these quote-unquote newer terms come from PLO, like blockers and backdoor outs, things like that weren't necessarily used in Hold'em at all in the past.
Correct. Yeah, they weren't very relevant until I'd say until the past bunch of years. More people talk about it, but even now it's not as a big of a thing at Hold'em. But I think most of the good players are starting to put the pieces together about. Bless you.
I feel like backdoor draws are more important, and small pocket pairs are on their way out.
I think it's fair.
Interesting take.
Well, the small pocket pairs, when early in the main, great because you're going, everybody's so deep and they'll raise us so small, but
3 players.
Got to cheer for my guy Paddock rocking the Barstool hot dog hoodie. Ooh, big flop here for Schmitz. Big flop.
Bet 1,500.
Pretty small bet from Schmidt. So Paddock, gut shot, straight draw. Might think about calling. Prefer to have at least one spade to go with it for some backabouts, but just going to lay it down. Nice fold.
That was a wonder water. That's my time. Ferris is coming in.
Like we were saying, I feel like people aren't, well, I mean, other than Ramos, who obviously just made a hero call, but people, maybe not the same level of fight for the pots at the end. Right?
All right, still going strong here just after midnight on day 1C. Quick reminder here that if you want to beat the best and crush the rest, you better head on over to gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Start out for free and save 10% on your first order on gtowizard.com/PokerGo. The room is emptying out slowly here as we are approaching the final hours of the main event on day 1C. And back to the action here. Holloway. Chad Holloway.
Oh, wow.
Chad Holloway joining us on the feature
Where'd
table.
Chad Holloway come from?
103K.
What the hell? Let's go.
Wow. Okay.
Lock in, buddy. Let's go.
Against Bartholdi on 10-9-6-3 diamonds.
This could be a big pot right here if Bartholdi decides to check raise. I doubt it. Most likely just check calling, but Well, I guess not. It's all 3 diamonds. I'm kind of catching up on the hand.
He
Nice
just
hand.
fold.
Yeah, I'm catching. Okay, 3 diamonds. Let's go.
There's Chad.
Look at that shirt. What the hell?
Chad's looking lean too, man. He's been
He
grinding.
moved to Wisconsin. He was living in Vegas for a long time. Then he went back home to Wisconsin. So
And this is the PokerStar stream.
seems like he's
Assuming. I mean, Joe Stapleton and whoever else he got roped into doing the dirty work.
Chad Holloway, WSOP bracelet winner, Poker News PR and media manager. Also host of the Poker News podcast, which once upon a time I was frequently featured on, along with Donnie Peters, who is also in the field today. Good seeing Chad on the stream.
Absolutely. At a fun table here with Chad, Lindgren, and
You know, it's funny. Chad probably among the most comfortable in this setting, given how long he's been around the game, which is pretty funny as Berthiomi finds pocket kings. King 5 for Riordan. Just going to appeal to see the flop, but ace jack jack not too appealing. This gets checked down rather quickly here. And nothing here from Berthiomi.
What does he have? I can't see that far.
Tiger Kings.
I admire Berthiomi's commitment to that shoulder, the hand on the shoulder and the 1 finger tap. It tells you a lot about a player when you see him do that, don't you think?
I mean, I didn't really think of it.
Shades of Tom Dwan.
Anytime I see a guy with a fanny pack in front or the hand on the shoulder the entire time, or they're sitting like Riordan where they have the hand, you know, kind of lets you know right away that they're, well, I think the fanny pack's a different story altogether, but the hand on the shoulder, that tells me that they're going to be 3-betting and playing a bit more aggressive. So now a fanny pack tells me they got a lot of rebuys in the fanny pack, so they're definitely going to be punting. And the...
well, what I want to know, what's your preferred check motion?
I got to randomize my check motion depending on how I'm feeling, especially with the drunker I get. As the later in the night these cash game sessions get, then I'll
you booze pretty heavy. Like
I'm actually working on becoming the best drinker / poker player at 4 a.m. right now. So I'm training to play my A game for all those hours leading up to that.
I would love to see some content of that. Just like
sure.
I'm trying to be the best
at drinking wine. I mean, JRB is a big inspiration for me in that department. So I've been seeing him drink those bottles of wine for years.
Don't they? Wasn't it Dole Brunson who said it doesn't matter how good your A game is, it matters if you still have a B game once you're 48 hours into the session.
Facts. Can't argue with that.
Like if everyone is well rested, you know,
Right.
and fresh, obviously that's a level playing field. But how do you perform after 6 tequilas?
True.
What's the longest session you ever played? I bet you played some monsters.
Yeah, like 33. I think 33 was my longest online, and then 24 hours was a pretty normal thing to play a lot. Even now, I would play that long, but it's just easy to get really addicted. And once you start,
if you're in a good game too.
Yeah, and then once you're like, it's just so easy, and then you want to do it every single day for the next 3
Eric,
months.
why
so.
day 1C? Why not 1A, 1B, 1D?
I kept busting tournaments on.
Here with Maurice Solano from El Paso. You told me you've been coming out to the main event for about 15 years now. What first inspired you to come take your shot?
Well, when I was in the Army, I had a supervisor that got me into poker. And he used to take our money all the time. And he was stationed here in Vegas, and I met him in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and I just started coming over to play. And I enjoy it every year.
We're going to have to send you back here shortly, but quickly I want to ask, to all those at home that want to be in your position playing this event, what makes it special?
Oh my goodness, I mean, Well, the buying, I mean, 10K is quite a bit, and then also the fact that there's no re-entries. There's, nothing like it. I mean, you could be Elon Musk, and he can't buy his way into the championship. So
what a reference!
And the fact that it's a slow structure. I love that too, because you have a lot of time to play. So that's what makes it special, I think.
All right, we'll send you back. Well said. Thank you for your time and for your service. Happy 4th.
Thank you, Natalie Bodie.
I love those interviews.
Great. That was phenomenal.
I love that.
Dude, you try to buy the cover of it, but you can't buy the World Series main, baby.
I was just gonna say, if Elon busted the main, he would for sure change the rules.
900 episodes. Erick was kind enough to do a little congratulations in that episode.
Oh, nice.
We actually published, I think, episode 904 today. But I've been with Poker News since 2010. So we did a lot of articles, live reporting.
Oh, good.
Chad's looking the part today.
I'm feeling some swag from
those
Chad.
Those shades are killer.
I'm feeling kind of some swag out of Chad. He's looking pretty confident.
So far I think, he plays a lot of poker. He has a lot of deep runs as well under his belt. Been playing for a long time. Very comfortable player.
Any podcasts or who's playing? Just, week off, right?
Yeah. Speaking of,
like to come once, once a year.
players with a good level of play while inebriated, Chad Holloway probably high on the list. Enjoys a glass of whiskey every now and then. Maybe you and him need to do a drunk heads-up match or something.
Well, actually, he is the person I see the most at the charity poker events, the CSOP. So, and you really can't play those unless you're drinking. So it makes it a lot more fun. So he is actually that kind of player. You're right. That'd be a fun idea.
West and Ramos both flopping a king. Ramos for the first time today, potentially in a bit of trouble, even though there is still an escape available for her.
Yeah, she got top pair. Looks like she got a gut shot. We don't know the pre-flop action, but could have just been open in a call. She might have just flatted king 7 on the button.
3,800.
She might have gotten bailed out by this diamond on the turn. Might chase her.
Yeah, I think with the gut shot, 2-pair draw, top pair, West could be betting a hand like ace, queen, offsuit. Some other aces too. Yeah, we didn't get to see the pre-flop action here, so we don't know if this went 3-bet call, because I don't know if West would always 4-bet this pre-flop if he did get 3-bet.
It feels like it looks like, judging by the pot size, it might have been a 3-bet pot.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if it went 3-bet call out of position and then. But I don't think Natalie would be taking this long if it went like that. Maybe it went bet the flop at the turn. But she's got good instincts because she's taken a very serious consideration on laying this down. You kind of see her face change.
Yeah.
Nice fold.
Wow. Natalie Ramos.
Wow.
She's got what it takes, guys. I mean, this is very
fold.
impressive. Hand after hand, she continues to play extremely well.
I have also a king.
Don't show. Come on.
You can't.
Come
never
on.
give reinforcement.
Not to the left. Come on.
But you just can't give the like. We've been talking about Donnie Peters folded kings against aces first level.
Yep.
But like, the guy showed him aces. Now he's got confidence the whole rest of the day. You can't show him that. You know.
You feel like this is your thing, right?
Thank you. By the way, if you haven't already, please sign up to playpokergo.com. Next free roll coming up in just 19 minutes every hour on the half hour. Free roll on playpokergo.com. Just a little entertainment while you watch. Might as well get in the mix. iOS, Android, or through the desktop.
Yeah, still 10K people watching at midnight. Shout out to everybody watching out there. We're live, Las Vegas. Remco, Mincy, Joey Ingram in the booth.
9 a.m. in Europe already.
9 a.m. in Europe already. Wow. If you're watching and you just woke up, if you're in Europe watching this, please let us know in the chat, because we.
Who's pulled an all-nighter? That's what I want to know.
This is the time to do it.
You gonna go play some PLO after this?
I kind of want to
Who
play. Yeah.
understands this woman?
Just watch her
Falls
play,
with
yeah.
ace
Yeah.
high, then falls top pair. Just woman, you know?
Female intuition.
Yeah.
Apostle seems like she's a
Who
ringer.
can understand them?
She's got a Team Pro patch on as well, so.
She's had a lot of chips the whole.
Yeah. Ortiz was waiting for a spot, and he finally gets 7 deuce of diamonds.
Ortiz drawing inspiration from Faraz Jaka.
Big blind, pretty much all in. I mean, we kind of saw him blind down. He had 6 big blinds there. He was frustrated, and I mean,
You can still think about it.
At least he's live, guys. At least he's live. 7 deuce versus ace 10. And he's even saying it. I've been waiting all day.
Not like this.
That's a nice and suited.
You can't believe it.
I'm gonna flop the straight.
Ortiz still.
Gonna flop a straight, he said.
He's optimistic, Mincy.
I will say a straight flush is awesome.
He's not that big a, you know.
At least
he's 36%.
He's in
I mean,
good
I've seen more shape.
He is in good spirits. That's good to see.
Yeah, 36 not bad.
Ace, queen, deuce. No hearts for Ortiz either. Looking for a spade or club, 7 or deuce.
Oh, well, let's go.
Trips for Ortiz.
Yeah. No heart, no ace.
He might survive.
Oh! No.
What a way to go.
GG.
Come on.
I would just. I played 12 hours of poker. Just get it in with that 7 deuce.
Back to the feature here, and a set for Tormus and Bartholdi with ace queen, and he decides to give up after a river raise from Tormus. Bartholdi getting out of the way. Mincy, every single time we pan back to the other table, I feel like we would be just at the tail end of a massive pot.
Yeah. I think you're right. That was a big one. He bet 16K on the river. That was made it 40.
Did you pull the king or a 10 of hearts?
I don't remember what I had.
Yeah, me neither.
There you go. Don't tell him. Thank you.
Big game on tour.
Dun-dun-dun.
Watch it on the PokerStars YouTube channel. Scan the QR code on your stream, on your screen every Saturday. New episodes. Going back through the chat here, finding those all-nighters. 3 a.m. in Ohio checking in. Joe Holmes still watching. Got plenty of people on the East Coast still in the mix. Got some daytimers in Australia. They, of course, living in a different day all the time.
Late night poker is the best. I mean, I know I'm preaching to the choir with the guy on my left, but poker's meant to be.
Gentlemen, I believe in a little thing called
late at night. Agree.
Which means
the chat. Sorry about the comment. Sorry about the chat there, guys. We got a little out of line
to
with our
maximize your PEV. You've got to wait. So
with our reaction there.
I'm sure I'm going to miss a hand or two. I don't know how it works, but I have to pee.
Thanks for sharing.
PEV.
You got this.
Turn the mic off.
He gave a speech and then he went to the bathroom. Is that normal?
I think you should just like
You guys want to speed it up so we can
run as soon as you get dealt a hand on a button. Full out of turn once.
It's hard to make it through a full 2-hour level, though.
Let's see if he can miss his big lines.
Dan Ishorn.
We got Indy in the house as well, watching all through the night.
Pearl
Appreciate you
Jammer,
all.
huh?
Phoenix P says all-nighter here.
How's he doing over there?
Hopefully a lot of people, if you're in the U.S., hopefully tomorrow's a pretty big day off. I mean, it's Saturday, but
Yeah,
just
it's
this
in
4th.
there.
Hopefully people are not having to work.
It's funny working in poker for as long as I have.
Don't you have to deal him in?
I have no concept
sorry,
of
excuse
a
me.
weekend or a weekday. Like
I'll stay in my lane.
It's just completely lost on me. Or even like the 9-to-5 routine. I have friends that work a regular
counting job. Yeah.
Whether from home or from the office. Sometimes I'm like, you guys want to hang out, and they're like, it's 10 a.m. on a Monday. And I'm like, yeah, but I just worked Saturday and Sunday.
I didn't know today was 4th of July, so that was where like,
you slept all day.
Like I was sleeping. I was like, "What's that noise?" And then I woke, and it was just fireworks on the strip. And I'm like, "What is going on out there?" So
yeah, you're thinking like, "Man, I had a good session last night, but fireworks is a little much, maybe."
Yeah, right. I mean, it's easy to lose your identity sometimes during these poker summers. If you're here.
We got a 4-bet alert here.
Yeah, I was all
Riordan with King 8, Clark pumping it up
up
with King 10, and then
how do you turn this thing off?
Berthomi with Jacks making it 10K, and look at that, getting it done.
Whatever. You have anything you want to say?
It's feeling pretty patriotic at that Marquee Day Club today.
Yeah, I heard you mention earlier how patriotic you were feeling with all the beautiful ladies there.
Yeah,
So
there were a lot of bikinis, U.S. bikinis out today. It was,
oh yeah.
It was something.
Make some friends, or what happened?
Tom, I was kind of chilling. I
Insta-
knew I had this tonight, so I was on good behavior.
You weren't going 7 whiskeys deep, or
We were on the chill behavior today.
You got a
It
date
was
planned?
fun.
You had something planned after this, or?
I'm gonna get some sleep for the main, but I got some stuff next few days.
Maybe
I want to go hiking one day. I want to do Red Rock or Mount Charleston.
Maybe we should do like a drunk stream commentary behind the paywall one day. You know, that'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be fun. I've seen that. That's a big thing now in sports. Like a show that people do is like a whiskey and wine after a big football game where they just get blasted and just go nuts about stuff. I could see that working for poker.
I mean, I'm in for anything like that. Sounds great.
Oh, you've been training for this.
Yeah, I really have been. Yeah, I mean, listen, you don't understand these games. At 3 a.m., they get so crazy. They'll end up being all these straddles, everybody's drinking. And then the people that drink, they really pressure you to drink more, which I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. But you just kind of have to go with it unless you play in these games where you're not going to be allowed in the game. You know what I mean? It's like, unless you play a public game, then a public game, not everybody's really doing that. But if you're in private games, there's a certain expectation from people that, especially if you're known to be a player who can competently play.
You got to give action. Yeah, you can't
exactly.
come take the game. Yeah.
If you go there and play the chart and drink your coffee and grind on your iPad, then
call.
Do you call those people out when they're in the game?
No, not really. I mean, it is what it is. At this point, what are you going to do? They just come every day, so you can't really say much to them. If it's a private game, then it's a different kind of story. But if it's a public game, then I'm not really that judgmental about it.
Check.
Anticlimactic hand.
Thank you. Button is right.
Mincy, I feel as though Apostle has been cruising around the 150K mark without winning a single big pot.
Yeah, I think the hands. She seemed like she's been pretty aggressive when I've seen her. She's picking up probably the dead pots a lot.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
She's been steady. It's just been steady chipping up 120 to 157.
What was exposed?
King of diamonds.
Bill Jackson says the commentary is like they are 21 and drinking for the first time. We still got that youthful spirit here in the booth.
We're trying to keep it positive here, buddy. You got to keep that energy high in Las Vegas on a Saturday night. So
I think it's Friday, but
Friday, is it Friday? I didn't know.
It's 12:20.
Really?
It's 12:20.
Oh, okay.
We're past the midnight hour.
For some reason, I thought today was Saturday. So.
Joey, you're also getting called out for what kind of American are you, not knowing that it's the 4th of July. Johnny giving you some,
yeah. I mean, I wasn't planning to do anything for it, so I was planning to sleep for today. But I'm still celebrating. Come on.
I mean, poker is as much a celebration about America.
This is the main event
as anything. This is the most American thing out there. As we look over at GTO Wizard, beat the best and crush the rest. Go to gtowizard.com/PokerGo to save 10% on your first purchase. If you want to up your game, you might as well do it with GTO Wizard. It is the best way to improve your poker game. And Joey Ingram is an example of that. He's been working on the 2-card game quite a bit.
Yeah,
a couple hours a day in the
I've
lab.
been doing at least. Well, I did for probably the last 2 years straight. I try to do something every day. But I got a few different things I use, and Wizard's one of my main ones I use. So it's pretty very helpful.
3 of the most known players at the table involved. Now this could get interesting.
Yeah, 2 clubs out there. Chad's hoping for clubs.
I don't know if he is. Ooh, good flop.
Good flop for Chad.
King 5 deuce, 2 diamonds. Chad Holloway really connecting with this thing. He's got to seize control here right away. These diamonds out there. $4,800 in the middle. Let's see what he comes with. 3 deep stacks, by the way. Riordan the short stack in this hand with 91K. Chad comes with 2,700. Lindgren comes along with the wheel draw here.
What would you call this? Is this I guess gutter's kind of proximity, huh?
It could be something like that. I mean, this hand's kind of interesting because you pick up an ace and bluff some other cards as well too. You have the 4 with the block, which could be a blocker in the end, a proximity blocker. So you have a future proximity blocker. Maybe is one way I might think about it.
Queen of Hearts on the turn. Holloway now top 2. Flush draw does not come in.
Pretty great card for Chad to bet and bet big. Hope your opponent has a king. Hope your opponent has a flush draw.
Sizing, seemingly the name of the game. A lot more talk about sizing these days.
Nice bet, nice hand.
Chad betting 7,000 and he gets it done. Looking comfortable.
Chad trying to get over 112K in the bag here.
What do you think about that shirt, Mincy, with that Ric Flair, the classic Ric Flair with the
bladed
with the blood? What are your thoughts on that shirt?
This level. To be the man, you got to beat the man.
They high carded at our table, and I got the ace of spades. So here I am.
It's impressive that Ric Flair is still out. Like, he posts on Instagram every day or something. It seems like that guy is grinding.
I think you might have paid someone to get up here.
Oh, no, I was in seat 7 too, and now I got moved into seat 7.
Shout out to Russell,
They didn't want me here.
one of our OG moderators in the
Duckworth
chat,
to PokerGo
saying that
and
Joey
Jake.
had a great time
So
at your
let me
meetup last weekend at the Venetian. Highly recommend it for anyone in Vegas next time you have
Appreciate it.
one.
Yeah, Russell's the man. Thanks for coming. Thanks for supporting. He was out here for I did a couple PLO. I think he came for the 2-card PLO game, and it was fun. Thanks for coming, Russell. It was great chatting with you and getting to meet you.
That's what you call hold'em, the 2-card PLO game?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Supposed to sell 110% of yourself. That's the.
I'm learning
the trick.
the
You learning the lingo? Okay.
2-card.
Now are we allowed to use our phones away from the table or not?
I think so, yeah. You just want you to step away.
7-4 offsuit in the chat is saying, what? I thought they were being sarcastic talking about proximity blockers. Is that a real thing?
An hour and a half, yeah.
I think Joe Ingram is making it a real thing.
No, I mean, it really is a real thing. Future blockers, proximity blockers. What are you talking about? Reverse blockers, do you know that one?
Well, isn't that just an unblocker?
Could mean something like that. I think I would call them a little differently, but
sadly there isn't.
Yeah.
Reverse blockers a little more elegant when you got back to reverse blockers.
For a thin bet, but
yeah, you played it well.
It's the main event. You gotta expect to get. I mean, I need you to have king queen exactly. I have ace queen, so it might suck.
Riordan with the gut shot. Pretty easy
right there.
call, I would imagine here.
Straight out there.
Especially in position 1 straight.
I hated the jack, but I just felt you did good.
1,682 players on day 1C.
I didn't feel it out.
Fantastic turnout yet again. Tomorrow I'm expecting to see every single chair and table filled in
Neither one of us feels fully
both
happy,
Horseshoe
so,
and
like,
Paris.
It's probably
They will be always the largest
okay,
of all.
around.
Neutral, yeah.
Yeah.
The hand was rough for both of us in a way.
Yeah, most Americans probably not want to be playing on the 4th of July.
Right, but then you want to party on the 4th and then come into the main on day 1D a little bit hungover?
Oh my God, look at this board, Remco. But yeah.
Wow. Ramos and Fagioni head to head here. Ace-9 and Ace-King. Ramos flopping 2 pair. How do we ensure the final 10K ends up in the middle here? Do we just stick it in here, Joey?
I mean, she's looking like she wants to fold. We didn't really get to see the pre-flop action, but if you're getting 3-bet on the flop, it looks like, oh my God.
Oh. Wow.
Oh my God, what happened?
Where it went so right for her, hero calling with Ace-King high, so wrong it goes with 2 pair. And it's all about perceived strength, right? Fagioni thinks that he has a really strong hand, which makes Ramos think that he has an even
Fagioni
stronger
probably
hand.
thinks he had the best hand. I mean, he's pretty sure he had the best, you know.
Yeah, look,
it looked like he had the best hand.
It looked like that when raise under the gun, call in the big blind, check call flop, check raise flop, and then she got 3-bet on the flop. So if you have ace-9 there, your opponent 3-bets you. What are they representing?
At the World
Aces.
Series of Poker, it's not just a game, it's war. Gear up at the PokerGO shop. Look sharp, play sharper. On site at the WSOP and online at shop.pokergo.com.
What was that?
I'm convinced that the only reason that ad was made is because Tim Duckworth wanted to be in the show. There he is, sitting in the stands, repping the USA, Mr. Australia.
Are we going to talk about those shorts and
I mean, there's so much going on here. It's hard to even.
Are we going to move past the commish, pulling out? I mean, thank you, commish, for wearing that great outfit.
I mean, you've seen his outfits. He
I
always
know. I mean,
pulls it off.
Yeah.
The other day, he showed up in a full blue jeans, jean jacket, the whole thing.
He's like if Jungle Man had better style, a little better style. Jungle Man has a few good ones, but I feel like the commish is always bringing a pretty nice outfit.
Jungle Man, part of the Helmuth entrance.
Are we going to talk? Are we going to not talk
no,
about that
we should
too,
not talk
or
about that.
Okay, because
no,
I mean, I got
it was
a lot
absolutely
of
awful.
about that.
It was awful. It was probably one of his worst ever.
You see him smash the guitar on the?
No,
he littered on the street.
He should have smashed it like during his
at
walk
the at the walk, and then maybe would have hit somebody with that the shrapnel.
I mean,
or
come
something
on.
Like that. Did you see that, Mincy?
I had the highway to help you.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought the name was funny, but I guess it went downhill.
He should have at least, done something rock starish during his walkout.
Like I gotta watch the whole walkout. I immediately I just saw him smash the guitar on the street, so I haven't really seen the full walkout.
Well, you know what the funniest part was, right? When he said, "Jungle, play something for us," and then Jungle Man awkwardly playing on the acoustic guitar. Really, really funny
I know
moment.
what the commentators
Did he
are gonna
actually?
say. You bet too big.
Yeah, I did bet.
Did he actually play the guitar there?
No, he does not play the guitar.
No one was playing the guitar then.
Well, he was
It was
like,
a fake
He
guitar.
was strumming.
It was like-
He was strumming the guitar, but he was not playing the guitar because he doesn't know how to play the guitar.
You should have had somebody come and play the guitar then.
I mean, if you're gonna go all out like he does, like you gotta have some guitar playing.
Yeah,
Seriously.
like get Slash on the phone. Like he knows everyone. Get someone to actually play the guitar on the walkout.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. I thought he knows all the famous guitar players too.
You play any instruments, Joey?
No. How about you?
I tried playing the guitar, but I didn't have the patience for it.
Mincy, you seem like a piano player.
I would like to learn that.
Yeah, you strike me as a piano player.
Mincy strikes me more as a singer.
He definitely looks like he can sing.
I've done some karaoke. I go to karaoke bars and I'll sing and stuff.
Oh, okay. This is a good moment in time. It's like 12:30, Las Vegas. It's Friday night. I just want to know from everyone. I want to know from everyone.
Wait, we're okay. Hold on. Perfect.
There we go. I want to know from everyone, what's your go-to karaoke song? In the chat, let me know. Go-to karaoke song. I have one. I'll go first. It's a Smash Mouth All-Star.
Oh, okay. I like that.
I've done my share of Don't Stop Believing. I can also do a little Eminem rap battle, 8 Mile.
I was going to blast them off 9.
What do you got, Mincy?
Well, I like that. I'm a big Talking Heads guy, so I'll do like Burning Down the House or like Life During Wartime.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've been known to throw those out there. I had a Bob Seger Night Moves duet.
That is one of my favorite songs.
I did a Bob Seger Night Moves duet with this
Night
girl a
Moves
few months ago that we brought the house down.
I have this thing, and this goes way back, having come to Las Vegas for so many years. There is something about driving down the Strip in the middle of the night with the windows down, having whatever certain song playing. Night Moves is one of those songs. The hot air blowing through the car. You just played however long of a session. You're driving back home.
Love that.
Isn't that
Amen.
you can feel that? You
I feel that vibe.
Amen. Wow.
I feel
Let's
like
go.
I could see his night thing, just night moves theme for
Right.
Joe Ingram running around Vegas. Him just pulling a bluff and PLO, the night moves.
Another song that's great for that is "Paradise" by the Dashboard Light.
Okay.
You're painting a phenomenal picture, right, Remco?
But you feel that, you know that
Yeah.
feeling,
Yeah.
the hot
Yeah.
air, the hot Vegas air at 4:47 in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Driving home after the all-night session.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
What's your go-to karaoke, Joey? Put you
I
on the
don't.
spot.
I don't really karaoke, so I don't have a go-to karaoke song.
Well, there
but
must be.
I need one.
There must be a song that you know front to back.
Hand movement.
Yeah, I don't know what I would sing.
I would like to see you do a Party in the USA.
Party in the USA.
Shout out Miley.
Hand movement.
Shout out to Miley. I would do Party in the USA.
I always have to.
Hard not to know that song.
I have to do the Barstool halftime Super Bowl stream show every year. So I always do a different karaoke thing, but I do it as a theme on what town it's in.
Right.
And so the Vegas one, I did Elvis, Suspicious Minds, and the last conversation.
Yep.
And the NOLA one this year, I did Dr. John, Right Place, Wrong Time.
You play the main event every year?
Looking at the chat here, Russell is going to go with Careless Whisper by George Michael.
Ooh, good one. I like the Freedom. George Michael is a good one, too.
Ramon is going with Reasons, Earth, Wind, and Fire. We got some songs here. Fields of Gold. Wow. Quick little look here at the upcoming main event streaming schedule. More poker than you can handle, let me tell you. Tomorrow is our final day where we start a little bit later at 7 p.m. and then from day 2 onwards, we'll go on 3:30 for day 2. And then starting on day 3 on July 8th, we're doing full day coverage on day 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then the final table taking place on the 15th and the 16th. So, yeah, if you have a life, you better say goodbye to it because you will be watching poker for the next, couple 100 hours or so.
I feel like whenever the first few days, I'm kind of like a little checked out on normally, and then when it's like day 5, I'm like, oh. Then I'm
glued to the screen.
I'm like, dang, who's it gonna be? You know, it's just so fun. Especially the chip stacks just get so massive.
Oh, beautiful.
It's like this guy's got 13 million chips, and it's so fun to see. And you always have a few familiar faces that make that deep run that you can kind of sweat or you can get invested in, and it's pretty fun. I'm excited to see that. I can't wait. Hopefully Mincy. Hopefully.
Yeah, I want to be around the next week.
Let's do a prayer circle right now.
Yeah.
And let's envision that you're walking out. 10 million check in your hand. Everyone at Barstool is calling you the poker god, and
I mean, you never know. I feel
That's
like
what I'm
I can make
saying,
a
bro.
run.
I
I mean,
feel
I don't
it.
know if I
Feel
can
it.
win. I don't know if I can win the damn thing, but I think I can make a big run.
I think you can win it. You got my support. If you go top 100, if you're still in top 100, I'm gonna get a 25-person rail that'll be there, and anytime you win a hand,
Let's go.
Wearing
Mincy
Mincy t-shirts.
t-shirts.
Yeah, we're the King of the South shirts.
I'm gonna need a budget for this, but
We'll send you the shirts.
And every time you win a hand, they all scream, "Burning down the house!"
yeah.
I do feel like, Mincy, I'm going to give you this tip right now. I'm sure you have headphones to bring in tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
When you walk into the Horseshoe tomorrow, I want you to put on Phil Collins In the Air Tonight.
Okay, I do love that.
Just to get into the right mind space.
That I always loved listening to. That would always come on before high school football games on Friday nights. It was just, they'd always play that In the Air Tonight before it.
Yeah, the little drum thing. Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, poker's being played. Chad Holloway.
Chad Holloway.
Catching an ace
Turning
on the
the
turn.
ace.
Can we raise and still get value on the river? Do we call and try to see how the river develops? What's sort of the approach here?
I think you're calling. I just don't. I don't. If you raise, I don't see what's worse. I mean, unless they're calling with some combo draw, you're not gonna get called worse. So just let them, bluff catch a little bit.
All right, so Chad makes the call. River card, 4 of clubs. Check mark there for Holloway in position. Great spot for him.
Yeah, Clark. Like middle pair is a little weird to bluff with here.
yeah, I mean he could block here, but I think normal is just a check and maybe check call sometimes. The 10's a pretty bad card because you're blocking some of the bluffs that Chad could have, like Queen 10 and King 10. But Chad here is going to be able to get a nice bet, but he doesn't. Just checks it back.
I was hoping he got thin there. But good for Chad there. Another pot.
Yeah, I guess he might have been thinking that once he bets flop and bets turn, that he's likely to have a pretty, I guess at least an ace. And if he doesn't have an ace, he might not have a hand he could call with. So he probably didn't think he could have a hand like maybe a Jack 10 or pocket kings, pocket queens.
Marie Smith in the chat said, "Oh, the commentator just remembered there's a game on." We've been live for about 6 hours. Every now and then we got to work some nonsense in there.
We got a lot of responses to the karaoke.
Yeah, that's true. No nonsense, by the way, here. The Big Game on Tour is back. New episodes every Saturday on the PokerStars YouTube channel. The Loose Cannon is back in action. Jennifer Tilly is back in action. And we also have Andre Akari, Sam Grafton, Griffin Benger, and soccer star Gerard Piquet in the mix in one of the best cash game shows in all of poker. Final level of the night. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Please smash that like button. Let's get this thing up over 2,000 likes. Tomorrow, day 1D, all the stars will be out.
It's going to be wild in there tomorrow. I mean, you're not kidding.
It's going to be a zoo.
I mean, it also, just judging by it's going to be very star-studded tomorrow.
It does feel like, these first 4 flights are like the amuse-bouche, It's not
it's not even the appetizer.
No,
it's the bite before.
Exactly. It's when they bring out the little plate with the spoon on it.
Yeah. And then the 2 day 2s are like where you get your app.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Multiple main courses. And then, of course, the final table is kind of like, dessert with coffee.
I mean, what do you like by day 13 of this thing?
Day 13.
I mean, it's 8 days, but it's like 4 day 1s, 2 day 2s. I mean, it's day 8's like day,
It does feel like a different game at this table compared to the regular table.
Riordan's 9 is best here. It does go check. People speculating in the chat on how many players we're getting tomorrow. Let's hear some predictions. Let's see what the people think. Some Otaku saying over 5,000 tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
I think so.
I thought you were
I think.
The fact that it's also a Saturday, it's not just the last day, it's a Saturday.
Oh, yeah, true.
And so,
plus there's
people with jobs love playing that Saturday, you know what I'm saying?
I do think that every year the amount of day 2 registrations goes up, and especially because you can buy in on Sunday day 2 and Monday day 2. There's definitely something to that. Last year, for reference, 5,014 players on day 1D.
Wow. How many did day 2 buy-ins? Because the 2-day buy-ins, how many people did that?
It was 206 on day 2A and a whopping 562 on day 2D.
I'll tell you, a strategy you might use, Joey. I think the day 2A may be the buy-in, just judging by what the all the studs that had played. I think that people are all waiting for the 2B, but I think the 2A, and then you get the day
2A
off.
could be GTO,
true. And then you get the Monday off before it gets good. The 2A maybe.
Time. I have to go to bed.
2A could be the move. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Get kind of fired up. Just hearing you get fired up.
We're gonna end
about
up
this.
the same table. Too.
Yeah, probably.
I'm gonna get proximity blocked.
I think Mincy's gonna make a playlist for Joey to get hyped up. Little night moves. Phil Collins.
Yeah, I came last night. My flight was late. It arrived at 1:30.
I feel like I've been hot in life this year, so hopefully it translates to the poker table.
Running
I think it all matters.
Let's go.
Just heads up. I haven't looked yet. I'm gonna look. I was gonna check dark initially, but then I didn't know. Okay, let's go.
Checks.
800.
You don't have any of that.
Neither do you, though, bro.
Always goodies.
Huh?
It's always goodies.
Show the kid.
Eric, what was the first, not necessarily stream, but like first televised stream, recorded thing that you ever did?
You get all the 500.
You ever do late night poker back in the day?
Porn.
Yeah. I think that's porn.
No, can't unsee that one.
I had a good joke
Oh, I've
for
seen that.
but
Oh, yeah, I
we'll
remember
save
that
that for off stream.
No, go ahead, share it.
I will.
And there
this
have
guy
been
did
some
porn?
poker pros who have appeared.
No,
in
no.
porn.
He asked Erick Lindgren what was the first ever like
Oh,
video
sorry.
poker thing he did to Erick Lindgren. I think Erick he jokingly said it.
Joking, okay.
Well, maybe he wasn't joking. Who
You
knows?
never know with these poker players. I mean,
I believe his ex-wife was on a strip poker show. Erica Schoenberg.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm not even joking. I'm not even
I
joking.
believe it. I'm just not saying anything because I don't know.
There have been some famous incidents, I guess. More than just one.
That would do some ratings, though.
I'd watch poker player turned porn star. I'd watch that. Why not? Maybe not.
Commentators are going to be like, why is he playing?
I found it already. I mean, it's not that hard to Google. It was hosted by Carmen Electra.
Is that a real thing?
It is a real thing.
I wonder, what was like the lineup?
How are you guys not familiar with this? Come on.
There had to be a hell of a lineup, I'm sure.
That's a good
All right,
laydown.
ooh, we got an interesting flop here. Tormos just flopped a set of 4s. But both ace queen and ace 10. Ace queen of down. Oh, this could be a big pot. I didn't realize. Yamu flopping the no nut flush draw. I'm just misreading hearts.
backdoor.
I'm misreading hearts and diamonds because it's 1 a.m.
It's okay. They kind of blend together.
Yeah, Lindgren joking about his first appearance on TV being in porn. I do think that Poker Superstars might have been the first time he was on TV. That must have been in the 03-04 range.
Was Poker Superstars, was that the sit-and? I remember I used to watch the sit-and-goes with all the famous pros.
Chip Reese was in there.
Yeah,
Ivy,
I watched all of them, man. It was like Cloutier.
That was classic when Gus Hansen went all in for the entire episode and ended up advancing. It was like a legendary moment for me.
Exactly. He had to win. It's the only way he could advance.
Yeah, the only way he could win. I was like, what is this? What is this guy's? What is he doing?
Yeah.
Good to see Gus out here, too.
Poker Superstars, February 2005. So a little bit later than I thought.
Yeah, Gus Hansen in the mix. Yeah, good to see him.
I had a good moment. I don't know if Gus had a clue who I was, but he always used to do it's going to be a great summer. And like that inspired, I say that all the time.
I do. I did the play-by-play.
So I saw him in the hallway yesterday. I walked by and I was like, it's going to be a great summer. I like yelled
I
it.
actually think I had that buried in
I don't know
DVD
if he
somewhere.
got
Really,
it.
really nervous. That was hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's early days. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have those on DVDs somewhere. I have the first 3 seasons of the WPT on DVD.
Oh, nice. That number 2 is a good one. Why, did you win that?
Probably your favorite, huh?
Yeah.
That was player of the year that year.
Oh, I see.
I've told this story many times before, but when I first started playing poker, it was a 20 euro rebuy tournament on Monday nights, and they would always pay out pretty top heavy, but then the 2 players just outside the money would get DVDs from World Series of Poker or World Poker Tour, so that you wouldn't go home empty-handed. And that's how I ended up collecting a lot of the DVDs from WSOP and World Poker Tour back in the day. And we're talking like this is like 2006, right? So these are some of the early days DVD releases of some of those poker events, which is pretty cool. Good memories of that.
All right, Chad with the 3-bet here with 9s. Let's see if Clark continues with 8s. I feel like Chad's running pretty hot here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you fold 8s here. Try to hit a set.
Yeah,
Try to win a big pot.
Yeah, it's maybe a big pot deep here.
What's the purpose of the 3-bet with 9s? You know, obviously you're going to build a fairly large pot, but you could also create some trouble for yourself.
You can kind of 3-bet or call with a lot of your pocket pairs, especially like 8s, 9s, 10s.
Yeah, if you're in position,
jacks.
it's nice to get the lead in position.
Yeah.
4,000.
We hadn't seen a lot of wide 4-bets either. So I mean, you could. I mean, I know it's. You never want to 3-bet 9s and get 4-bet, but the 4-bet ranges I feel like have been real tight today.
Yeah, 9's not the worst hand, especially if you can call the 4-bet, and potentially if you're deeper stack, if you have over 100 big blinds, which right now they are over 100 big blinds to start the hand. So there is some potential. If you do get 4-bet, you can call and try to hit a 9 and try to win a big pot. So maybe there's a little bit of that going into this too. I think Clark's been open and playing a bit more hands, and maybe some other players as well too.
Curious if Chad checks back the turn here or fires. Very curious.
I expect him to check back. Doesn't have a diamond.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, he might bet small, try to get a cheaper showdown by the river and maybe charge 1 diamond. But
I like this check back. Oh wow, that's great river too, because he's gonna get paid. If he'll bet this river, he'll get paid.
He's got to wonder what he would get called by if he did bet here with the 9s. I mean, 8s might think about value betting, try to get called by ace high, try to get called by maybe like ace queen or ace king. But if you're Chad, what are you really going to get value from here? You know, maybe ace queen, ace king with 1 diamond. I guess ace king might even, or with that he probably even have ace king. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see him check back. You know, pocket 10s I think is a realistic hand for him to have there as well too. Maybe some slow playing some flushes or slow playing a jack there occasionally. So I don't really hate that check back. But it does go to show kind of what you were referring to about 3-betting pre-flop, taking the lead, is that in a different scenario, he probably would have let him loose in that hand, just folded the flop, but ends up getting some value
you're
from
not
it.
nines, no dime in there. You're just playing guessing.
A look at the Chad Holloway bio sheet. Host of the Poker News Podcast, won WSOP bracelet back in 2013, winning the Casino Employees event.
Yeah, I knew Chad had, he liked New Orleans. I didn't realize he went to Tulane. There was a JD from Tulane. I didn't realize that.
So many memories of covering events late at night with Chad when I used to work for Poker News. And
ace queen suited. Chad's on one. Chad's got on one all of a sudden.
The heater, baby. Let's go.
Late night.
Yeah, you guys have been working together forever.
Yeah, I joined the industry back in 08. First WSOP in 09. Joey, tell me the story of the first time you ever came to Las Vegas. What was the story behind that?
Turned 21. My mom took me there that night at midnight, and I think we stayed at the Circus, and they had a little poker room down there. So I saw poker on ESPN, played a little bit online, finally tried it out, and that got me addicted to Las Vegas, and it got me addicted to live poker a little bit at the time. But it was great. I thought playing at Circus was like the pinnacle, and Bellagio, obviously, I played 1-3 there, and I thought that was like the coolest thing I've ever done. So it was
amazing. Set
the stage for the future of everything. But yeah, my dad took me there when I was 21. So
shout out Joey's mom.
Chad with another good flop here too.
Yeah, he's running hot. I mean, and Riordan's got a hand he can continue with the gutter. Probably doesn't do anything else besides just check call.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, against Chad. The Chad is kind of one of the players you could maybe want to start mixing in some bluffs against, and he has been playing pretty aggressive, so it makes sense to have King 10 as well. Maybe would expect him just to call, being this deep.
Curious to see. Let's see if Riordan goes shells turn river here.
Yeah, I'd prefer to have a diamond on the turn, or at least pick up a little bit more. Maybe an 8. Like this card, not the best card. But wouldn't be surprised to see him put the aggression on. He knows Chad's a thinking player, so Chad is going to be defended maybe a little bit lighter than
he's
on the flop.
Yeah, he's white flagging it.
And now Chad's got to wonder, what does he have? Would he ever check a better hand than ace queen here? Am I going to be able to get value from... maybe, I mean, would he even check raise queen jack or king queen on the flop? Not sure.
Chad stacking them up.
Nice hand by Chad.
Stack them to the top. Some of the OGs will know that reference.
It's a very, very...
you know that reference.
Beth Shack?
No.
No, don't tell me. Stack. Lee Watkinson's wife.
No, close though, very close.
Is it?
I'll let you think while I tell the people about GTO Wizard. GTOWizard.com/PokerGo. Save 10% on your first purchase if you want to beat the best and crush the rest. GTOWizard.com/PokerGo. Back to Joey Ingram for the quiz.
Isn't that like a random clip they played? Who said that? Stack them to it was
Her husband was in the tournament. She was on the rail.
And it's not Lee Watkinson. It was
No,
the
but he
prayer
looks
off
he looks
with
he looks quite a bit like Lee
This us,
Watkinson.
yeah?
Okay.
Bald head, gray goatee.
You get the last button. Nobody buzzed.
Always wearing colorful clothing.
Marcel Luska's
No,
wife.
no.
Okay. Oh my gosh. I feel like I'm close. I'm right around there. aren't I?
You're right there.
I'm not gonna look at the check. Give me a hint.
Yeah, the colorful clothing, colorful pants. He would always wear those. His wife, a blonde, passionate, always
Yeah, no, I
on
just
the rail.
left to drink down here. I don't even put stuff here. but
Joey
yeah,
is hurting physically. I can see it in his eyes.
This is going in the archives of WSOP history right here.
The fact that you jumped on this right away and knew sort of the context, I'm already happy with that.
It reminded me of the Bet Shack hand,
Yes.
the legendary hand, but
The best check is I got him. She's dancing with the aces pointing down behind her.
then the guy still calls with kings.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep,
They
shut
were
that
going to
shit
help
down.
you with the aces too.
Shout out,
They're all like celebrating that they have. I mean, it was insane.
Brett Ritchie.
Yeah, I mean, you could. I mean, that was a spot to folk. I mean, they literally were like celebrating.
No, it was Tom Schneider and his
Tom
wife
Schneider,
Julie.
Yeah, Julie Schneider. Yeah, okay, I remember that. I knew, yeah.
Yeah.
I love how the
Wow,
chat.
we got a hand. Spencer's peeling pretty wide here. He's called, put 6.6 in with 9.7.
Wow. Comes 9-8-5. Riordan overpair, clubs. Spencer flopping top pair. Might get carried away here with top pair.
I mean, I think you got a little carried away probably.
You don't really call pre-flop with 9-7 to fold if you do flop top pair, but he's got a gut shot here as well. So.
Oh wow, little dirty check here, overpair and the flush draw.
The closest thing was your hand.
Yeah.
That's the biggest raise.
Oh yeah, got a little cute.
Maybe he knew something, Mincy. I don't know. A little bizarre call rewarded here with the straight. Let's go.
Spencer's gonna have Spencer putting the 6,600 in pre with 9-7 here. He's gonna have a hard time giving him credit for a 7.
What makes the most
Yeah, let's see how much pretty fast bet here as well from Spencer. So I think Riordan check call here one, try to hit a club.
Yeah, for sure.
But will he end up
Do
losing
you
a
think
lot?
people bet faster when they bluff in general? I mean, I know he has it
yeah.
here, but I feel like fast bets are more bluffy sometimes.
Yeah, that's an interesting way. I mean, I guess it's kind of
You flew in yesterday?
Yeah.
you know,
I flew in
each
this
player, I
morning.
feel like they kind of have their own thing. Some players
Yeah,
kind of use that as a
Yeah,
bluff.
I
Some players
flew
use
in
it as
here at
strength.
like
We saw Spencer earlier with the
7
aces,
a.m.
kind of just make a real fast call when he didn't really think much about it. So.
Well, calls made. Riordan in search
buddy
of
Sam.
a club.
Oh, come on.
That's
My
not
flight was
fun.
5 hours delayed.
I always like this though when somebody just bombs it. You know, like
he looks like he might do it.
dude,
I mean.
do it, because it's the word just potted here. Just,
Very unfortunate.
What do you do if you've got queens here?
What do you think the other
You got a
side
blocker.
of the world is from Las Vegas? Like, that's a
Got
good
the queen of
question.
clubs.
30K.
30K, get out of here.
I'm gonna go with. You guys have no guesses?
Spencer, let's go.
Oh, you gotta go more though. I love the heart though. I love the
When I was a
heart,
kid,
but
they
just
told me you could dig a hole to China.
15.
This might work, Mincy. Look, this might work.
Oh, he is not happy.
Doesn't mean anything.
He's like, would this guy really be bluffing me?
China is,
Oh, he's
so
not
it's like a hole
happy.
from China to India.
I mean, you lose to any 10, 9-10, 8-10, 10 jack, maybe ace 10 even.
Opposite of Vegas. How things
Oh yeah. Oh, he's just
Africa,
disgusted.
Yeah, like
Yeah, especially not much time left in the day.
Egypt or something.
Yeah. That's a better guess.
Can really only chop it here.
South, like,
It's too low.
too far over, yeah.
Oh no, it should be below the equator though.
Yeah,
We're up here.
Yeah, to be perfectly.
Oh yeah.
Northern Africa.
Oh, let's see.
It's gonna be a riveting
I
conversation
think he's
before
gonna lay
they
this
open
down.
up. They're gonna
No,
love it.
come on.
Yeah. We won't be nervous at all.
It's hard to have. I mean, 10, he bets the turn. You'd have to bet the turn with a hand like ace 10.
People down so low.
You
They get a
know,
little bit
we'd have to
size of
check
the
back
table
the flop
and,
with 9-10.
lots
You have
of
to check
space.
back the flop with
Yeah,
10 jack. Maybe not that realistic.
Wow. Riordan lets go of the queens, and Spencer gets him off a split.
Nice play by Spencer. Nice bluff.
Well done.
Okay,
That was
here's a
probably a lot
question.
with him.
Okay, my buddy asked this. Okay.
Image, he just
Yeah.
he's just like wouldn't
you
think
pick
that
a
guy would be
food.
bluffing that.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't either. So
An amount
kind
of
of saw
it.
him once again do the fast
And it
bet.
can
So
be a
maybe
whole
nothing
lot,
to that
it
as
can be like
well.
nothing.
But I mean, fast bet when he had it
Or
on the
any
turn
of
too.
it.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't know that
And you get that amount of that food every single day.
he
and you have
balanced
to
his
eat
fast betting range.
Exactly.
it. What food would you pick
You got to do that.
Over the whole day? Or?
That's literally what I do here at the You just described my life for the last 36 days.
36 ounces of prime rib.
That chicken fried rice.
Sushi rolls.
Sushi rolls, that's...
What hand number is this?
1.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
After you start the hand. So
They're all free hands for you.
seat 8 will be the last.
Don't worry about it.
So we are rapidly approaching the end of the night.
Ooh, Bartholdi's woke up with a whopper here.
A cup of chicken noodle soup or something. Like you have to eat it. So it's like an everyday. So it's like something,
You're
you know,
a
like
cheap
a
date.
steak. Like I wouldn't want to eat a steak every single day. You know, you'd be like, that'd be good, but.
Oh, Chad, playable hand, ace nine suited.
Day 4, day 5 of steak, you're gonna be like, all right, like I want it. Like I gotta eat this whole
got
thing.
the big peel in the big bond.
Maybe. That ever gets old?
Yeah, you don't get a belly like this.
Wow.
Like a steak.
Chad flopping the nut flush draw here. Ace 9 of hearts versus Bartholdi.
Exactly.
The fans would love to see him check raise here by Chad. There goes Chad.
Okay, that's there.
Yeah, they got me hungry just talking about steak.
1,200.
See if Chad will do it.
Well, at the very least, he's going to make the call.
I think you got to go for it here. Try to.
So follow-up question.
Try to play a big pop before the bag.
Yeah,
exactly.
Oh, he's just going to call. Come on.
Cafe Americano.
It could go check here, and then Chad fire out river, maybe win.
They got Campbell's in the convenience.
Jack on the turn. Now,
it's a pretty interesting semi-bluff card for Bartholdi now because he does have ace-king. He's got the gutter. He's got, on this type of board, you have a range advantage. So he could go with a bigger size and try to get Chad off a 6, off a 4, especially once you range bet flop, like a third. So.
Would you go? Is this a spot where sizing you go a little bigger?
Yeah, this is usually a pretty classic overbet spot, big bet spot you can do. And now Chad not loving it, but even if he does check call, hits his flush, he's going to, maybe not necessarily have the implied odds, but I don't think you can fold here for 4K. But he might also be considering check raising, which would be interesting as well too.
It'd probably work, but of course. It's very easy to say when you're sitting here and you can see their whole boards.
now, if Chad was on his third whiskey, he would have 3-bet, or he would have check raised for sure. But now he's just going to make the call, deuce on the river, missing Chad.
Now Bartholdi could bluff here actually with ace-king, but has some showdown. Nice hand.
Bartholdi takes it down with some aggression. Chad, meanwhile, still very healthy on just shy of 130K in the last little stretch here of day 1C as we go outside to our former feature table. Look at this, Viktor Blom on the short stack. All in, no red chips, no green chips. This is bad news.
Oh.
Blom running into aces.
What's Blom got? Ace-king?
Looks like it.
Can't really see what Isildur's got. This could be the end for the legend, Isildur 1. Doesn't look good.
Got.
Oh!
They're chopping?
Chop it up.
Wheel.
Wow.
I feel like this is like a moment we could look back on in a few days and be like, remember that
Exactly.
when he gets hot.
100%.
All right, some of the tables already done. We still got a few more hands to play while the secondary table is bagging up. Natalie Ramos puts quite a few chips in the pot. Iona Apostle as well. Always good to put chips in the bag. Mincy, I think you might be inspired a bit by watching a full day of action.
Yes.
Showing you that patience is a virtue.
Yes. Try not to cold 4-bet.
And maybe some night moves.
You threw it forward. I just assumed. I apologize.
Just save all your aggression for the final level, and then just run over them.
I'm a late night. I usually it's weird. I feel like the dinner break is like a whole change, and it's like a different. You come back and it's like a different ball game.
Different energy.
What do you eat during dinner?
During tournaments, I'll probably just
look
eat
at this.
Caesar salads, man. I eat light. I don't like eating anything heavy.
Tournaments lately.
So we got a 3-bet here. This could be a, not necessarily best flop or ace-king, but Pretty good flop for tens. It looks like this went 3-bet by Lindgren,
Yeah, he's in
and
position.
Tormos called out of position.
25.
And then
We didn't play that many pots against each other, did we?
pocket tens.
No.
Pretty deep here, Bincy. What do they have? About 160 big blinds right
Yeah,
now?
and Eric went small here. He just went 2,500 into 9,500.
Just the queens.
So
pretty normal
I mean,
size.
Yeah. This is going to the turn.
That's how it is.
7 on the turn here. 10 still looking very comfortable here.
It's a pretty nice card for Lindgren with the diamond. It's potentially keep betting.
Like murderer's row here. Very professional.
Check.
Only,
They
only one high caliber.
Yes, this becomes a hand that you can bluff the river with, and you kind of want to have
Still,
some balance.
he's still a little small here. He went 6 into 14.5.
6 and a 14.5. I like it.
But I survived.
30% the flop, little size up turn.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Eric pulls the trigger on 15 to 20 here, or just shows it down.
Hey, you probably prefer to have at least a queen or a jack
just
or a
something.
diamond, right? At least something you maybe can represent, but nice hand.
Save me a little.
2 more hands.
2 hands remaining here on the feature table.
It was great joining you guys. I appreciate the invite, Remco.
Absolutely. Yeah, happy to have you both.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to chat too. I don't.
Yeah.
10,000.
Love the chat.
Stay at 10,000 into the wee hours of the morning. It's pretty impressive.
Big Hooney in the mix. No 4th of July
Yeah,
party,
massage.
but
They're both so locked in. Let's go.
oh, they're in sync for
Look,
sure.
look at it, man.
Wow.
Look at that
the
facial
zoom.
expression.
Wow.
I really want to shave my head just to enjoy like a scalp massage. You know, it looks very appealing here as Hooney puts some chips in the bag. Always a good sign. Oh, and Tormos
Make the 3-bet.
aces now.
The 3-bet bluffs that you didn't do because you took too long.
See if
Remember?
anybody wakes up.
It happened 3 times today. You were like, took too long, and then folded. Tomorrow, or day 2, we'll 3-bet some people.
Okay.
Fuck yeah.
It feels like it's going to be a big pot. I'm not sure why.
I don't know. The way Spencer's been playing, if he flopped
for the
top
best
pair
pair,
with king
except
or
for the
queen
aces
here, it
when I-
very well
Yeah,
could be.
might move it fast.
Yeah, he just.
That doesn't count.
Ace Jack
Okay,
3, 2
so
spades.
queen.
Gut shot here
How were your
for
cards
Spencer. Tormos with top
one.
set. People in the chat asking how can some tables be done while others are still playing? Well, they announced with 10 minutes to go how many hands each table has to play. That number is the same for every table. Some tables play fast, some
Yep,
tables play slow.
Spencer's peeling the gutter, but I mean, I've seen worse peels.
Oh, set
my
of-
God.
set of
I
fives.
told you something was destined to come out of this hand if it went different, but
Yeah, some
It's
players.
funny. He's kicking himself right now, but he's gonna.
Wow, someone just won the lottery. You can hear him cheering in the room. Maybe that's Gorodinsky getting the points
Could
for
be.
you.
one time. Yeah, you were explaining the intricacies of the bagging process, Remco. I don't. If you were.
Yeah, no. They announce how many hands you have to play, and that's the same for every table. Some tables are fast, some are slow. That's why some bag up a little bit earlier.
That makes sense. It's a
PokerGo
prearranged
presented by
set of hands. That
PokerStars.
makes sense.
Maybe make some oats overnight and run some of these hands through GTO Wizard. These
Wow.
hands that were played with Copeg playing cards.
What the hell?
You're not going to eat that.
You got hit all the sponsors.
You're not going to have any snacks, are you? No snacks. Me?
Chad hitting all the sponsors of the show in one sentence. Very impressive.
Beautifully done.
I'm a great shill.
Jokes right in my head right now.
Shout out Poker News
Extremely bad
Podcast.
jokes.
Yeah,
Give Chad a listen.
Ewas and Gordo are heads up right now for
wow.
the bracelet, so it's a big.
Well,
big
what's the
moment.
mix? What's the mix? What event?
10K AK Mixed Championship.
Woo!
So pretty big one for either one of these players. Bragging rights for Ewas. Gordo hasn't played too much this summer, but you know the guy's
Was
a
that
mixed
your
game legend,
agreement
so
to
this
get
would be
on
a
the
great one
stream
for him to
table,
win.
Chad?
If you're a
Make
mixed
sure you
game
shout
player,
out
you
all
want to
the
win the
sponsors.
mixed game championship.
No doubt. Is it like 500K plus?
Payout for I think it's.
Can't wait to talk about this on the Poker News
422.
podcast every Thursday and Sunday at 8 a.m.
Mike
Pacific
Holton.
time. Kind of England. I know kind of bagged yesterday. I think Mike's playing tomorrow.
I also am doing personal coaching now. Lower than the next guy. I don't know what I charge yet.
I don't know what I charge yet.
I'll undercut
Beat it?
them.
I'll buy some right now.
Or whatever,
I'm
you
in.
know, hourly rates. Streetpoker.com is my website.
That's a great website, streetpoker.com.
Membership is free, but the tricks keep getting progressively more expensive.
Nice.
Multi-way action here.
He's got one customer, buddy. You launched that.
Well, our time's coming to an end. Maybe this November I'll get to play with you at the Poker Stars NAPT. Just like the hat you're wearing.
Just give us a woo.
I was wondering if anybody was going to say anything about the shirt.
Ric Flair?
I like it. Woo! I should have done that, when I won a hand.
Facts. Should have.
Every hand.
Every hand, yeah.
So let's count.
So we're down to the 275.
Yeah, I know.
How'd we get here? Yeah.
What a way to close it out.
Spencer is giving. I thought he was a tight player, and now I'm re-questioning my instincts.
He definitely likes to see a turn card to let his hand develop.
Yeah, I like his style.
It's funny how it took 8 hours for us to get the best banter here, the final few hands of the night.
Just generally. Nothing to do with the war or whatever.
First one to bet wins. Who's it going to be?
It's going to be Spencer.
When I say the word Israel, what's the
Do it.
word? One word
6K.
back. Israel.
Do it.
He's going 6K. Yeah, obviously you're scared of the ace. Once he checks back, ace king, ace queen, ace jack. Likely hands for doesn't do it. Come on, Mincy. Now is Riordan. He's got a bluff here.
There's no. I mean,
he's laughing though. He's like, do I really want to blast here?
He's like, what about representing?
Talking about politics on the stream would be horrendous.
55. He's got to go 50. I don't think.
If Spencer, if he check raise here, I was gonna look
it over to usher us out. Yeah, bags.
Nice hand. Nice hand.
All right, players asking for bags. The night is done. Day 1C in the bag for many of these fortunate players. We've seen some depart already, but the majority of them have advanced. We'll get final numbers on that we will let you know about tomorrow.
Queens.
And all the bags have been accounted for. Chad Holloway, Erick Lindgren, John Riordan, Joe Bartholdi, all putting chips in the bag as we go out into the room to see what's happening with the other players.
I've been seeing these Poker is War merch running around here lately.
Yeah, I think that's Daniel made that, I believe, or somebody's working with.
Okay.
Good luck to that.
It's always good to see the camaraderie at the end of the night. Not too many final level beers here for the beer level. Players are staying locked in. They got a day off tomorrow before advancing to day 2.
Yeah, thanks everybody in the chat for hanging out with us all night. We appreciate all the comments, all the questions, and just good to see a lot of familiar faces out there.
All right, on that note, let me close this thing out. Thank you, Joey Ingram. Thank you, Mincy. Good luck at the main event. Joey, I need to have you in the main event as well. I think the chat all would appreciate seeing you in the greatest poker tournament of the year. My name is Rem Karinkma. I'll be back tomorrow with Donnie Peters and Tristan Wade to call the action on day 1D, which will obviously be a stacked day coverage starting at 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern for, again, 6 hours of play, no breaks. Just enjoy the show with us. Find us on YouTube if you want to come and hang out to watch the journey start. Thousands of players all vying for a seat at the final table for a chance to win upwards of $10 million. For now, wish you a very good night, and we'll see you tomorrow for the final starting flight of the 2025 WSOP main event.
See you guys later.